suddenly deafening pound of my heartbeat. Max stood there, back straight, hands clasped behind his back. For once, I could not read his expression. Or, I said, lightly, will you look back at this as the beginning of your downfall? Aye. He let out a breath, a chuckle, tucked his hands into his pockets, then removed them. My answer hinges upon one condition. What? He took a step forward, and then another. I did too, until our bodies were directly in front of each other, until I felt his warm hand slip into mine. No counting, he said. Only this once. Only this once. And his arm was already around my waist, my hands at his shoulders, by the time I whispered, "Deal." We swayed together, somewhat awkwardly, to distant music. My cheek just barely skimmed his. He smelled like ash and lilacs and the faint hint of the faraway sea. "I did not think you would say yes," I murmured. "I thought you weren't made for social graces." His chuckle was silent, but we were so close that I felt it reverberate through his muscles.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Firstly, he retorted, we are alone, so social does not apply. True. Secondly, he attempted to launch me into a gentle twirl. We mistimed and stumbled, fracturing his next word with scuffed laughter. There is nothing graceful about what we're doing here. Very true. He looked at me and raised his eyebrows, asking silent permission for a second attempt. I nodded, and we almost managed an actual twirl. Except I slid on the damp ground and, in my distraction, hurled myself against his chest. We both let out oofs of impact, and my awkward laugh was still dying on my lips when I suddenly became so acutely aware of the warmth of his body pressed against mine, of how much I liked it, how much I wanted to envelop myself in it. My arms slid around his neck, he lowered me into something slightly resembling a dip, and I curled against him. Every nerve in my body was on fire, set aflame at the brush of his mouth against my cheek, the barest whisper against my skin as it traveled to my ear. "So, maybe," he whispered, "I could be made for this. Maybe I could too. Made or unmade." In that moment, I didn't care which. We did, eventually, reluctantly though, neither of us admitted it aloud, return to the party, and I resumed my performance, collecting startled glances and horrified stares the same way that I once collected little silver coins. I told the truth to anyone who was bold enough to ask me, sparing no brutality, no ugliness, no responsibility. Not enough. Never enough. Those words still throbbed inside of me as Max and I finally left the party, long after the lights had begun to flicker out, long after Samarin and Moth and most other guests had retreated. Since our one dreamlike dance, we had hardly spoken at all, right up until we stepped back into the familiar warmth of that cluttered living room. In this setting, I suddenly felt ridiculous in my finery. Max must have too, because he immediately pushed his sleeves up to his elbows, releasing a sigh and another button of his collar. I have to say, Tisaanah, it was worth it to brave my first-order event in the better part of a decade just to see the looks on their faces when you were done with them. I'm not done with them. I have barely begun. I had spent the night cutting myself up into little pieces for consumption, forcing people to acknowledge me, thrusting my pain into their faces. And now I felt like something in me was just depleted. And for what? For their horrified stares? Was that enough? Not enough. The first step is to force them to confront the reality, Max said, as if he heard my unspoken doubts. People don't like to do that, but I saw it happen tonight, even in Zareth, and normally his head is too far up his own ass to see much of anything. But I must decide what is next. You will, and you know I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it. He did believe it. I knew he did. And I didn't let our gazes hold long enough to see all of it, the depths of it, for reasons I couldn't quite understand. Instead, I gave him a weak smile. Right now, I just need to get out of this dress. As soon as the words left her lips, I swallowed an odd buzz that rose to skin at my choice of phrasing, and I wondered if I was imagining the timing of Max's extra blink, the slight shift in his stance. But he just said, "Understandable. Get some rest. Good night." I went back to my room and closed the door, slipped out of my deeply uncomfortable shoes. Then I reached to my back to unfasten the clasp at the back of my dress and let out a grunt of pain. Strands of my hair had loosened over the course of the night and tangled themselves around clasps that held my dress around my neck. I fought with it for a few minutes longer. Then, when I finally feared I might draw blood, I gave with a flail of frustration and marched back out into the living room. I am stuck. Max put down his book. "You're stuck." "Yes, my hair and my dress." I gestured to my neck. "Can you, help?" He stood there, still, for a second too long. And in that moment, an image flashed through my mind. Hands and skin. Red silk on the ground. I shook it away. "Gods, Tisaanah, control yourself." "Well," he replied, "you would have to get in line behind all of the other women who want me to undress them." I rolled my eyes, turning around and lifting my hair. "Have I not earned first place?" A soft chuckle. "I suppose that is undeniable." I heard every step. And then his hands were at the back of my neck. My scalp tingled as he gently, so gently, pushed my hair away, smoothing loose strands against my throat. My eyelids fluttered. "Hold your hair further back." His voice just a little too rough. I obeyed, and he set to work. Tension lapsing into complete focus. "Ascended? What did you do?" "This is all wound up. Ow! Sorry. I just need to get it off of this part, and fucking hell! You've got a loose thread all tangled up in here, too. Who made this thing?" "I had to make some changes," I said defensively. "And I am not a sewing person. Seamstress. The word is seamstress. Hang on, I have to—" And I was not prepared for everything that shot through me all at once as I felt his breath against the back of my neck. His mouth so close to my skin that I could feel the barest brushes of his lips. I drew in a sharp inhale. The painful tension in my hair released. He had been using his teeth, I realized, to break the tangled threads. "Sorry," he murmured, "I had to cut it." I let my hair fall, my hands moving to hold up my dress. I choked out, "Get the lower one too?" His fingers moved down my back, falling to the delicate gold clasp that rested between my shoulder blades. "This one?" "Yes." He obeyed, but his hand stayed there, his thumbs swirling one gentle circle that set a shock from my toes all the way up the insides of my legs. "It pinched you? You have a red mark here." My laugh was weak, breathy. "It will fit perfectly with all of my other battle scars." He smoothed his thumb over it again, then let out a low, rough chuckle. "If tonight was a battle, Tisaanah, you conquered." My breath caught. "You were merciless." It was almost a whisper, heavy with a certain reverence, as if he didn't know he was speaking aloud. And he just stayed there, his knuckles brushing my back, as if we were both caught in some strange suspension of time. Of their own volition, my eyes closed. I hoped he couldn't feel the shallowness of my breathing, the rise of my goosebumps. I was no stranger to touch. It was a professional tool, one of the few weapons I could wield to keep myself alive. Before, it had always been a demand, an instruction, a means to an end. But not this. This was a whispering caress that reached past the scars on my back, past all of those ugly hurts. Something that was only about the here and now. One that asked for nothing. How long had it been since someone touched me that way? With purposeless affection? My body didn't know what to do with it.
except to fall against it, call for more. And gods, I wanted more. I felt him begin to pull away. "Don't," I whispered, before I could stop myself. A pause. I could feel his breath again, against the back of my neck, the curve of my ear. "Don't what?" "Don't stop." I turned my face. His was so close that his nose nearly brushed my cheek, the space between us vibrating in a way that my entire world narrowed to those few inches where our breaths mingled. He looked at me with sharp, heavy-lidded eyes, utterly focused, and yet, I knew him well enough to see it, that he was just as terrified as I was. I had spent my life begging to be looked at. "Look at me," I cooed at the men I danced for. "Look at me," I demanded of Esmeralda in my killing breath. "Look at me," I commanded to every person who gazed upon my tattered back. And I showed each of them pieces that were as fragmented as I was, little carefully chosen parts of a whole. But it was here, in this gaze, that I was seen for every incongruous part of me.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. And nothing had ever flooded me with such sweet, agonizing terror. I looked at his mouth and wondered what it would feel like to show him another vulnerability, another truth, to let myself want. Don't what? Don't stop touching me, seeing me, needing me. But I forced a light smile back onto my face. "Don't flatter me," I choked out. "It's unlike you." And then, all at once, he was gone. He pulled away so quickly, I was left standing there before a sudden gaping absence. "You should get some sleep," he said, too quickly. And as I nodded my response, I clasped my hands together so he wouldn't see that they were shaking. "Good night, Max," I murmured. "Good night, Tisaanah." And I felt his eyes follow me as I padded down the hallway. He was still standing there, unmoving, as I closed the door. That night, I dreamed of a knock on the door. I dreamed of the searing warmth of skin, of lips against my throat and my breasts and my inner thighs, of an overwhelming ache between my legs, of the frenzied tear of clothing. I dreamed of a pair of familiar blue eyes, heavy-lidded with want, of a voice that I knew so well, rendered ragged and desperate in a moan against my mouth. I dreamed of slick desire that consumed me, unmade me, destroyed me, of the taste of his sweat, salty and iron, and in a moment it was all gone. I dreamed of a world suddenly cold, save for the burn of the blood that covered me, the fire of those goodbye kisses, crimson smears left by everyone I had abandoned. My forehead, my cheek, and a dozen more, 100 more, where Max's lips had traced across my body. Desire tore into terrible dread. I screamed his name, but he was already gone. Chapter 35. When I rose the next morning, too early, after a fitful, restless sleep, Max was already up. He sat at the dining table with a letter in his hand. He slid it to me silently. Tisaanah, the front read, in perfect inked script. Grateful for the distraction, I opened it. Tisaanah, it was a pleasure to see you at last night's festivities. You certainly made an impact. It would appear that many attendees developed a sudden, pressing interest in Threllian humanitarian causes. Interesting coincidence, no? But, alas, this is not the subject of my correspondence today. Instead, I would like to discuss your evaluations. Normally, results would be delivered by letter and would not be available for another week or two. However, I would prefer to deliver yours in person. Please come to the Tower of Midnight for noon. My clerks will be expecting your singular arrival. We have much to discuss. Z. I read it, then handed it across the table to Max, who did the same. It seems I will be traveling to the capital again, I said. It seems we will, Max replied, and we looked at each other, anxious curiosity unfurling between us. I told myself that I was not nervous. I told myself that I was not nervous as I recited every word of that letter through my mind, as I flipped through possible outcomes, as I picked at my fingernails, watching the towers rise into view. Max and I both knew, of course, exactly what your singular arrival meant. Don't bring Max. But since I couldn't reliably stratogram myself to the city on my own anyway, he would accompany me to the towers before my meeting. I was happy for his company. Perhaps they changed their decision, I said, allowing a note of tentative hope into my voice, about sending support to Thrall with me. Maybe. I heard what Max wasn't saying aloud, that it seemed too easy. And as much as I hoped otherwise, I couldn't help but think so too. I'd gotten plenty of attention last night, yes, but it still felt like the first step of a larger struggle, not a victory all its own. A wrinkle of thought formed between my eyebrows as I revisited my memories of the night before. Maybe there is something else. What do you mean? One sentence kept snagging in my mind. One thing that Zareth had said during our dance that imbued me with a small, tentative hope. Last night, Zareth said he had to test me, and that I passed. I thought he meant the evaluations, but maybe he meant something else. A second of silence. Test you, Max repeated. His voice was odd, quiet. Yes. I was lost on thought as I began to scale the steps to the tower's entrance. Maybe because of what I asked for, he said that they had to test you? Yes. What? A yank on my arm interrupted my thought. I turned, and one look at Max withered the rest of my question on my lips. In a matter of seconds, all of the color had drained from his face. A spike of panic leapt in my throat. What's wrong? He said nothing, just stared at me. Max! He said that they had to test you, he said, again. I nodded, confused, and Max just stood there, with his hand still around my wrist, brow lined, mouth tight, looking as if he had just made some terrible realization. What's wrong, Max? I pressed. But his gaze flicked back to me, eyes wide and piercing. Don't go, Tisaanah. He said it so fast that the words blurred into one desperate sound. I didn't even know if I heard him right. What? Don't go to the towers. To the meeting. Don't go. The expression on his face, the sheer terror of it, gutted me. I have to go. He shook his head, once sharp movement. No, you don't. You don't have to do anything, Tisaanah. But I was so confused. This was everything I'd worked for, wasn't it? I don't understand. Listen to me. Max's fingers tightened around my wrist. He took a step closer, his eyes bearing into me with desperate intensity. No matter what they offer you, no matter what they give you, whatever they ask you to do, say no, all right? Even if they send an army to Thrall today, even if they give you everything you want, say no. His voice was shaking. My lips parted, but it took a moment for the words to follow. Because they will not fulfill their promises? He let out a sound that was almost a laugh, but uglier, rougher. It's not about that, Tisaanah. None of this is about that. I opened my mouth, then shut it. Finally, I could only choke out, then why? Max looked at me in silence, jaw tight. Of course. What else did I expect? You will not tell me. I can't. Acidic frustration ripped through me. Surely he understood the weight of what he was asking me to do or not do. And still, here he was, guarding his secrets? That is unfair, I said, quietly. I know you hate the orders, but I will go with you. He said it fast in one exhaled breath. We can go to Thrall today. We don't need an army. You and I could do it alone. We will find a way. His words careened through me, slamming against my heart with a force that left me momentarily speechless. I mean it, Tisaanah. I'm serious. Right now. We can go right now. He lifted his palm, gesturing to the sea. But his eyes did not leave mine.
and I drowned in that thread connecting our gazes. "If the orders offer me support, then I need it," I rasped. "I have nothing else." And there was no hesitation, no pause, as he stepped closer and said, "You have me." My chest hurt. I wanted to smooth the desperate wrinkle between his eyebrows. I wanted to still the quivering muscle in his throat that betrayed the anxiety. I wanted to take the kiss that I had left behind last night. And most of all, more than anything, I wanted to say yes. But this was not about me, and he knew that too. I could see it in the anguish in his face, that we both understood that what he was proposing was a fantasy. The two of us alone could never do what I wanted, needed to do. I placed my hand over his. "You must tell me why." What I meant, give me a reason. Give me any reason to say yes. The corners of his mouth tightened. "Do you trust me?" Gods, I did, more than anyone. "I trust that you are trying to protect me above all else." A flicker of hurt crossed his face. "What does that mean?" "It means," I said quietly, "that I am willing to make sacrifices that you are not." His fingers tightened around mine. He barely breathed, barely blinked.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. "He could be dead, Tisaanah," he murmured, and he sounded like it hurt him as much to say it as it did for me to hear it. "What if he is? Even if you go there, he could be gone." Just to hear my worst fears condensed into words rose a lump in my throat. I know, and I did. I knew that it was unlikely that Cyril had survived. I knew how fragile his flesh was, how easy it would be for one slave boy to be killed by the cruelty or malice or mere carelessness of the Threlian lords. "But it's not just about him," I whispered. "There are so many." Because, after all, such heavy sacrifices had already been made for me. How could I not return them? How could I stop at anything that would ever repay them? That was all I was worth. Even though the part of me that lingered beneath all of that, the part of me that stood against the wall last night, drowning in the sensation of Max's breath, wanted nothing but this. We stared at each other for a long moment. "Tisaanah, please," he said at last, "promise me." I extracted my fingers from his, then placed my hands on either side of his face. I drank in his features. Then I pulled his face toward me and pressed my lips against his forehead. Inhaled his scent of ash and lilac slowly, savoring it. And, in my exhale, I whispered against his skin, "I promise you that I will be all right." I turned away before he could say anything else, and I didn't look back as I scaled the steps to the tower entrance. It was only as I opened those heavy doors that I cast one final glance over my shoulder to see Max still standing there, watching me go. I lifted my palm in a wave he did not return, and as I curled my shaking hands around the handle to close the door behind me, I wondered if I had just made the biggest mistake of my life. Chapter 36. Every single thing in Zareth's office looked too expensive to touch. It was large and vast and meticulously decorated, furniture crafted with accents of platinum, curtains of wafting white chiffon, beautiful classical landscape paintings clinging to the curved walls. The room was closer to the size of an apartment than a typical office. Half of the wall was one massive sheet of windows, exposing miles and miles of thrashing sea from a truly dizzying height. Zareth's office was located at the second highest floor of the Order of Midnight. The top floor, he told me amiably on our way up, was where he lived. Now I sat in a little white velvet chair in front of a desk made of marble and mahogany. Zareth settled into his own chair, leaning back and propping his heels up on the edge of the desk, regarding me with that ever-present smile. Nura stood in front of the window, back straight, hands clasped behind her back. When Zareth offered her a seat, she merely shook her head. He shrugged and flicked an almost roll of his eyes. "So," he said to me, "Tisaanah, thank you for joining us." My fingers were twined together in front of me, the pressure slowing a heartbeat that threatened to race. I carefully guarded my mental barriers. I didn't need either Zareth or Nura to know how nervous I was, especially not when I still could not get Max's face out of my head, the sound of his voice begging me to leave, still echoing in my ears. "We're here to discuss my evaluations, yes?" I said. "Yes." Zareth swung his legs off of his desk and leaned forward, grin widening. "Well, you passed. Congratulations." I waited for more. He said nothing else. Nura paced behind him in long, slow steps. "That's wonderful," I finally said, flatly. "Are you pleased with yourself?" "Yes, but I am more interested in what is next." Nura continued to pace. Zareth looked pleased with this response. "Of course. That is why we called you to meet us here today." Mid-sentence, he whipped his head around to shoot Nura a sharp look. "Must you loom like that?" "I am not looming," Nura shot back, looming over Zareth's shoulder. "You are testy today. Nervous energy?" He gestured to the empty chair beside mine. "Have a seat. Relax. I'd rather stand." The thread of my patience was growing tighter and tighter. "What are we here to discuss?" I cut in. Zareth shifted back to me. It was amazing how quickly and seamlessly his expression changed, his hard-edged frustration melting away. "This is not yet public knowledge, but early this morning we received some deeply upsetting news. Our Queen Cessary had to throw another traitorous noble family out of power. This was a Rivenai one this time. Nearly 200 soldiers and civilians were killed in the resulting skirmish. Gods, 200! There were wielders involved on both sides," Nura added. "And it will only get worse from here," Zareth said. "There will be retaliations, and it has become clear that a much larger rebellion against Queen Cessary is—" "Civil war is an inevitability," Nura cut in. "We stand on the precipice of a war that stands to be," as Zareth snapped his neck around again, his composure shattering into a glare. "Again with the looming, and the interrupting. Again, I am not looming. Sit down." A sneer twitched at Nura's lip. "I'm not a child. No, but you are my subordinate." Zareth flicked his finger, and the other chair screeched across the tiled floor, as if sharply yanked by an invisible hand. "Sit." Nura fell heavily into the seat, her expression carved in ice. I sat still, trying not to visibly react. I wondered if this show was for my benefit. Nura cleared her throat, still glaring at Zareth. "As I was saying, we are looking at a situation that could be as deadly as the last Rivenai War. Nura and I both fought in that war. Neither of us wished to relive the things we saw or experienced." The edge in Zareth's voice was gone as quickly as it had come. "I'm sure that Maxantarius has expressed similar sentiments." I didn't even like the way Max's name sounded on Zareth's lips. "That is terrible. But I do not understand how it involves me." Zareth leaned forward, smirking. "I told you we were testing you." "For admission to the orders." I had to fight to keep my voice level. "For something more than that." I thought of the things that had never made sense before. Their insistence that I march on Tyre, the incisions where Willa had taken my blood, Nura's unusual interest in me, my strange evaluations. But I refused to let my expression change. Then what? Nura and Zareth exchanged a look. The smile stilled in Zareth's eyes even as it clung to his mouth. "To wield a weapon," Nura said, and when Zareth turned back to me, that smile was back in full, dazzling force, light glistening on his teeth. "To be a weapon," he corrected,
a weapon powerful enough to save both our country and yours. I only blinked. I had so many questions. They danced in front of my face in such a morass that I couldn't close my fingers around just one. I decided on, what sort of weapon? It is a form of raw magic, Nura answered. It is many times more powerful than any natural power of any wielder that walks Ara or beyond, even rivaling the power of the extinct Fae. Powerful enough, Zareth added, to end a war before it begins. Without it, the Great Rivenai War would have gone on far longer and far bloodier than it did. Be a weapon, I echoed. Surely I had misunderstood that, didn't I? Yes, it will become a part of you. Zareth said this so casually, as if we were discussing the weather. Just as your own magic flows through your veins. But more. Oh, is that all? Forever? No, it can and will be removed. Why do you need me to wield it? I didn't understand. Why would they entrust me with something that was supposedly so powerful? Why would they want a fragmented foreigner to come end their war? Nura shifted in her seat, then rose, as if she couldn't help herself, her arms crossed over her chest. It is very selective about its hosts. Selective? Host? You talk about it as if it is a person? All magic chooses its wielder, in a sense, Zareth said, casually, in what struck me as a very deliberate non-answer.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. But if it was used before, I asked, then why do you need another wielder? Nura had begun pacing again. Our last host is no longer a willing participant. There was just something about the way she said it. Without it, that war would have gone on far longer and far bloodier than it did. Puzzle pieces scattered across my vision. My mind rearranged them, slowly clicked them together. This man is nearly solely responsible for the end of the Great Rivenai War. My eyes snapped to Nura. No matter what they offer you, no matter what they ask you to do, say no. Max? I murmured. It was Max. She lowered her chin, just barely. Yes, the only one. My blood went cold. We will train you in the specifics, Zareth said. But most importantly, this will afford you more than enough power to accomplish your goals in Threll. Far more than enough to free your friends and anyone else you please. Even if it didn't, we will send support to travel with you. All of this in exchange for your service in our own conflict, of course. But I do not understand. I think the most important thing that you need to understand, Tisaanah, is that I'm giving you everything you have fought so hard for. He leaned back in his chair. What else is there? In a way, he was right. Support, power, resources, everything I came here to achieve. I closed my eyes, took in a breath. Even if they offer you everything you want, Max's words beat in my ears. Say no, promise me. I wondered if he was still outside. I imagined myself standing, striding out of the room. Imagined myself emplacing him at the doors, telling him I was wrong, boarding a boat on our own. Say no. I opened my eyes to Zareth's expectant stare and parted my lips. Say no. I want a blood pact. And with those words, my fantasy disintegrated like ash scattering into the wind. Zareth arched his eyebrows and let out a short laugh. A blood pact? Who's been talking to you about blood pacts? You know exactly who's been talking to her about blood pacts. Nura did not seem to find this nearly as entertaining. Zareth shook his head, a bemused smirk playing at his mouth. Ascended? That man is so relentlessly morbid. I forced my voice into something calm and confident, just as I did when I was 12 years old and tried to buy my freedom for 50 pitiful pieces of silver. I felt like that little girl now, even as I would never, ever show it. I'd rather be morbid than betrayed.
I replied, coolly. If I do this for you, I want the terms clear, and I want to be certain they will be fulfilled. Zareth leaned back in his chair, gazing at me with a hungry kind of amusement. Then he opened a drawer in his desk and reached in once to produce a sheet of crisp ivory paper, again for a silver pen, and a third time for a curved dagger. Its edge glistened beneath the sun streaming through the window as he unsheathed it, laying it neatly on the desk. Very well, Tisaanah. His eyes held that same glitter as he pushed the sleeves of his silk shirt up to his elbows. Let's make a deal. Chapter 37. Wait, I stopped Zareth as he placed the pen to the page. I have not yet defined the terms. I thought our terms were simple. You swear yourself to the orders for the purposes of bearing this weapon, and once the war is over, you have our support in Threl. I did not agree to any of that. I stood, placing my palms on the edge of the desk and leaning, forcing Zareth to look up at me. And it is far too vague. After that whole display with Nura, I expected to trigger some kind of reaction in him, but it didn't. He remained unaffected. Fine. What would you prefer? We go to Threl first. He blinked. If he was taken aback, that one blink, one momentary pause was the only sign. We are on the brink of war. The Sirazen will never spare the support to go with you, and we can't spare the time or resources to start a whole other war in Threl. I understand. If this weapon is as powerful as you say it is, I only need a little bit of help for this trip. Then I will make use of their full support after our work in Arata is complete. Another blink. You're saying you want to go twice? Yes. I want to get my friends now from the Mikova state, and then, later, I will return with an army to work on a much larger scale. I said all of this as if the very idea of doing anything else was ridiculous. There was a brief silence. We will need to test it out, Nura said at last to Zareth. She'll need to learn how to use it. We can do that in Threl. With the help of the stratagrams you laid out, we could get there quickly. Zareth nodded, raising his shoulders in a hint of a shrug. That is fair. Should I be concerned, I wondered, that he seemed so unconcerned? He lifted the pen, but again I stopped him. Wait, make a list. A list? Yes, I straightened, crossing my arms. We are going to be very, very specific. If it makes you more comfortable, Zareth replied. He dashed off, in beautiful script. 1. Then looked at me, raising his eyebrows expectantly. Where shall we begin? I leaned on that desk and dictated my terms until my wrists began to go numb. I specified every word, forced him to cross out phrases that I determined to be too vague, deliberated over each letter, defined every time frame to close each possible loophole. I knew that I was giving up something valuable, or at least certainly more valuable than they'd like me to believe. And I would have been lying if I said that I wasn't choking back terror and uncertainty. But I focused instead on my straining fingers, painstakingly beginning to claw a grip around what I had come to Arata to do. A blood pact could never be broken. The terms must be fulfilled. And if I was very, very careful, that meant I could ensure the safety of my friends and the fulfillment of my goals with one piece of paper. If I could do that, I didn't care what happened to me. I defined the length and goals of my initial travel to Threl, specified that Cyril needed to be recovered, that the search for him would continue when I had to return to Arata if I failed to find him during my 2-week training period in Threl, though I swore to myself that would not happen. I defined the number of soldiers who would be sent with me to Threl after my time in Arata was over, how long they would stay there, that our mission would not be complete until the Threlian lords were removed from power. Finally, I straightened, masking a wince as a shock of pain encircled my stiff wrists. And, I said, I want Vas provided for the rest of his life. I paused, then rephrased. I want Voss to receive 1,000 lies per month for the next 80 years. And he will have a home given to him and all healing care and medicine that he may need. That's a significant amount of money, Zareth observed, but he wrote down my words exactly without further complaint. I paused at the window, looking out over that beautiful ocean. The sky had begun to tint orange, the light growing more intense and dazzling as the afternoon began to give way to evening. It had been hours. A thought crossed the back of my mind, something mournful settling in my stomach. "Is that your full list?" Zareth asked. "One more, one of the most important." I didn't look away from the ocean. Maxantarius Farlione will be released from the orders. He will be released from all pacts or agreements or any contracts, anything at all that binds him to you. Nura had been standing perfectly still this entire time, but at this, her head turned to me. Zareth chuckled. "My, that's sweet," he crooned, but I was listening only to the sound of the pen against the paper. I thought back to the conversation we had with Willa when I first arrived at Mac's home, the veiled threat of consequence, implying that he stood on thin ice. And, I added, he will be pardoned for anything he did in the past. A fresh record. "A fresh record," Zareth echoed, the smirk twisting his words. "Wouldn't we all like one of those?" Still, he wrote it down.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. And then we were silent for several long seconds, the tick of the clock echoing through the enormous room. I flicked my gaze to Zareth, who had leaned back in his chair, looking at me with pleasant patience. "Is that all?" The papers were spread out in front of him. 3 inky pages detailing everything that I have ever wanted. 3 pages that guaranteed the safety of my friends and at least a chance at a better life for thousands of people. And 3 pages that sold me back into slavery. "Those are my terms," I replied. Zareth greeted my response with an easy smile, twirling the pen between his fingers. "Excellent. Ours are simple. You will take on the weapon immediately. And once you return from your initial training in Threl, you will remain in service to the orders for the duration of the war. Once we no longer need it and you have fulfilled your own mission, the weapon will be removed from you, and you will be free." My brow furrowed. Too vague. Wars can last forever. The one that tore my own people apart lasted for nearly 100 years. I wasn't about to sign myself into indefinite servitude. "We have every intention of ending this one quickly. That's why we're doing this. If only our intentions mattered." Zareth laughed. "Fair. Fine." He pondered for a moment, then offered 7 years. 4. "After all this," he gestured to the pages on the desk, "you surely understand that we have to be certain that we get what we need. We're making a significant investment in you, especially when you consider," he tapped Max's name in the contract, "you're forcing us to give up our backup plan." I tried not to show the surge of anger that twisted in me at that. Fine, if that was how it was going to be. When I blinked, I heard Esmerisa's voice so clearly. "You are worth 1,000 gold." "I have one more to add," I said, "and then I will give you an answer." Zareth raised his eyebrows at me expectantly. "My terms will be fulfilled even if I'm dead." I expected some kind of quip, some snarky response, but he only nodded and pressed the pen to the page. 5 years, I said, when he was done. 5, or until the end of the war, or until the orders choose to release me, whatever one is first. Nura turned to us. She and Zareth looked at each other, as if having a silent conversation. "Fine," Zareth said at last, and his hands looped over the parchment in smooth, sweeping movements. Then he stacked the 3 pages neatly together and drew a stratogram over the top sheet, striking an elegant circle of ink over our contract. "I take it," he said, "that you've never done this before." He reached for the dagger and extended his forearm over the desk.
With one strike, he drew blade across his skin, opening a trail of red that spilled over the stratogram. Your turn. He flipped the dagger in his hands, extending the handle to me. The blade smeared blood all over his fingers. We should only need a little. But I didn't hesitate as I took the knife from him, and I didn't break eye contact as I slashed it across my arm. Not even as I struck too deep, splattering crimson across Nura's white jacket, across the page, across that beautiful, expensive marble. Chapter 38. Nura excused herself almost immediately after we left Zareth's office, slinking off without so much as a goodbye. Zareth gave me a cloth to press against the wound on my forearm, and as we walked down the hall, I watched red blossom through the white fabric. Neither of us spoke. I was led into a small, sparse, windowless room, white walls upon white floors. Despite the lack of windows, it was brightly lit. How? I wasn't sure. And only 2 pieces of furniture sat at its center, 2 plain beds. On one lay a tall, thin man, perhaps in his 50s, wearing loose gray robes that blended with the bedsheets. He did not move at all. The other was empty. It became harder and harder to choke my fear back down my throat, especially when I followed Zareth to the center of the room and noticed that the man on the bed had restraints circling his limbs. His eyes stared at the ceiling, glazed over. Zareth motioned towards the empty bed. Lie down. I told myself that I was not afraid, and did as he asked. I turned my head. The man's face fell towards me, sightless eyes staring at me without blinking. He was completely limp, one arm dangling over the edge of his bed, his mouth hanging slack and parted. Zareth leaned over me. The ceiling was so starkly bright that it silhouetted him. I'm going to be honest with you, Tisaanah. This is going to hurt like hell. But I promise that you're not going to die, even if it feels like it. Well, that was comforting. I nodded, even as I flicked my eyes towards the man lying next to me, and wondered if whatever he was qualified as not dead. Zareth stood between the 2 beds, and took the man's limp forearm, pushing up its sleeve and revealing scars on top of scars on top of scars. Then he reached to his belt and produced the dagger. It was still damp with the remnants of both our blood. He didn't hesitate as he opened another slice along the unconscious man's arm, leaving a streak of red. I watched the man's cloudy eyes twitch, only just enough that it might have been an actual reaction, and my stomach vaulted. Then Zareth reached for me. He removed the cloth that I still held pressed against my arm, laying it neatly beside me on the bed. Sorry about this, he said, and I winced as he widened the gash in my forearm. His eyes flicked to me, and for a moment we just looked at each other. Are you afraid? He asked. No, I lied. He let out a small laugh, as if it were that obvious that I was not telling the truth. Then he rolled his head, releasing a shudder of cracks in his neck. Ascended. I'm not warmed up for this. On 3. Ready? I wasn't, but I nodded. 1, 2. And I know that he didn't say 3 before the world went white, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. Pain raked through the insides of my veins, my muscles, my eyeballs, as if creatures with razor-wire fingers were dragging themselves through me. I managed to lift my head just enough to look at my arm, perched in Zareth's fingers. I wondered if I was hallucinating when I saw the vicious tendrils of red and black spiraling from my seeping flesh, rising into the air like hair floating underwater, melding with the crimson silver from the man's own limp arm. The bright whiteness, the nothingness of this room assaulted me, choked me. I felt as if my organs were being peeled apart and reassembled inside out. I didn't realize that I was screaming until I noticed that I couldn't hear anything and that my throat was raw. I had only one thought, that Zareth had to have lied to me, because this could not be death. My head lolled, my vision blurred. My screams faded as my throat lost its grip on my voice, even as it still grabbed it with a toothless bite. And the last thing I heard before I slid into blinding darkness was a voice whispering with manic repetition, "Home, home, 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 home." Chapter 39. Max. If I was a smarter man, I would have known from the very beginning that it was all trouble. Even when I had known her for mere hours, Tisaanah was wringing concessions out of me before I realized that I was making them. "I'm inviting you inside, but only because you can stay here for tonight. Just tonight. I don't know why I believe you. If you go, I go. Always a step further, a step further." She drove forward with such relentless determination, always, no matter what. How could I not follow? And while every one of those steps hurt, like muscles creaking back to life after years of disuse, they still felt so right. A slow, tentative, utterly fucking terrifying return to a natural state. Still, I didn't realize. Not when I agreed to let her into my house, or my mind, or my past.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Not even when I realized that every time I was without her, I found myself collecting little stories and oddities to tell her about when I saw her again, like stones that I slipped into my pockets. Maybe just a dash of it seeped through my thick skull that night when I stood behind her, barely touching and yet drowning in her scent and her skin and my own roaring blood. Trouble, Max, trouble. But that was nothing compared to this moment. The moment that I stood there, watching her walk up the steps to the towers, knowing that nothing I could say or do would stop her. And could I blame her? There was still so much I couldn't tell her. And it was almost poetic, that the very thing that had made me let her in that night, nearly 6 months ago, that determination, that powerful tenacity that made me believe in someone for the first time in so long, that would be the thing to wrench her away. Despite it all, I still admired it, even as I hated it. And it was only then that it became clear. All of those little steps were leading us right over the edge of a cliff. I didn't see any of it until it was too damned late. "Tell me that's not hers!" My voice came out in a frantic, desperate growl that I hardly recognized. I am such an absolute fucking idiot. I had stood there and stared at the doors long after she left, my fingers clenched at my sides. I felt like a piece of clothing with a loose thread, and she'd taken it with her, slowly unraveling me. It seemed like hours before I could even bring myself to move. When I could, I went to the Tower of Midnight, stood in the lobby, and I waited, and waited, and waited. Hours had passed. The daily hustle and bustle of the towers thinned, quieted. I stood, then sat, then paced, then sat. Am such an absolute fucking idiot. When the doors to the main column opened and a familiar face greeted me, I took one look at her and felt like all of the blood had drained from my body at once. "Tell me that's not hers," I said again, my hand catching Nura's arm. Nura looked down at herself, taking in the spatters of red across her white jacket. "It's fine. She got a little overly excited at her first blood pact." She said this as if it was supposed to be a relief instead of the confirmation of all my worst fears. "A blood pact?" I rasped. My fingers unintentionally tightened around Nura's arm. She looked at my hand, then my face, and sighed. "Walk with me," she said, jerking her chin down the hallway. "Nura, ascended help me if... just walk with me." For one brief moment, so brief it was little more than a brush, she laid her hand over mine. Then she pulled away and started down the hall. A blood pact. A fucking blood pact. I felt like my body had forgotten how to move. And then I followed. Nura led me down a series of twisting white hallways until we reached a plain door, far, far from the activity of the lobbies. Her apartment, I realized, as she unlocked it and waved me inside. It was just as clean and sparse and oppressively empty as everything else in this damn place. All white furniture on white floors against white walls. Nura nudged the front door closed, then crossed the living room and went to her bedroom. I stood in the doorway, watching her back as she began unbuttoning her bloody jacket. Where is she? Maybe there was still hope. Maybe there was still time. Maybe I was wrong. Nura lifted one finger to point to the ceiling. Up there. Recovering. Recovering. I had to force my next words up my throat. You gave her Rashai? That's what you were asking her to do? It was the first time I had said my theory aloud, and I wanted so desperately to be wrong. But Nura said, yes. Fuck. Fuck. She's a good candidate, she went on, and we need it now. We're on the brink of something worse than the last one. I couldn't speak. My hands clenched at my sides until they trembled. The room brightened in a grotesque lurch as all of the lanterns in the room flared at once. I had never been this angry, this horrified. Even for you, I choked out, even for you, this is, calm down, calm down. Another flare. That thing should be destroyed, and you know it. It's too useful. Nura cast me a sidelong glance, and there was something about that look that I hated. Hated how much it made her look like the girl I fell in love with when we were 20, and much happier and stupider than we were now. It won't be like last time, Max, and she didn't do anything she didn't want to do. She doesn't know, Nura. She would have done anything to save her people. It wouldn't matter if she did. She was right. I knew it and hated it. Because back then, I had done the same thing. I'd sat in the Arch-Commandant's office as he offered me everything I'd ever wanted. Selfish things, petty things. That's all it took, and I signed away my soul. I'd deserved it, at least. But Tisaanah, ascended above, Tisaanah, and her noble causes? I didn't allow myself to think about the next words that flew from my lips. I'll do it, I said, desperately. I'll do it instead. Take it away from her and give it to me. Nura had been halfway down unbuttoning her jacket, but at this she froze, then slowly turned to me. For a moment she looked genuinely sad, and the rawness of that glance might have been startling under other circumstances. You don't mean that. I'll do it now, I said. My hands were already at my sleeve, exposing my forearm and the scar from the last pact I'd made all those years ago. We have history. I'd be better at wielding it. It will listen to me. Nura was shaking her head. Max, just do it. I staggered forward. This is what you've all wanted anyway, isn't it? And it's too late, Max. Nura's voice sliced through mine, loud enough to echo and hang in the air. She let out a breath and dropped her gaze. It's too late, she repeated, more calmly. And even if it wasn't, I was still clutching my sleeve. I looked down at my shaking hand, at the sun tattoo on my wrist, at the scar just below it. All the signs of the commitment I'd once had for the orders, and marks they had left behind after they had taken everything from me and thrown the rest away, just like they would do to Tisaanah. And the horrifying truth was beginning to sink in, that there wasn't a damn thing I could do to stop it. I didn't look up, but I heard Nura let out a long breath, heard her jacket fall to the ground. And even if it wasn't, she muttered, I don't think anyone wants to play with that kind of fire anymore, anyway. Slowly, I lifted my gaze, only to avert my eyes again. Put some clothes on,
I muttered. Why? Does this make you uncomfortable? She turned to face me fully, presenting her naked body, and the burn scars that covered it. Every inch of that albino Valtane skin was mottled with red and purple, melted into something almost unrecognizable. The scars ran all the way from her shriveled toes up past her collarbone, over her throat, ending behind her left ear. She covered them up with her high-necked, long-sleeved jackets, but you could see the edges at the back of her neck if you knew where to look. The healers only barely managed to save her face, practically peeled off all the skin and regrew it from scratch. I didn't answer. I had seen her body like this only once before, after the end of the war, after Sarlazai, after my family. She showed up at the door of my apartment, and we practically devoured each other with frenzied, manic intensity. But everything about our tryst felt toxic, like we were trying to fuck something dead back to life and pretending we didn't both smell the rot. We didn't even speak. When we were done, she rolled over, put her clothes on, and I didn't see her again for years. The truth was, it did make me uncomfortable to see her this way, and that felt wrong, because I was the one who did it to her. We both made our sacrifices, she said, quietly. I almost laughed. Sacrifices, if that was what we wanted to call it. Murder, slaughter. Sacrifices? Sure.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. 8 years ago, on the second worst day of my life, Noura and I had stood in bloody chaos in the mountains, fighting a battle we could not hope to win. And she had reached into my mind and forced me to decimate the entire city of Sarlazai. A betrayal that won the war, killed hundreds, and completely eviscerated me. And yet, sometimes I forgot that when she made that decision, she fully expected to die for it. Sacrifices. Just the thought of that day made my nostrils burn with the smell of burnt flesh. And we were about to step back into that. Tisaanah was about to be thrown back into that. Noura approached me, her features imbued with a softness that I hadn't seen for many years. "You and your bleeding heart, Max," she whispered. "I'm sorry. I really am." I choked out. "I need you to tell me that this wasn't why you brought her to me. I need you to tell me that I haven't been grooming her for this." Silence. "Noura, it's obsessed with you. We thought that a connection to you would make it easier for her to control it, make it more likely to accept her." I let out a strangled sound that was something between a bitter laugh and a grunt, as if I had been punched in the stomach. But I meant what I said, that day. I thought it would be good for you, to have something to do with your life. She tilted my chin towards her. "Help us. Help her, Max. You can guide her through this." I pulled away. "Like hell I can. Not after what that thing did to me. Not after what I, however unwittingly, did to Tisaanah." I shot Noura a glare. "I'm sure you're about to tell me it isn't a request." A little smile flitted across her mouth. "It has to be a request. Tisaanah wrote it into her pact." "She what?" She strode back to her closet. She was smart. Very specific, her, in requests. We couldn't get out of our promises if we wanted to, and one of them was about you. She selected another one of her identical white jackets. "That you're released from all order obligations. Fresh slate. Congratulations. You're a free man." Words abandoned me. I didn't deserve her. No one deserved her. Noura slid her jacket over her shoulders, covering her burnt skin with spotless white. It hung open as she turned to me once more, pausing. "I did try," she said. "I tried wielding it. It wouldn't accept me." She said this as if it were some great shame, some terrible failure.
It wouldn't accept anyone, and we tried so many. But then she showed up. And it was really just a hunch at first. Maybe because she's Threlian, maybe something else, I don't know. But the minute it tasted her blood, it liked her. Her brows lowered over those sharp eyes, mouth tight. I recognized that look. She was jealous. Jealous, but not because of me, because of it. She was jealous that Tisaanah got to have this thing tear her apart. My anger devoured me so completely that it burned itself out, and suddenly I was numb. Like every emotion became the deafening ringing left behind after a loud noise. I couldn't do this. I couldn't watch this thing destroy Tisaanah the way it had destroyed me. And it would, even though she was better than I was in every way. Stronger, kinder, more deserving. Still, just another light to be snuffed out, another tool to be wielded. And I, however unwittingly, had fed her right to them. Nora buttoned her jacket, sealing away her scars, and with them that brief glimpse of human vulnerability. She's made her choice, Max. Now, you just have to make yours. There is no choice, I spat, and started for the door. Where are you? Anywhere. Wherever was the farthest from here, wherever was the farthest from this damned tower and these people and that thing. I will not be a part of this, Nora. I won't do it. I can't do it. I threw open the door and started down those oppressive, winding hallways. Hallways that drowned me in open space. It was silent, save for my rapid footsteps, a reminder of everything I couldn't outrun. But all I could hear was Tisaanah's lilting voice from our day in the city all those months ago. I heard it over and over, following every step. If I become lost, I will never be found again. I will never be found again. Chapter 40. Tisaanah. I remember only the dreams. I lost myself in a gushing stream of vivid images, drowning in fragments of people that I didn't know and yet knew intimately. A blonde-haired woman wearing a beautiful purple cloak, taking a bite of an apple. A pair of weathered hands wrapping around a door handle. The distinct rush of cold as I stepped into a pool of cold water in a place I'd never seen before, pressing my toes on intricate ceramic tile. My throat contracting, voices, voices, voices. When I snapped my eyes open into black darkness, I inhaled so sharply that I sucked in beads of the sweat rolling down my face. My head throbbed with such vicious intensity that I could practically hear it on the inside of my skull. Saliva pooled at the back of my throat. In a distant thought that was almost drowned out by my pulsating headache, I recognized that I really, really did not want to vomit in bed. I slid back the covers and relished the momentarily distracting tile beneath my bare feet. Then I staggered to the washroom abutting the bedroom and leaned over the sink, clutching the edges. I flicked my head to swish a strand of dangling back hair out of my face. It fell immediately back where it was, directly in front of my vision. Bare footsteps approached, and a soft white light slowly imbued the room. My face. Max's face. My face. Only very distantly, very far away, did it occur to me that this was not what I expected to see. Max. A whisper, hoarse with sleep. I looked over my shoulder to see Nora lingering in the doorway, blinking at me blearily, hair falling in wild, loose curls around her shoulders. She looked so young. "Are you all right?" she asked. I opened my mouth to respond, but instead I woke up. "You're all right!" A hand rubbed my back in smooth, wide circles. It was dark. Everything hurt. Max. I didn't realize I said his name aloud until I heard the voice answer, "Don't talk." My eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, and I found myself looking up at dangling silver braids. Nora. I could only lift my head just long enough to recognize her. Then a spasm shot through my muscles, and I rolled onto my side, curling up. I just saw him. I could have sworn I did. But that wasn't right. He shouldn't be here. Was it a dream? Where is he? I barely got the words out. I don't know, Tisaanah murmured. No one knows. My stomach clenched in nausea, but my cheeks tightened. Good. I hope he's far away. Shh. Nora's touch smoothed away sweat with the cool skin of her palm. Sleep. Your body needs to heal. A blanket of darkness began to fall over my senses, and my chest leapt in panic. No, no, no. I didn't want to go back into that river of dreams. Couldn't. It would kill me. A wave of pain converged with my waning consciousness, momentarily drowning me. When I swung back into tenuous awareness, I was clutching Nora's hand so fiercely that our fingers trembled together. I had lied to Zareth. I was afraid. I was so afraid that I couldn't breathe. My wide eyes shot to Nora, and I knew she understood my silent confession. "You're all right," she whispered. I gripped her hand as if it were the only thing keeping me tethered to the world, until that, too, melted into darkness. "You're all right, Tisaanah." Her voice echoed, fading with me. "I'm not going anywhere." A dream, a memory? I'm not going anywhere, Max. I blinked. It took me a moment to realize what she had said from beneath the pounding of my headache. The girl held out her hands and grinned from between sheets of straight black hair. A bright green snake coiled in her hands, looking at me with unnerving yellow eyes. "You can look at me with that blank stare all you want. I'm not going anywhere, and neither is he." She looked down at her companion and made an exaggerated pout.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. It's not his fault that you're afraid of him. Put out your hands. We were in a small, dusty room, light streaming through one large window, walls lined with shelves that held gold wire cages and little glass boxes. Kira lifted her eyebrows at me, the sarcastic point abandoned in favor of a curling smirk that was so uncannily my own that it still sometimes shocked me. 6 months away, and I had almost forgotten the degree to which we shared the same damn face. "I don't like creatures that don't have the common decency to have limbs," I said. "You don't like the centipedes either, and they have lots of limbs." Something between snakes and centipedes is acceptable. I eyed the snake, who stared back at me with equal trepidation. "Put that thing away." Kira let out a groan, but slid the snake back into his cage. It obeyed so quickly that it almost seemed like it understood what she wanted it to do. She did have an uncanny affinity with the things. "He's one of my favorite new ones. I've gotten so many more since you've been gone." One look around the shed had confirmed that. It had been half as full when I left, but she'd only been getting started. Father agreed to give her the shed out in the woods in exchange for her promise to never, under any circumstances, even the small ones, especially the small ones, bring any kind of living creature into the house ever again. It had been the first thing she wanted to do when I returned home for leave. She hardly let me say hello to anyone else before she dragged me into the woods to show me the new additions to our collection. She slid the green snake's cage back onto the shelf, alongside at least a half-dozen other serpents of various shapes, sizes, and colors. Then snatched a glass box from the shelf below it. "Look at this!" I looked down at a giant, shiny black beetle, its shell reflecting purple and green against the light through the window. "Nice! Do you know what it eats?" I shook my head. "Rotting flesh. That's charming. Don't worry, only the kind that's already dead." Oh, good, that was almost morbid. I ran my eyes along the wall. She liked snakes more than anything, so there were many of those. But the lower shelf, it seemed, was the bug shelf. Beetles, ants, little squirming maggots. I paused at one glass box. "This one," I said, pointing, "looks too normal and pretty to be a part of your collection." She followed my finger to the quivering butterfly perched on a mossy stick, light reflecting off of shimmering burgundy wings. "Oh, I thought so too at first. But," her dark eyes lit up, "did you know that when butterflies make a cocoon, their bodies totally dissolve? They just become sticky caterpillar goo with a couple of organs mixed in. They don't even have a brain." I wrinkled my nose. "That's disgusting. How did you find that out?" I was almost afraid of the answer, so I let out a small breath of relief when she replied, "I read about it." Then she added, "But I didn't think that sounded accurate, so I cut a cocoon in half at Aunt Lysara's house. And it was right, just goo." Mother and Aunt Lysara must have been thrilled. Mother said I lacked social graces. She says that to me, too. Funny, because our mother also lacked social graces, no matter how much she tried to pretend otherwise. Oh, I almost forgot. Kira put down the beetle, distracted, and grinned at me as she snapped her fingers. Then frowned when nothing happened. Another snap, and a third, which released a small puff of blue sparks. She repeated herself, creating a slightly larger cluster of light, like a little fragment of lightning. Good, right? I've been practicing. I smiled despite myself. The only other wielder in our family. It seemed fitting and slightly terrifying. "Have you started thinking about what you'll do for training?" A wrinkle crossed the bridge of her nose as if I was asking her a stupid question. Another expression that I recognized as one that belonged to me first. "I'll join the military, like you and Nura." My smile faded. 6 months ago, I wouldn't have hesitated to encourage her to follow my path. Hell, that's exactly what I did when she first started showing signs of being a wielder. I had no reason not to. I liked the military. Liked the structure, liked the competition, liked the way that it drove me to push myself further and further and further until I clawed my way all the way up the ladder. Certainly much higher than if I were secluded in some poor Solarius shack somewhere, wasting my time with pointless exercises. But these last few months, the war, the battles, it smells terrible in here. The door swung open, and Atraclius poked his head into the shed, wire-frame glasses shifting as he scrunched up his nose. "I've been sent to retrieve you. Father's getting impatient." He grinned. He had one of those smiles that split his whole face in two, almost obnoxiously infectious. "Besides, I'm starving, and I've got a lot of stories to tell you. Max." I opened my mouth to answer, but couldn't speak. The world froze, then dissolved into blackness. Chapter 41. Tisaanah. I grew sicker and sicker. Had it been days or weeks or months? Years? Hours? I didn't even know who I was anymore. I felt as if my own body was attacking me, like my own thoughts were devouring themselves. My strange, vivid dreams grew so real that I didn't know at any given moment whether I was awake or asleep, myself, or any of these strangers. Or, most vividly of all, myself or Max. I spent most of my time sleeping or dreaming or vomiting. Nura was the only one who spent any significant time with me, lulling me back to sleep or attempting unsuccessfully to shove food down my throat. She was in so many of my dreams, too, though she looked different then, rounder-faced, more expressive, her hair in loose waves instead of tamed into those many braids. So many of my dreams were about him. In my dreams, I was him. Did I miss him that desperately? You like his stories the best. I like his, too. The voice curled in my thoughts, lower than a whisper, so faint that it disappeared into my mind like a furl of smoke, gone too quickly for me to identify. "I'm worried about her," I heard Nura say one day, at the other side of my door. "It wasn't this bad when he did it.
Worried? Zareth's voice was pleasant, disaffected. If you are expressing an emotion beyond vague distaste, it must be serious. This isn't a joke. I know she can do this. Can we do this, Tisaanah? Do we want to? My consciousness threatened to slip away yet again, but I heard something that snagged my interest, and I forced myself to stay alert. Maybe he can help. You've heard nothing from him? Why would I? My, Zareth purred, all that moral aggrandizing, and he just up and leaves? Don't sound so smug, Zareth. Even you can't pull off that kind of hypocrisy. Do you think he'll come back for you? Gods, I hoped he didn't. And this time I could have sworn I heard a small, confused voice say, very clearly, "Why not?" And it was only then, in the genuine confusion of that question, that I realized the whispers I heard were not my own garbled thoughts. I sat up. What? My voice was so hoarse that even that word cracked. This time the voice came from within my head. I couldn't pin it to a sound. It was neither male nor female, unmarked by age, though the word was spoken with the confusion of a small child. Shattered pieces of memories ran through my mind, like pages in a book being flipped by a thumb, each visible for only a split second. The first chuckle Max and I shared together. He could be your apprentice. The look he gave me when I saw his decision to train me snap into place. The first time I heard him laugh at one of my jokes. If you go, I go. The sound of his voice as he begged me to leave with him. You have me, Tisaanah.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Another set of images, of sensations now, my gaze sweeping over his body, the warmth of him the night we fell asleep beside each other in the garden, the trails of fire his fingers brushed on my skin when he gave me my necklace, his lips against the back of my neck, his chest against mine. I could be made for this. My mouth opened. I was going insane. My mouth snapped shut. Silence, save for my pounding heartbeat. I waited. Nothing. My head lolled, throbbed. But then, just as I felt myself begin to drift out of consciousness again, I heard it, as if coming from very far away. The voice mused. Who are you? Maybe the better question was, what? It answered, simply. I was definitely going insane. The weapon will become a part of you, Zareth had told me. You talk about it as if it is a person. A dawning realization bloomed, scalding up my spine. It swung in and out like a dangling lantern, the light casting garish, shifting shadows on the recesses of my mind. It was as tired and disoriented as I was. I could feel it. Images shuffled through my vision again, pausing at a brief memory of my hands running through those famous Threlian plains, letting the tall grass tickle my fingers. Backwards. Then again. You know, Max? I whispered. Stupid question. I knew the answer. A purr of familiarity slithered in the space between my thoughts. Again, that childlike confusion. It pressed. I realized it wanted an actual answer. Don't you see my thoughts? Me too. And that is why I asked. The presence sighed, or at least it felt like an exhale. It made my skin crawl. It sounded further away. Every word unleashed waves of pain, as if my own thoughts and blood were rebelling against me. That isn't true, I thought. I blinked and struggled to open my eyes again. It took me a moment to realize I was looking at the ceiling. I didn't know when I had fallen back in bed. Tired was an understatement. I felt as if I were dying, losing both my body and my mind. A manic smile twitched at the corners of my mouth. I thought of Cyril, of my friends in Esmerus estate. Wrong.
I was more concerned with what I was gaining than anything else. I felt curious fingers pause at that thought. Turn it over. Freeze the image of Cyril's face and replay sensation of his goodbye kiss on my cheek. I felt the question before it was solidified into words. You see, but do not understand, I whispered. Not to want, to love. The whisper dipped me into darkness. The bed split beneath me, sending me falling, spiraling. Darkness and flames devoured me. A dream, a memory. Flames devoured me, licking my skin, filling my nostrils with the putrid scent of burning flesh. Skin bubbled when it burned, and those bubbles burst and gushed beneath the rough grip of hands or the more vicious bite of a blade. This, I had learned, was universally true. It was true of order wielders. It was true of guard soldiers. It was true of Rivenai rebels. And it was true of the men, women, and children who were none of those things. It was true of Nora, who, even after what she had done, was the first body I crawled to in the ashes of Sarla's eye. I was certain that she had to be dead. When I handed her off to the healers, I was so relieved to hear her release a little agonized whimper as sheets of her skin clung to the toothy fabric of my jacket. Relieved. Ascended. What a fucking word to use. I watched my fingers pick apart layers of fabric, threads fraying between my fingernails. Max, I thought you might want to see. And I was back. Back here, in my bedroom on the western shores, lying on my stomach on my bed, looking down at that red bedspread and melting right into it. I blinked and looked up to see Kira standing in the doorway, smiling at me with an unusual hesitancy. She held one of her glass boxes in her hands. Look, I raised this one, just came out of its silk today. She lifted the box to show me a little red butterfly fluttering anxiously at the top of its enclosure. I barely glanced at it. Pretty. I thought you might like it because it has a reasonable number of limbs. Her words faded to the background. I made a non-committal noise of acknowledgement. Kira's barefoot footsteps padded forward. You know, I'm happy you're home for a break, she said, quietly. Even if you aren't. Before I could stop myself, I let out a violent scoff. A break? A break really meant, you're clearly going to lose your mind at any moment, and we certainly don't want you here when you do it. A break meant, you were responsible for the deaths of hundreds of order soldiers, so go hide for a while we decide whether you're a hero or a war criminal. But most of all, a break meant, my name is Zareth fucking Aldris, and I'm a power-hungry bastard who wants every other candidate for Archcommandant as far away from the towers as possible. Well, that was fine. He could have it. Suddenly, it seemed so damn trivial. How does it feel to be a war hero? Kira asked. Hell, never say it, but even Brayan is impressed. There was a very recent time when even Brayan's unspoken approval would have been worth more than gold to me. But now, like the title of Archcommandant, it meant nothing. I wanted to tell her, it feels like children's bones snapping in my hands. What a thing to be proud of. My heart stopped. I ran my fingers over all of my mental walls and doors. None of them felt as solid as they once were. Nothing ever seems quite the same in there after a Voltine gets in and starts moving things around. And even beyond that, my head had become a messier and more confusing place than ever in this past week. I need to be alone, I snapped, and I didn't look up to see whatever pitying look Kira might have given me, before I heard her pick up her glass box and back out of my room. I stood, closed the door, locked it, then crossed the bedroom and jammed myself into a corner, resting my forehead at the apex of two walls. Rashai observed. Of course I'm angry. I tried to grab hold of that mental door, replace it, but it was suddenly impossible to find. You killed thousands of people. Thousands. The scale of it still made my hands go numb. And, save for a too small handful of people, the world thought I did that. Its unnerving, childlike confusion rippled across my temples. Us? I spat a scoff aloud. There is no us. A spiral of hurt clenched around my mind, so genuine and pure that it threw me slightly off balance. Ascended. How I hated it. Hated it. From the depths of that hate, my mental walls began to take shape. There it was. And if I could coax it back, swing the door closed. There is no us. You did that yourself. Distract it. And then a sharp impact reverberated through the back of my skull, like an abruptly caught heavy door stopped mid-movement. Then all of the hairs on my body stood upright at the sensation of fingernails dragged across metal. I didn't want that. That was horrible. I didn't want that to happen. You used my body to do terrible things. My body. This is mine. Now get out of my head and let me enjoy my time with my family. I couldn't do this. Standing here in the corner, hissing at myself like a lunatic, knuckles clenched against the wallpaper. No, this was not going to be my life, or anyone else's. The first fucking thing I was going to do when I got back to the towers was get this monster out of my... The word shook me from the inside out, lit me on fire with fury and wounded hurt. In a furious rush, I tried to hold on to control, tried to slam that door closed. White, eviscerating pain slid beneath my skull. My mind began to slip, but I fought it, throwing myself around every thread of control. I am not yours. I am not fucking yours. Those were the only words my mind could form through that all-consuming effort, and they were quickly drowned out by a wall of rage and my own mounting dread. I felt Rashai rise and rise and rise.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Until it was as if we looked at each other straight in the eye, perfectly matched for one terrifying moment, each clawing on to control with equal strength. And then it said, in a sad, slithering whisper, I felt my back straighten, my fingers unclench. No. A door slammed in my face. Stop! I had made a terrible mistake. My feet crossed the room. My hands unlocked the door, opened it. I threw myself against my own mind with frantic intensity, meeting only a wall. Stop! The word echoed, first as a command, then a plea. I fought and fought and fought, but the steps just kept going. A trachleus room was first, next door to mine. I would remember the perplexed grin he gave me as I first threw open the door, and the way it barely had time to sour into fear before his blood spattered the dulled carpet. I would remember the crunch of his warped eyeglasses under my boot. Mariscus came next, then Shylea. I would remember 2 sets of chestnut curls singed and burning. Stop! 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 Still I fought. I clung to my muscles desperately, clawing, leaving gauges of horror. You won't do this. You can't do this. My father. I would remember how he grabbed the fire poker before he saw my face, raising it with a graceful hand molded by decades of his own military experience. How a morbid hope leapt in me at the sight of it. How I threw everything I had into grabbing one fraying thread of control and making my body seize for a moment, just one split second. Do it, I prayed. Do it fast. But when he recognized me, he hesitated.
only long enough to tilt his wrist and redirect the point from my throat to my shoulder. Too long. The thread slipped from me, and I would remember the sickening angle at which that poker extended from his throat. Then Varioslas. I would remember the way he grabbed my wrist first, slender fingers too startled to push back. My mother. I would remember the single confused wrinkle between her dark eyebrows, the way her fingertips brushed my face as she fell. And then I walked out to the entryway and stood there in massive, echoing silence. My fingernails still weakly clawed at the glass wall that separated me from my body. You killed them all. You killed them all. The sentence looped in a frantic, lungless breath. My eyes stared at the door, watching waning sunlight burn through the stained glass semicircle that adorned it. Together, we smoldered in the remnants of Rachel's anger, standing on the precipice of eerie, tentative calm. I hoped that my despair would mask my untruth. But then it whispered. And as my fingers curled around the front door, my fight started all over again, with renewed desperation, unrelenting with every step that my body took through the forest, towards that familiar shed. Please, please. I had never begged anyone for anything before, not once, not even in Sarlazai. I'm sorry. I was wrong. You were always right. My hands threw open the shed door. Kira sat on her knees on the floor, the green snake winding its way up her arms. Please, I begged, I will never fight you again. Don't do this. I will do anything. There was a moment of stillness. I felt Rachel's attention shift toward me in quiet consideration. In that moment, I seized upon its brief distraction, made a mad rush for control of my own body. My left finger twitched. My head snapped to observe that hand, lifting it to my face. Anger, rising anger. And a force pushed me back, shoving me to the back of my own mind. I would remember that Kira was the only one who tried to fight back the sting of the lightning that leapt from her fingertips the moment she hit the ground, even as flames crawled up her clothing. I would remember how quickly that green snake lunged from her arm to mine, burying its fangs in my wrist. Most of all, I would remember her face, my face, as she stared back at me through tendrils of long black hair. And I would barely, only barely, remember the crushing weight of my own consciousness being thrust back upon me. The shiver of Rachel's whisper, as we tumbled together into darkness. Chapter 42. Tisaanah. I woke up gagging and sobbing at the same time. It took me several seconds to realize where I was and who. More than that, to realize that the voice that was weeping their names was mine. And longer, to recognize that another person was holding a basin beneath my face, catching my watery vomit, while another hand held my matted hair out of my face. Gods, it hurt. It hurt so much I couldn't even breathe, couldn't think, couldn't navigate my own mind around that seeping grief. I had never met them, and yet I knew them so intimately that I felt their deaths like acid in an open wound. A low voice was whispering, "Breathe, breathe, breathe," as steady as a heartbeat. My hand reached out and found the warmth of skin. I realized all at once who sat beside me. I lifted my face to see the ghostly outline of Max's face in the darkness, those bright, unnatural eyes glistening. The sight of him drew a dagger from my gut up through my lungs. My fingers tightened around his. Real. He was real. I choked out, They are all I know." A low, pained whisper. "You talked in your sleep." I let out a cry that scraped from deep inside of me. and I felt arms encircle me, pull me into an embrace that I craved, even though it made me so sad. "You should not be here," I wept against his skin. "You were not supposed to be here. Fly away," I wanted to beg, even as I, ever the traitor, pulled him closer. Fly away from all of this. I felt his back shudder with a broken inhale. "They have nothing holding you anymore," I said between sobs. "There is nothing to make you stay. Don't." His whisper was raw and throaty, and I felt his tears mix with mine, hot against my cheek, as our bodies folded around each other. "Don't be stupid." Chapter 43. Max. I had made it approximately 37 minutes before I realized that I was lying to myself. A week ago, I had stormed out of the towers convinced that I had no choice but to sever myself from all of this. I refused to become a part of the Order's scheming, and I refused to help them take advantage of Tisaanah more than I already unwittingly had. I returned home, and I stood there at the edge of my property, staggering from my anger and despair and the addled disorientation of stratogram travel, just looking at it. My little stone cabin, and that wild, overgrown expanse of flowers. It had been a beautiful day. Sunshine, a gentle breeze, flitting butterflies and all. Idyllic. A bastion of peace and tranquility. And in that moment, I hated it. After the deaths of my family, I lost years to drugs, wine, and aimless wandering. A slower kind of suicide, perhaps. And when I finally clawed my way out of that self-destruction, I built a cottage too far away from the world to be bothered. I planted hundreds upon hundreds of flowers and told myself they were all the company I needed. Better than people anyway, I'd mutter to myself. Simpler to care for, more predictable, and much prettier. And, to be fair, the flowers hadn't done what Tisaanah had. They just sat there, swaying in the wind, with no intention of up and selling themselves to the organization that ruined my life. I didn't have to run around begging them not to make blood pacts with Zareth Aldris. But they were also static and silent. They were simpler, yes, but they wouldn't whisper stories of lost lands at night, wouldn't joke or laugh. They were more predictable, but they had no dreams for a better future, no ambitions, no hope. And they were pretty, but they had nothing on Tisaanah's lively beauty, the kind that changed a little each time I looked at her, as if I were discovering a new, breathtaking facet with each of her expressions. I just stood there, and all at once I was struck by my own self-absorbed cowardice. I'd spent years so smugly certain that I was somehow morally superior for opting out of a world that was cruel and imperfect and complicated.
Morally fucking superior. Me, sitting here alone with the flowers while Tisaanah suffered. Me, living in this cottage that had become her home just as much as it was mine, going back to a meaningless life and telling myself, well, it's the only thing I can do. I sank to my knees, and for 30 minutes I sat there, coming to terms with what I was about to do. When I stood up again, my decision had been made. Now, Tisaanah lay heavy against my chest, sleeping. Though, I remembered enough about my time with Rashai to know that it was really more like losing consciousness than falling asleep. Every so often, my fingers would drift down to the inside of her wrist, relief in the warm beat of blood beneath fragile skin. It had taken me a week to put my affairs in order, gather the supplies I needed, tie up loose ends. In some ways, I had been dreading coming here. But there was another part of me that felt an odd, primal sense of relief in the weight of her against me. Like some missing puzzle piece had been restored. I'd been surprised at how much I missed her. And here, in this moment, in the blur of my exhaustion and the pre-dawn silence, it was so unnervingly easy to forget why we were here. So easy to forget that hours ago I had listened to her live my most terrible memory. To call it strange would be an understatement. To hear fragments of the worst day of my life whispered back to me from the lips of someone who had become so precious to me. To be reminded of everything I had already lost while looking into the eyes of everything I had left to lose. I dreaded morning. How would she look at me, I wondered, now that she knew about what I had done and about the monster that now lived inside her? That thought scared me, but not as much as my next one. The creature that had ruined my life now lurked behind those captivating, mismatched eyes. I was scared of how she would look at me, yes, but I was terrified of how I would look at her and the things I would feel when I did. And so, for now, I was all right with this, the silence. I wasn't sure how many hours had passed when I felt her shift against me. I prepared to slide myself out from under her. I could only assume that the minute she was awake, this was about to get incredibly awkward. And we had damn more than enough to worry about already without addressing whatever this was. Tisaanah lifted her head and looked at me, and I froze. I knew right away that it wasn't her. The eyes moved too much. Tisaanah had a steady, piercing gaze, but this was all over the place, jumping from the ceiling to the floor to the blankets to me. The corners of her mouth lurched into something only vaguely resembling a smile. "Hello, Maxantarius." She had no accent. The sound of her voice without it sent fire spiraling up my spine. "Riche." The word came out in a low, choked snarl. That lurching gaze settled on me, and the way it suddenly went steady was somehow even more unnerving. "I have missed you," she whispered, rough and gasping. "I always knew our story was not complete." She had to force out the final word, as if it were already losing its grip on control. And before I could react, the expression fell away, her eyes rolling and fluttering closed. She went so still that I found myself questioning whether she had even moved at all. I pushed strands of black and silver hair from her face. Out. Totally out. Somehow, she looked more peaceful than she did before. I let out a sharp breath and slumped back against the headboard, my heart pounding. Of their own accord, my arms tightened around Tisaanah's shoulders. Perhaps this could have been the part where I realized I'd made a terrible mistake. Instead, I felt a different kind of fury scorch my veins, setting me alight. Maybe Riche was right. Our story apparently was not complete, and I would be lying if I said that I wasn't afraid. But I was also angry. My fingers wrapped around Tisaanah's, squeezed. If this wasn't the end, then I was ready to write a better fucking conclusion this time, whatever it took. Chapter 44. Tisaanah. My eyes were crusted shut when I woke up, and I nearly panicked in the darkness, terrified of what I might see or hear within it. But there was still no sign of Riche, to my relief. Piece by piece, it all came back to me. My dreams, my memories, Sarla's eye, and what came after. Every dead Farlione face. And I forced my eyes open, crack, to blinding brightness, and to the sight of Max pacing the length of the room, looking as if he had been doing so for a long time. There was something about his demeanor that was so different than the intimacy we shared last night, even compared to the typical everyday intimacy of our friendship before this terrible week began. A certain removed, focused intensity. He looked terrible, and yet he was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. This second thought felt slightly traitorous as it flitted through my mind. I shouldn't be happy that he was here. He was, after all, sharing a room with the same thing that had killed his family.
the thing that now lives inside of me. "You shouldn't be here," I told him. My voice was raspy. He barely acknowledged me, barely even looked at me. Instead, he sat at the edge of the bed, placed his hand on my sweaty forehead, and practically interrogated me about how I was feeling. Headache? Tolerable. Chills? No. Nausea? Moderate. Fever? Mild. On and on. I answered him with increasingly curt responses. Then I ran my tongue over dry lips and whispered, "Why did you come back?" He looked away. "Your energy needs to be on taking care of yourself. That's where you need to focus all of that relentless brute force, because you're going to need every bit of it." I sank to my knees, and for 30 minutes I sat there, coming to terms with what I was about to do. When I stood up again, my decision had been made. Now, Tisaanah lay heavy against my chest, sleeping. Though, I remembered enough about my time with Rashai to know that it was really more like losing consciousness than falling asleep. Every so often, my fingers would drift down to the inside of her wrist, relief in the warm beat of blood beneath fragile skin. It had taken me a week to put my affairs in order, gather the supplies I needed, tie up loose ends. In some ways, I had been dreading coming here. But there was another part of me that felt an odd, primal sense of relief in the weight of her against me. Like some missing puzzle piece had been restored. I'd been surprised at how much I missed her. And here, in this moment, in the blur of my exhaustion and the pre-dawn silence, it was so unnervingly easy to forget why we were here. So easy to forget that hours ago I had listened to her live my most terrible memory. To call it strange would be an understatement. To hear fragments of the worst day of my life whispered back to me from the lips of someone who had become so precious to me. To be reminded of everything I had already lost while looking into the eyes of everything I had left to lose. I dreaded morning. How would she look at me, I wondered, now that she knew about what I had done and about the monster that now lived inside her? That thought scared me, but not as much as my next one. The creature that had ruined my life now lurked behind those captivating, mismatched eyes. I was scared of how she would look at me, yes, but I was terrified of how I would look at her and the things I would feel when I did. And so, for now, I was all right with this, the silence. I wasn't sure how many hours had passed when I felt her shift against me. I prepared to slide myself out from under her. I could only assume that the minute she was awake, this was about to get incredibly awkward. And we had damn more than enough to worry about already without addressing whatever this was. Tisaanah lifted her head and looked at me, and I froze. I knew right away that it wasn't her. The eyes moved too much. Tisaanah had a steady, piercing gaze, but this was all over the place, jumping from the ceiling to the floor to the blankets to me. The corners of her mouth lurched into something only vaguely resembling a smile. "Hello, Maxantarius." She had no accent. The sound of her voice without it sent fire spiraling up my spine. "Rashai." The word came out in a low, choked snarl. That lurching gaze settled on me, and the way it suddenly went steady was somehow even more unnerving. "I have missed you," she whispered, rough and gasping. "I always knew our story was not complete." It had to force out the final word, as if it were already losing its grip on control. And before I could react, the expression fell away, her eyes rolling and fluttering closed. She went so still that I found myself questioning whether she had even moved at all.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. It was dark where Rashai was, as if it had inhaled the threads down its throat. I imagined wrapping it in a series of bindings, shackling it, locked with a key that I hid within the recesses of my own thoughts. But still, this seemed so weak. I did not voice this, but Max must have seen my apprehension anyway. Some of it might be a crutch, he said. And no, this probably won't work forever. That's why you always have to be looking for it, always. But it's a start. A start. That was something. It had to be. For a moment we stared at each other. Something tightened in my chest as I took in the shadows beneath Max's beautiful eyes. He held my gaze only for a moment before looking down at his hands, fidgeting. Max, I started, but he turned away, reaching into his pockets and placing a series of rattling bottles on the desk. This one is for the headaches. Each sentence was punctuated by another pang of glass against the wood. This is for the nausea. He continued down the line, for the chills, for the lack of concentration, to force a dreamless sleep. Then he paused before the two final bottles. This one will knock you out in seconds. He did not need to tell me why I might need such a thing. And this one will render your magic non-existent for anywhere from minutes to hours, depending on how much you take. I strangled a gasp. I didn't even know such a thing was possible. And then he just stood there, gaze drawn to the ground. I wanted to seize upon this moment of silence, but I wasn't even sure what I would say. A knock on the door interrupted my thoughts before I could clarify them, and Nura entered. "You look worlds better," she observed, then turned to Max. He barely looked at her. "So," she said, "you came back after all." "So it would appear," he said tightly. Then her eyes fell on the bottles lining the desk, and her eyebrows rose. "How did you manage to get these?" She paused at the last one and shot him a look. "Is this what I think it is? You're the mind reader, not me. Did you leave Ara to get this? Even Zareth and I typically can't get our hands on this stuff." He shrugged. "I have my connections." Then he tucked his hands into his pockets and straightened, flicking his gaze to me. "I have a few things I need to do. You'll be all right for an hour or so?" Words that I could not untangle still coiled in my chest. So many things that I had wanted to say to him, but I swallowed them back and simply nodded. He gazed at me for just a split second longer before he turned around and slipped out the door. Nura sat beside me for a while, examining me, taking my pulse and checking my breathing. At her mere touch, a revulsion rose in me. When I looked at her, I saw flashes of memories that weren't mine. Most vividly, the image of her blood-stained face, palm raising to my temple, in a betrayal that would wreck Max's life and destroy the city of Sarlazai. Perhaps she noticed me flinching away from her touch because she gave me a long, quiet look, one that balanced on the edge of an unspoken question. "Has it begun speaking to you?" The memory of that voice slithered through me. "Yes," I said. "Good. I think you've pushed through the worst of it then, and you should be able to begin harnessing it soon." Harnessing it? Is that what she told herself she was doing in Sarlazai that day? "What is it?" I whispered. "That's not an easy question to answer. The best we can tell, it is essentially raw magic that draws from a deeper level than that harnessed by human wielders, deeper even than that drawn upon by the Syriazan or the Fae. But it speaks. It is sentient," Nora said lightly. "Yes. So, what is it, or was it? No one knows. It was secured by Zareth's predecessor, Azrael, somewhere past Besrith." She was quiet for a moment, her gaze slipping further away. "He died before anyone could find out exactly where. But it is very powerful." Memories flashed through my mind. Memories of fire and blood and destruction, and above all, devastation. Memories of Max's family and their dead, horrified faces. "It showed me," I said. My gaze met hers, and I knew we both understood which ones. Nora's throat bobbed, her only hint of emotion.
"It is a terrifying creature in many ways," she said, "but it is also incredibly powerful. And even in the horrible things it does, it saves many lives." "It showed me what you did in Sarlazai." My fingers clenched, and Nora's eyes flicked away from me, suddenly preoccupied with the notes on her lap. "I did what my position and my rank bound me to do." "You forced him," my words came through clenched teeth. The betrayal that Max had felt that day still ached in my chest. I knew what that was, to feel like your body is not your own. And his memories of the city's destruction mingled with my own half-remembered images of the capital of Nizaran burning. And so many died. Her gaze shot to me, sharp as the edge of a blade. "I did what I had to do, and I will carry that weight to my grave. Thousands and thousands more would have died if the war had continued. It would have gone on for years. And I saw it then, an opportunity. I could smell the burning flesh. Opportunity. You know as well as I do that sometimes we have to do terrible things for the sake of something bigger. You knew that when you spilled your blood on that contract." Her mouth tightened, a sorrowful wrinkle forming between her brows. "Max was the most important person in my life. There was only one thing I loved more than I loved him." Her eyes flicked back to mine, brighter, colder. Aura. Only Aura. My stomach nodded. Love? Was that love? To betray someone's trust so viciously? To make sacrifices on the behalf of so many other people? No, never. I didn't trust myself to open my mouth. Nora rose, wandering to the desk and looking at those little glass bottles. "He came back last night, then?" For some reason, my answer made my chest ache. "Yes." I watched the corners of her mouth lift into a little, mournful smile. "I knew he would." Chapter 45. Max. I strode through the streets with my hands shoved into my pockets. The sounds of the city did nothing to drown out my thoughts, and the fresh air did nothing to distract me. The memory of Tisaanah's voice when it was not her own still lingered constantly in the back of my mind, and with it came the looming dread of all that would come next, like an avalanche groaning above us while I clutched the first broken stone in my palm. I knew it would be bad, but I still had been caught off guard by how hard it hit me, just to see Tisaanah when she awoke, how just looking at her made words tangle and fear tear through me like a mouthful of broken glass. I knew she had questions, and that soon I would have to answer them. And I knew that I'd been too abrupt, too distant this morning. But I just couldn't, not until I figured out how to confront all of this, and scraped up the courage to pull the lid off the box I'd sealed shut for nearly a decade. Soon, I told myself. Soon. But for now, I just walked. The shop was in the outskirts of the city, where buildings were still nestled closely together, but far from the hustle and bustle of its center. It was a little thing, squished between two much larger businesses, but had a stateliness to it. Even the front steps were immaculate, the plants neatly groomed, the burgundy paint gleaming. Esrin, Emot, read a sign above the door. It was unlocked. I slipped in quietly and leaned against the frame, feeling awkward. The inside of the practice was just as neat and quaint as the outside. Immediately within the door was a small waiting area. Two folded paper barriers hid the entrance to the back section, and I could hear voices from behind. "I still can't open these fingers, healer." The first sounded as if it came from an older man, audibly anxious. "And I told you that if I can't do that, then I don't know how I'm going to keep at my work." "I understand," Samaran's voice. It couldn't be a starker contrast to his patient's brogue, smooth, steady. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. And from the beginning, the goal has always been to make sure you regain full use of your hand. That's happening somewhat slower than I'd anticipated, but that is completely normal.
I took a step to the side so I could peer around the barrier. I could see Samarin's back and the back of his patient's sun-spotted, balding head. There are 27 bones in the human hand and 4 major tendons, Samarin said. When you first came to me, 20 of them were crushed, and 3 of those tendons were totally severed. Not to mention all of the muscle and skin that had been torn apart. See? There was a rustling of paper. Today, you only have 5 fractured bones left, and the tendons are regrowing nicely. We just need to take our time to be certain that all of the delicate connective tissues reattach properly. He said all of these things as if they were simply a collection of facts, steadfast and gentle. He was good at that, taking the insurmountable and, quietly, making it surmountable. It wasn't a surprise, or shouldn't have been a surprise. But here I was, peering into the life of a man I called my best friend. And it hit me all at once exactly how selfish I had been, how uncompromising. I could count on one hand the number of times I had deigned to visit Samarin's practice over these last years. All the while, he dropped in on me 4 times a week just to make sure I hadn't hung myself. All the things I'd missed, just so I could lock myself up in a fucking cabin somewhere and pray at the altar of my own isolation. Behind me, I heard a door swing open and a familiar voice pipe up. "Max? What are you—" But then a thump, then a crash, then a shatter. When I looked behind me, Moth was on the ground, surrounded by scattered instruments and broken glass and an overturned side table. "Hi, Moth," I said. "Hi, Max," he replied, somewhat sheepishly. Moth. How many times have I reminded you to— Samarin appeared from behind the barrier, then stopped short when his gaze fell to me. "Max?" His demeanor shifted, falling into seriousness, as if something about my face or posture alone told him that something was very wrong. And of course, as always, he was right. I gave him a smile that probably looked more like a grimace and a weak wave. "Hi." Samarin listened, ever patient, as I told him the whole sorry thing. It all sounded so ridiculous, borderline insulting, actually. After all, he had spent roughly 8 years holding me together after the war, and the orders and Rashai had all ripped me apart. Holding me together as if I was just a collection of limp limbs, like any of his grotesque battlefield corpses. And here I was, about to step back into it again, a slap in the face. When I was done, he sat there silently, digesting everything he had heard. "I knew something was wrong," he said, at last, "when you voluntarily appeared in public." I mustered a weak scoff. "In my defense, I've been downright social lately." Samarin crossed his arms and watched me, a slight furrow in his brow. One would think that after all this time, I would be better at reading him, instead of just sitting here squirming under his assessing gaze like a child waiting to be scolded by a parent. "So," I cleared my throat, "that's it. And you know what I have to do." He lowered his chin in the ghost of a nod. "Yes? Yes?" I was expecting something more along the lines of, "This is a terrible decision, Max. What the hell is wrong with you?" A tiny, humorless smile. "I know exactly what's wrong with you." Then it faded as he asked, "It's done then?" My answer physically hurt, blood-packed and all. He winced. "This is ugly, Max." Ugly was the kindest possible term for what this was. When I spoke again, my voice was rougher than I had intended. "Those bastards should know better. They saw what that thing can do. I can't just let it go. And I can't just leave her there." The wrinkle between his brows deepened. "You would be giving them exactly what they want. I know it." I shifted uncomfortably in my chair. "And there's one other thing. You're asking me to go, too." He said it as a smooth, matter-of-fact statement, not a question. Ascended? How did he always know? I cleared my throat. "The thing is, if you don't do it, who will? I don't trust those people. But you know her. You know she's not a tool or a monster." Samarin gave me a small nod, still unreadable.
I know that this is a big thing to ask of you, and I would understand if you wanted to tell me where to go." There was a long, agonizing silence. "There have been a lot of bad days," he said slowly. "During, after. But the one I think about the most is the day after it happened." He didn't need to say what it was. There was always only one it, one event that loomed over them all. Even though we had never broached this subject, at least not so directly, to have it thrown out there in the open now left me momentarily off kilter, especially in the wake of these last few days. "I don't remember," I said. "The days after my family's death were a smear of nightmares, dark and runny like bleeding ink. Hours, days, weeks, gone." "Good." His eyes flicked to me, and there was something in them that I rarely saw on Samarin's face. Regret. "I hope you never do. But I think about it often, and I think about what would have happened if I had been there one day earlier." He said this, as always, calmly. So calmly that it took me a minute to realize exactly what he was admitting. When I did, I was stunned, speechless. All these years, and I'd had no idea that he had been carrying that kind of guilt. He'd never told me, never so much as revealed a hint of it. "You shouldn't," I murmured at last. "It wouldn't have made a difference." But Samarin just shook his head and said, "It was my job. To keep me, to keep Rashai under control. His particular abilities, control of human flesh, made him the perfect failsafe. He could force my body down, force my lungs to shrivel or limbs to lock. Terrible, humiliating, painful, but effective. That was, after all, why the orders had partnered us. He was the leash. "I told you to go," I said, and even as the words left my lips, I knew they were an understatement. I'd forced him out. I was grieving the lives lost in Sarlazai, horrified by myself and the creature that lived inside me, heartbroken by Nura's betrayal, and I let all of that consume me until I was cruel and selfish and fucking stupid. I just wanted to be alone. Well, I got my wish, didn't I? I leaned forward. "Listen, Samarin. That day was a tragically perfect set of circumstances. A flawlessly aligned cosmic event of cascading shit. It doesn't matter what might or might not have happened if you were there, because you weren't. But even if you were, maybe it wouldn't have changed anything. Maybe the shit would have just cascaded a little differently, and there would have been one more body dragged out of that house. I blinked away that brief flash of possibility before I let it settle. Because therein lay the one certainty. If that had happened, I wouldn't have made it through these last 8 years alive." He let out a long breath, but said nothing. His eyes lowered. "All right?" I pressed. "All right." Then his gaze met mine, and the well of emotions in it was so unnervingly stark, the reluctant setting down of a weight. "I never want to see a day like that again," he said. "So yes, I will go." Relief flooded me. "Thank you," I murmured, the only words I could find, even though it was too weak of a response. Samarin shrugged. "You've saved my life enough times. And," his expression hardened just for a moment, "Tisaanah deserves better." Then he cocked his head, smirking. "Perhaps next time, though, you could choose a more mundane paramour. Maybe a baker. Then we could just sit around eating pies instead of throwing our lives into such exciting disarray." I barked a scuff. "It's not like that." His eyes narrowed. Then he added, "I expect to be paid exorbitantly, of course." "Of course," I replied.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. As if there was enough money in the world. I had one more stop to make before I would return to the towers, and I dully dreaded it. Yet another thing that I never thought I would have to do again. I wove through the dim alleyways of downtown, stopping at a familiar, dusty storefront. I couldn't help but eye the place where we had passed the man with the green coat and matching bird last time Tisaanah and I had come here. Nowhere to be found now. Vaya looked thoroughly unsurprised to see me, so unsurprised that it was a little unnerving, and invited me in with casual nonchalance. She wore only a garish, silky robe tied loosely around her waist. As she led me back to her workshop, I earned a lazy wave from an equally half-dressed man lounging on a sofa. I was glad I didn't arrive 10 minutes earlier. "So, Max, what can I do for you?" She lit the lights in the back room, one by one. With each new flame, more blades slit the darkness, cleaving through shadows with shocks of reflected gold. "I need a weapon." "I remember a time when you said you wouldn't need one again." Don't remind me. Turns out I was wrong. I knew something was going on when you asked about the Craxillus. That's heavy shit. You're coming perilously close to asking questions, and I thought that went against your policy." She cocked her head. The dim light enhanced her severe features, cutting shadows across the dramatic panes of her face. She looked downright otherworldly. Vaya wasn't a wielder, but I'd bet my life that she had some kind of magic sensitivity. She needed it to make the kind of weapons she made as well as she did. And beyond that, her perception was nothing short of uncanny. "It doesn't need to be anything fancy," I said. "Just something better than whatever standard-issue garbage they'd try to." Vaya padded across the room and opened a closet. My words were drowned out briefly by a series of clatters as she dug around, and when she turned, I forgot what I was about to say. Ascended? I hadn't looked at that in years. Wouldn't have expected the sight of it alone to punch me in the gut quite like it did. "You kept it," I breathed. "You think I was going to let one of my best pieces get dumped in the trash or gambled away? Left in a brothel alleyway somewhere?" She clicked her tongue, shaking her head. "You could have resold it. I knew you'd need it back one day. Besides, it loves you. Here." She extended her arm, holding the weapon out to me. "Don't be so scared of it." Truth be told, I was a little scared of it. I reached out, and my hand slid easily into memorized, well-worn position. Vaya had crafted this for me almost 10 years ago. It was the length of a spear, but double-ended, forged from bronze that was so lightweight that it seemed to stretch the bounds of feasibility. Elegant swirls and scrollwork dancing along its length. The blade on one end was pointed, made for stabbing. The other slightly curved, for slashing. But more importantly, I spoke to it as I had years ago, and it understood me just as easily. It would have been easy to mistake the divots that curled over its length for decoration. But with the addition of my magic, they lit up like trails of molten fire. Flames pooled along the blade's edges. Another thought, and the staff split in two in my hands, separating in the middle into two separate weapons. I put them back together, melding them into one. Spun it, separated again. Seamless. Need any tweaking? No, it's perfect. It was almost terrifying how right it still felt. Of course it is. Vaya gave me a little pleased smile. And I have one for her, too. I must have looked as startled as I felt, because she let out a laugh. "The world isn't as unpredictable as you seem to think it is, Max. Besides, I heard she was going to go save the world or something, wasn't she? I thought she'd need something one day, and I felt inspired." Samarin, you gossip. The truth was, I was going to bring something back for Tisaanah. I wasn't about to let her walk into chaos with some clumsy standard guard sword. That would be downright insulting. "You know," Vaya went on, returning to the closet, "women always come in here looking at the pretty silver bows or the little dainty daggers and those kinds of asinine things. But I thought, well," she seemed interesting. She turned around holding a long, curved burgundy sheath. Then she slowly withdrew one of the most exquisite blades I had ever seen. It was long and delicately curved, with an angled, pointed tip.
But most strikingly, it was made out of two shades of metal, gold and platinum, twining together in a wild, organic dance, like the roots of two trees tangling underground. In a few gaps between the two, I could see that the center was hollow, offering veins that would accommodate mine did, like mine did. She handed it to me, and I examined it. It was impossibly light, considering its length. This had better not snap in two on her. You insult me with that implication. She was right. For all my grumbling, I had never known Vaya to produce anything less than an impeccably crafted weapon. Beautiful, isn't it? She said admiringly, and I had to nod. Beautiful and functional, just like Tisaanah. I named it, Vaya said. Il Sahaj. Il Sahaj? It's Besrithian. It means blade of no worlds, or blade of all worlds. At my confused glance, she clarified. In Old Tongue Besrithian, Aj means both none and all. That's impractical. Impractical, sure, but certainly poetic. Seems a little far up its own ass. My art pieces are my children, Max. I name all of my children. Even yours? I don't even want to know. She smiled, shrugged. Maybe one day I'll tell you. But I figure you can't go around breaking chains and freeing civilizations with a boring weapon. I could hardly take my eyes off of it. It was, I admitted, the perfect thing for breaking chains and freeing civilizations. And it fit Tisaanah so perfectly that it was hard to believe that Vaya had only met her once. She wouldn't know how to use it at first, of course, but what a thing to grow into. It's beautiful, I said. You've outdone yourself. How much do I owe you? Consider it moral reparations for all of those dirty, dirty weapons contracts, she said. She ushered me to the door, waving away my further insistence on payment. Go do something with your lives. And, Max, she paused at the entrance, mouth twisted in thought, try not to slide back into the shit. No promises. I'm doing my very best. Well, good luck to both of you. And with that, she melted back into the warmth of her apartment, leaving me standing there, holding two beautiful weapons that felt at once painfully familiar and deeply uncomfortable in my hands. I dropped a bag of gold coins in her letterbox before I left. Chapter 46. Tisaanah. By the time Max returned, I was clawing at the walls. It was amazing the sheer speed at which I swung from weak and ill to feeling like I was crawling out of my own skin. In fact, I felt so good, so energetic, that it edged on unpleasant, like something was just a little bit off, like my blood was running hot. My heart beat fast, even when I was sitting still. So when Max got back, when he showed me the weapons he had gotten from Vaya, I think I must have looked a little insane, because he hesitated to even let me hold the sword. He did, though, and I cradled it in my hands as if it were a child. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. And that name, Il Sahaj, blade of no worlds, blade of all worlds, just like me. If I had been able to stop myself, stop my thoughts for even a fraction of a second, I might have been moved by it. I didn't think that Vaya so much as looked at me when I first met her, let alone saw me as worthy of something like this. I unsheathed the blade again, feeling the carved bronze handle beneath my palms, trailing my eyes over the dancing silver and gold. Something inside of me purred at the sight of it. We haven't had very much training with swords. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Max had continued to give me some rudimentary combat training throughout our time together, but not very much of it, and always with much shorter blades than this. No, he said. I probably should have. If I was thinking right, we probably should have done more, considering your plans. I looked up, and he looked away. Our gazes still had only brushed each other since I woke up. He wouldn't really look at me, and I supposed I understood that. Even those brief scuffs were heavy with words that weighed on my heart like lead.
I considered all of those words now, everything that I wanted to say to him. Considered how I might tell him how sorry I was for what had happened to his family, how to tell him how much it meant to me that he came back for me. Considered how I might ask him what might happen to me, to us next, considering the creature that now lived inside my mind. But all I could hear was my own rapid heartbeat pounding in my ears, my muscles twitching. I could try to say all those things, or I could move. I stood up, pacing, Il Sahaj clutched in my hands. We can begin now. Begin training? Yes. Are you feeling? I'm feeling like I cannot stay still for another minute. I turned on my heel to face him. A wry smile tugged at one side of his mouth, the left, as always. You need something to throw yourself into. I let out a small breath. He understood. Of course he did. I nodded, loosening a bead of sweat that pooled at my temple. Well then, he picked up his own weapon, curling his fingers around it gingerly. Fine. If you can do it, I can do it. I was so soaked with sweat that the cotton of my shirt was plastered to my back, strands of loose hair clinging to my wet cheeks and neck, and my heart throbbed and throbbed and throbbed. Once, as a child, I found a little baby rabbit, one left alive after the entire nest had disappeared. It was so small, so fragile, that its whole body trembled with its heartbeat, and each beat was so rapid they all blurred together like hummingbird wings. That was what my heart felt like, 1,000 beats for each breath. I wasn't scared, though, quite the opposite. I felt hungry. I felt ravenous. Powerful, like my blood was boiling in my veins. Max brought me down to a training room, and I threw myself against that wall with everything that I had. Il Sahaj sat unused against the door, a sight that infuriated me every time I looked at it. He had given me a sparring stick instead, which I now swung with as much force and precision as I could muster through a series of exercises. It's all about control, he told me, as he blocked one of my strikes. He used his staff, though he kept the blade sheathed, saying that he needed to get reacquainted with it. Just like magic. Control. 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 What wasn't about control? I threw myself into it further, faster, harder, losing myself in the repetition and the scream of my arms, my back. If it hurt enough, I wouldn't have to think anymore. A grunt escaped through my teeth at the impact as another one of my blows smacked against Max's bronze staff. Don't push yourself too hard. I opened my mouth and let out a laugh that sounded a little sour, a little acidic, a little too frantic. Max hesitated, just barely, a concerned wrinkle between his brows. I seized upon the opening to push forward. Another swing, low. He almost missed it. Tisaanah! I nearly landed another strike. But just as quickly, he turned on his heel, flinging my own force against me, pushing us both against the wall. Our breaths panted and mingled into the air between us, where our staves collided. He looked at me now, looked at me with searching, wary intensity. Satisfaction slithered up my spine. You feel like everything is running too hot, he said. Right? Right, I thought, but something inside of me devoured the word before I could acknowledge it. Something that lingered between rage and desire and hunger. I'm fine, I hissed. You cannot be gentle with me. I'm not done. I was capable of anything. I could do this. And he gave me this little wooden stick, as if I would hurt myself with something real? Huh! I slipped down, freeing myself beneath his arm, skimming his side and dancing backwards. Dancing? That's what it was. A series of steps. Deep in the back of my mind, a key slid into a lock. They all lit up against the whitewashed wooden floor, like the map of my mind had been laid out before me. Max spun as quickly as I did, ready to block. He was fast. It was beautiful how fluidly he moved, almost predatory. I wondered what he looked like when he wasn't holding back. He had been holding back in Tisaanah, and he was certainly holding back now.
Crack. Wood collided with metal, splitting the air as he blocked. That's enough. Take a break. No, not enough. Never enough. I was so focused that I didn't feel the grin split my face as I pulled back, only to lunge again, and again, and again. I knew exactly how to move, even in ways unfamiliar to my muscles. My mind pulled the steps from somewhere, fed them to me in numbers like I had known so well in Esmerus Court. 1, 2, 3, 4. The cracks of impact came faster and faster. He only blocked, never struck. I let out a grunt as I surged forward with a particularly vicious leap, and as our weapons met, I could feel the strain of his arms absorbing the impact. I grinned at him, but he met me with scorching stone. The whorls on his staff ignited with liquid fire, and the staff split cleanly in two. He sidestepped in one smooth movement, sending me tumbling to the floor with a snarl that sounded nothing like myself. My sparring stick snapped as I collided with the floor. As I fell, I flung out my arm and sent a spiral of air curling around his legs, sweeping his knees out from under him. I pounced on him the moment he hit the ground, my skin relishing the coolness of the floor as I planted my palms over each of his shoulders, my broken stick still clutched in my hand. I had draped myself over his torso, our breaths heaving against each other. I won. Gods, I forgot how much I loved exceeding expectations. My hair dangled down, having escaped from my braid, now tickling the tip of Max's nose. I smiled and smiled, but he still looked at me with that solemn, searching look. I relished his gaze, then dragged my own over his jaw, his sweaty throat, down to the apex of his unbuttoned white shirt, so damp that it clung to his skin, revealing every twitch or ripple of the muscles beneath. I felt no satisfaction for my victory. No, I was hungry, hungry, hungry. Not enough. Never enough. "That wasn't all yours," he said. "I recognize some of those movements." I wasn't listening. His hands gripped my shoulders, as if to hold me in place, stop me from moving any closer. "Tisaanah, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me." My head lifted, slowly raking my way back up his body, all the way up to his face. And with that same movement, I realized my hand was clasped around the broken sparring stick, the sharp end pressed to the underside of Max's jaw. And I realized that it was not my voice, that flowed over my tongue as I said, "I am looking, Maxantarius." Chapter 47. Tisaanah. And just like that, all of the control was sapped from every thread of my thought, every line that connected me to my muscles. Like a wall jumped up from the ground, slamming me behind glass. I tried to move my hand, tried desperately. Nothing, not a twitch. "I still find it so strange," my lips said. My eyes still roamed across Max's face, a face that was so still, so pale. "Seeing you out here. You are so soft and mortal." My hand pressed the broken stick harder against his throat, coaxing forth a single drop of blood. His fingers dug into my shoulders, but he didn't move. He was so rigid that he could have been carved from stone. Within my mind, my fingers clawed at that glass wall. Panic rose and rose and rose. Let me back in. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. My left hand, the one not occupied with the stake, traveled up Max's body, trailing my fingertips across his chest, then shoulder, then throat with curious, feather-light touches. "I did not understand at first," my voice mused, "the nature of her interest in you. But now I see, it is a sex thing. Humans are obsessed with sex. I find it very strange now, though perhaps there was a time when I did not." My head tilted. "I find myself curious. Do you think of her the way she thinks of you?" I felt that curiosity, that genuine question, ripple through my mind.
But I was too consumed with my suffocating paralysis to be embarrassed. I clawed at the force that trapped me. With every meaningless impact, I felt myself begin to question whether I existed at all. Max's eyes bore into me with frigid fire. "I see you, Tisaanah," he said, quietly, deliberately. "I see you still. You're still there." I clung to that brief reassurance, even as my lips curled, letting out a wordless snarl. "You speak only to me now. I speak to the only person here that matters." A hiss. Another drop of blood. "You abandoned me, and you address me with such cruelty? Are you trying to scare me? I am showing you how I felt when you locked me away, what it was to be cast out." My knuckles were white around the wood, the muscles of my arm trembling. What it is to be powerless. I threw myself against the glass again, inhaled a terrible lungful of frantic panic. A scoff. Powerless at a piece of broken wood? Powerless. Something clicked. I forced myself to calm. I had spent my life being powerless. I knew how to find power where there was none. And so, instead of reaching out to Richer with another strike, I reached out with a caress. "I see your wounds. I see how his betrayal hurt you. No lies. It would know if I lied. Only the most carefully chosen of truths. Its attention turned to me. I know you have." It paused. And for one brief moment, I felt it cede to me, brush against my thoughts in an intimacy that made me force myself not to recoil. In a sudden shock, a slice of terror shot through me, eyes blinded in a memory of white, white, white. And then that was consumed by a burst of Richer's fury. "Do you know what they did to me? Locked me up in a broken mind and a broken body. Nothing but white for so many days, so many days." My teeth gritted, lip curled. "You had no one left but me, and you still threw me away? Why would you do that?" Power throbbed in my veins. Magic. The lights in the room dimmed, growing hazy and dark, like the red dust before a sunset storm. The fingers that braced against Max's shoulder tingled, and a wince of pain flitted over his nose. Slowly, so slowly, Max's left hand slid down my shoulder. "Down my arm," he murmured. "Find a foothold," he murmured, never taking his eyes off mine. "Find something you can grab, and don't let go, Tisaanah." "You speak to me!" I felt a wrinkle slice my nose. "Answer a question for me, Maxantarius. I know your body. I know what it is capable of. You could have had her thrown across the room by now. You laughed at my broken piece of wood. But we are still here. That wasn't a question." A laugh scraped my throat. "Perhaps you are right. Perhaps it is no question at all. I have, after all, always seen all of your weaknesses." My fingers burned, sizzled over his skin, and a terrible smell coated my nostrils. Mac's jaw strained, fighting back a wince. His hand curled around my wrist, and I knew he was waiting until the last possible moment. The room grew darker and darker. My eyes, beneath Richer's control, flicked to Il Sahaj. No, I fought back my own panic. What would you gain by killing him? A silent laugh snaked through my thoughts like a terrible shudder. "But you say you love him, and if he is dead, you will never have him. And I'll tell you a hard truth, Richer. If you kill him, if you hurt him, you will never have me either. Because you wish to be loved, and I have loved many monsters." Max's fingers tightened. One terrible second of silence, a wave of fury cresting.
The room plunged into darkness, and Richer thrust out my hand to receive Il Sahaj as it flew across the room. No. Max twisted my wrist, flipping me onto my back, sending spirals of agony up my arm and through the back of my head as it cracked against the floor. But Richer didn't react, still ready for that blade. Its gleeful rage tasted like blood on my tongue. Stop! I threw myself one more time against the wall that separated me from my muscles, and realized, all at once, that my mind was not a room. No, I had forgotten. It was a web. I was not contained. I could go up. My fingers closed around Il Sahaj's hilt, straining as I raised it. I climbed up the threads of my mind, inhaling them back into myself. I followed the paths that were dipped into darkness. Richer. My arm lifted, and just as my body had prepared to bring down Il Sahaj's blade across Max's throat, I dropped a razor across all of those infected threads of thought, severing Richer from my mind. It let out a screech that clawed through my entire body, so consuming that it blinded me. A crash. My breath careened into my lungs as if I had fallen from a great height, and the light, which returned all at once, slapped me across the face. I turned my head to see Max pushing himself up from the ground, Il Sahaj on the floor beside him. My wrist was bent in a sickening angle, but I was grateful for the pain, grateful for the way it tethered me to my body. Tisaanah. My name was a ragged sigh of relief on Max's lips, so low it took me a moment to recognize it. He pressed his forehead against mine and said it again, as if he didn't realize he was speaking aloud. For a moment, the sheer horror of what I had almost done paralyzed me. Gods, that blade had been so close to his neck. We were both shaking. I pressed my palm against his face with my good hand. Then my eyes landed on his throat, the one trickle of blood beneath his jaw. And then 3 odd, gruesome, purple-black finger marks at his shoulder? What was that? A burn? I pushed back the torn fabric of his shirt, prompting a sharp breath through his teeth. No, not a burn, not quite. A low whistle cut off whatever poor attempt I was about to make at words. Am I interrupting something? Max and I pulled apart. I used my intact hand to push myself upright. Zareth leaned in the doorway, gazing at us with one curious eyebrow cocked. Last time I saw you two, the mood seemed a little gruesome for this sort of thing, but then again, I suppose the threat of mortality can have that effect on people. Before Max could let loose his inevitable snapping response, and before I could even begin to explain what had just happened, Nora appeared beside Zareth. The somber look on her face froze the words in my throat. Get up. We don't have time to mess around anymore. Her voice hitched ever so slightly as she said, The capital has been attacked, so we need to get your contract underway. We leave for Threl at dawn. I barely spoke, barely allowed myself to breathe as Max and I followed Nora and Zareth down the static white hallways of the Tower of Midnight. My hands still shook, and I clasped them together to hide it. Even Max was uncharacteristically silent. Easy enough to pass off as shocked silence in response to what Nora was telling us, which, to be fair, was deserving of it. Rebels gathering from 3 houses that had been removed from power, Nora was saying, as we strode through the halls. Her voice was strained. Bold of them, but for the first time, they have real backing. 3 powerful families, a few thousand soldiers, nothing compared to the guard. But we rounded a corner, reaching the outer halls of the tower and a sheet of glass windows. Gods, I breathed. Fuck, Max whispered. Exactly, Nora murmured. The outskirts of the capital, far in the distance, were bright with fire.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. as if the city was a living being and a burning infection spread along its edges through flaming veins. I stepped forward and pressed my fingers to the glass. If I looked closely enough, I could see torchlight rushing towards the outbreak of violence. Sudden darkness just beyond it, as those outside the fighting drew their shutters tight. An old memory panged the back of my thoughts. An old memory of what was once Nizarine falling into ash and flames, watching it with my face pressed against my mother's shoulder as we fled. "They'll fall." Nura's voice was low but firm. "Every damn one of them the guard will get. And then, once we're back." She levied one final stare out across the city, then met my gaze as she lapsed into silence. A shiver ran up my spine. I cradled my broken wrist. Just as quickly, Nura turned and gestured for us to follow. "Dawn, Tisaanah, be ready to leave. The sooner we go, the sooner we come back." Chapter 48. Max. Tisaanah drew in a hiss between clenched teeth as Samarin held her wrist between gentle fingers. "It's easy," he said. And in this moment there was nothing I was more grateful for than the unshakable calmness in his voice. Clean break, simple fix. He glanced over his shoulder at me. The reassurance was meant for me just as much as it was meant for her. I shook my head, without entirely meaning to. Even with everything else going on, even considering that creature looming over me, and the darkness and the magic and that fucking sword, it was the snap of Tisaanah's bones that filled my ears, drowning out everything else. That and the crack of her head hitting the ground, so hard that I thought for one terrifying minute that she might not get up again. I paced the outskirts of Tisaanah's room, like there was something I could keep from settling in my mind as long as I kept moving. Her eyes followed me. I knew it hurt like hell to have your bones stitched back together, flesh forcibly repaired. But she didn't react. She just looked at me, in that particular way of hers, like she was not just seeing, but observing, peeling back layers with her stare. I didn't realize that I had spent 6 months memorizing that look, memorizing the way I felt beneath it, until her eyes had landed on me in that training ring, and I knew before she moved or spoke that it wasn't her. I paused beside her bed. "Everything quiet?" She nodded. Samarin gingerly placed Tisaanah's hand on her lap. "Be careful with it for a while. The joint will be weak for another week or so." I looked at her wrist. Straight, unmarred, like it had never been injured at all. A lump caught in my throat. "I'm sorry. You should have done it sooner," she said quietly. "It didn't want to kill me. If it had, I'd already be dead." Tisaanah flinched, her eyes landing on my shoulder. I kept my odd wound covered. I still hadn't quite figured out what it was exactly, though I did know that it fucking hurt. But her gaze bore through the fabric. I'm sure she saw the same thing I did when I looked at her wrist. But for me, this pain was only a reminder that Richer didn't need to waste time with broken sticks and magic swords if it really truly wanted me dead. No, what happened in there was a game. I should have known that. I should have held out longer. She opened her mouth, and I knew she was getting ready to tell me yet again, for the 100th time today, that I should leave. "We know how this discussion goes, Tisaanah. Don't start. If I had hurt you—" It wasn't going to. Samarin stood and cast me one quiet look before he slipped out the door. If Tisaanah noticed him go, she didn't show it. If I took even one more moment longer to take back control, you didn't, and now you know how to do it. How strange it felt, trying to be optimistic about this, of all things. Optimistic or willfully ignorant? My most cynical, most obnoxious self would call the two the same. Besides, I added, tomorrow we leave for Threll, and you'll be glad you have one of the best fighters in Ara with you when we get there. The echo of a smile twitched at the corners of her mouth. Are you bragging? It's not bragging if it's true.
And for once, I'm looking forward to watching those bastards burn. I meant every damn word of it. She lifted her face, and for the first time since I returned, I didn't pull away from the bare, electrifying force of her gaze. I wasn't sure entirely why it had made me so uncomfortable. Maybe there was too much I didn't want her to see, or too much I was afraid of seeing in her. Maybe there was just something about the way her face struck me, terrifying me beyond belief. I pushed aside one strand of hair that cut across her green eye. Show me that unrelenting brute force, Tisaanah. She didn't move, didn't speak, but a fiery glitter seeped into her eyes, and I let their flames strip me, burn me, consume me, until there was nothing left but ash. Samarin clenched his pipe between his teeth as he released a perfect ring of smoke. His face never betrayed anxiety, never anything more than thoughtfulness, but I knew he smoked only when he was nervous. We strode through the halls of the tower in silence, down and down. "What is it, Samarin?" His eyes asked me a silent question, and I returned it with a knowing look. "Whatever you're pondering, just say it." Another slow puff of smoke, through his nose like a dragon. "One day, Max. It's been one day, and we're already here. It wasn't going to kill me. That thing is unpredictable. She had it. I should have waited. A broken wrist was a small price, and it looked to me like she gladly paid it to ensure your safety." "What are you saying exactly?" "I'm saying that I listened to you tell me for years how much you wish your father had not hesitated that day." My fingernails bit my palms as my next words lashed from between my teeth. "If you're implying that I should have, no, definitely not." He shook his head, releasing another unfurling breath. I wanted his reaction to be stronger than it was. But what if it was more? If it was going to kill you, would you let it? Because that would be something she would have to walk with for the rest of her life, too. I still saw the faces of my siblings every single time I blinked. Didn't I know it? It wasn't going to kill me. You need to think about what you'd do if it got there. We won't let it get there. Samarin gave me a look that veered infuriatingly close to pity. "Don't," I growled. "You're in an unwinnable situation, and it knows that, especially now. It will use it against you." I hated how right he was. We walked in silence, the smoke from his pipe clogging my lungs. "I wish I could wrap this up in some kind of profound conclusion," he said at last. "Something more helpful than just telling you to be careful." I did too, even though I suspected that even if he could, I wouldn't like what it had to say. Chapter 49. Tisaanah. I spent the night practicing the movements that I had brushed in the sparring ring, running my muscles over them again and again until I absorbed them into the core of my memory. Sleep held no appeal, even though I was exhausted. I thought that after dragging myself across the ocean while I was actively dying, I knew what it was to be tired. No, that was nothing. This exhaustion drew from my soul. Richer felt it too, apparently. It was silent. Good. Max returned to my room after Samarin left. He had his own quarters here, but he remained in mine, slumped in an armchair, critiquing my movements until his eyelids fluttered. Eventually, he was just a heap of limbs, head tipped back, snoring slightly, like his body had simply ceased to function. We did not speak again about what had happened today, and for that I was grateful. I much preferred to think that in mere days I could see Sorel again, could have him back with me, safe. If he was alive. If I could find him. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. If I could do any of it in the exceptionally narrow span of time that I had at my disposal, or with the exceptionally limited resources, and, of course, with the exceptionally unpredictable factor of Rashai. If.
Somewhere in the small hours of the morning, I put down my sparring stick and went to the window, pressing my fingers against the cool glass. My room was not at the top of the towers, but it was certainly high enough to loom far above the ground. The Capitol spread out beneath me like a toy replica, reduced to distant streetlights and blocks of impersonal moonlight. Even in the darkness, the palace glittered in the distance, reflecting light that did not exist, or perhaps it reflected the flames that still glowed like fireplace embers along the outskirts of the city. I wondered if Nora and Zareth were still out there, controlling the damage. I wondered if lives were still slipping through their fingers, even now. A faint whisper furled around my thoughts, shivering up my spine. My heart stilled. I checked the threads of my mental web, preparing to push Rashai back out if I needed to. What? Engage, distract. I found it faint, tired, weak, clinging to a few delicate strings. I felt it shuffle through my memories again. Memories of Esmaris the first day he met me, of the way his gaze unwrapped me like a gift. Tomorrow we travel to my old home. You and I will give freedom to many people who have never had it, just like us. Yes. Again, the memory of grass against my hands. Backwards, forwards, again and again. Its hiss raked down the back of my neck, then softened into a writhing caress. I had to choke back my revulsion. But I found myself asking, what were you before? Its pain rang out in my chest, a mournful, empty cry. I am, too. Fragments. Fragments of a Voltaine, born of a country that no longer exists, bound to an order that only partially accepts me, perhaps. The lie took everything I had, and I felt it touch the fingers of my mind, catch them where they sat poised to push it back into darkness, digging into them with bodiless claws. Panic lurched, it curled tighter around my thoughts. Pain sizzled in my spine. And it melted back into silence, leaving my thoughts as I slid down the window into a shaking heap on the ground. Chapter 50. Tisaanah. I will open his throat and lick his blood from your fingers. The next morning I felt no sign of Rashai in my head, save for the slight pressure lingering silently at the back of my skull. But it didn't need to speak to me now. The words it had said to me last night were more than enough to haunt me all day. I could barely bring myself to look at Max in the morning. Not that there was much time to socialize anyway. We rose at dawn and immediately began preparations to travel to Threll. The boat that would carry us there was a beautiful creation, low and slim, sails fanning out like the spines along a lizard's back. The rising sun seared through the white and gold fabric, emblazoned with a sun and moon, leaving little doubt as to who claimed it. It looked nothing like the plain merchant's boat that had carried me across the sea more than 6 months ago. And yet, when I stood at the docks, pungent smell of the ocean in my nostrils and salty air stringing my cheeks, the scars on my back throbbed. I was surprised to find out that both Nora and Zareth would accompany us, at least on the first leg of the trip. In addition, we would also be joined by 2 Syrizen. I had to force myself not to stare at their neat eyeless scars as we were introduced, Eslin and Ariadnea. Eslin, who was slight with sharp features and golden skin, seemed much friendlier than her taller, broader, fairer companion, but the 2 of them still were reserved and kept to themselves after greeting us. I got the impression, based on their frustrated-sounding whispers and cold glances, that they were not particularly thrilled about coming on this journey. And yet, unnerving as they were, I was glad we had them, because that was it. Just 7 people to march into the home of one of the most powerful Threllian lords on the continent. Or 8, I supposed, if we counted Rashai. Max stood against the dock railing next to me, and we both looked out at the sea, leaning into each other's silence. My anxiety choked me,
and I knew that if I so much as glanced at him, it would all come bubbling up. I could feel him staring at me. "I will open his throat and lick his blood from your fingers." "Tisaanah," he started, but before he could speak, to my relief, a louder voice broke through the air. "But when you get back?" Max and I turned to see Moth hurrying after Samarin as he crossed onto the docks. "I don't know when that will be, Moth," Samarin said. "Helene will be an excellent teacher. But when you do," Moth pressed, "when you do come back, maybe then?" Samarin turned around, tucked his hands beneath his cape, and regarded Moth for a long, quiet moment. "Yes, when I come back, when I am no longer needed by the orders, I will be your teacher again." Moth seemed only slightly comforted by this assurance, giving Samarin a skeptical glance beneath a furrowed brow. Then he caught sight of Max and turned to us, shrimping slightly under his gaze. "I'm sorry again about the spyglass, and the flowers, and the left corner of Max's mouth raised. "What spyglass?" "The one I don't remember any spyglass. Remember, I broke it." Max sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose, and, despite everything, I found myself suppressing the tiniest of smiles. "Never mind, Moth. It's fine. It's forgotten." "Oh." Moth looked down at his hands, fidgeting. "Well, still, there was a time when I broke a lot of things I didn't mean to, too. Just keep working on it. You'll get there. When you do, I think you'll be a hell of a wielder." Moth looked so startled that his whole body lurched. "You do?" Max shrugged. "Prove me right." This statement seemed to rearrange Moth's whole world. Then he looked to me. "Samarin wouldn't tell me all of it, but you're going for the slave owners, aren't you? That's why you're going to Threll?" "Yes," I answered, and a shadow passed across his face. Most people that I met in Ara knew how to shield their emotions, but Moth's still seeped into the air like a cloud. I knew he was thinking of my scars. I could help. I shook my head. "Not yet. You still have many things to do here in Ara, things like learning. Slowly, I hoped. Things that had nothing to do with battlefields and war." His brow furrowed. "One day I will, though." "I believe you, Moth." And as I felt that cloud around him harden into resolve, I meant it. A flush rose to his cheeks. He extended one hand and waited. When I stared at it confused, he muttered, "Your hand, Tisaanah." I laid my palm in his and tried not to laugh as he planted a clumsy brush of a kiss against my knuckles. "Good luck," he said, then too quickly dropped my fingers as he gave the three of us one final hurried wave and was ushered away with his new instructor. "Moth, breaker of flowers, spyglasses, pitchers, and hearts," Max mused, shaking his head. "He is your apprentice after all, Samarin. He's a little smitten, I think. But I suppose it can't be helped." And I tried not to notice how Samarin's gaze slid to Max as he said, "When I saw that red dress, I knew we were all in trouble." We set off so early that the sun was only just beginning to rise in the sky. No one seemed entirely comfortable. We got through the day with tight, stilted interactions, easy enough since there was so much to do. Long after the sun had set, we finally stopped to eat. Zareth took his stew up above deck and dangled his feet over the edge as he ate at the front of the ship. Nora took hers off to a corner, alone. Max, Samarin, and I ate in long, awkward silence. That strange suspension still hung between us, not quite an absence of words, but an overabundance of them, and neither of us, it seemed, were ready to confront it.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Instead, as I choked down bland stew, I couldn't help but watch the two Sirison across the deck. For two people with no eyes, they moved with such precision. There was no stumbling over the location of the ladle or bowls, no second-guessing as to where the pot was. They couldn't be fully blind, not really. You've never met a Sirison before? My staring must have been obvious, because I turned to see Samarin watching me thoughtfully. No, There, but as if they sensed that we were talking about them, Eslin turned around, gave us a half smile, and sauntered towards us with Ariadne in tow. I've got to admit, Samarin, I was surprised to see you here, of all places. The two of them settled beside us, and we scooted around to make room. Up close, everything about them seemed honed for lethal perfection. Their uniforms, crafted of black leather and stiff fabric, were identical and meticulous. Their hair perfectly pinned, their spears gleaming beneath the lantern light. And, of course, there were those scars, neat, straight, precise. All of this seemed jarringly at odds with Eslin's jovial friendliness as she settled down beside us, even though there was even something about that seemed predatory. She cocked her head toward Samarin. "Been a while. How are things?" "Well enough, Eslin." "You know each other?" I asked. "Many years ago," Samarin said, just slightly too quickly, and Eslin's eerie, eyeless gaze fell to me. "Sirazin are recruited from the military, so once upon a time we ran in the same circles. Didn't we, Sam?" "One might say so," he said, mildly. That tone was downright frosty by Samarin standards. "We had a mutual friend," Ariadne said. She had a low, deep voice that reminded me of stone, steady and heavy. "Yes, one of our fellow recruits," Eslin added. Said Samarin, looking down at his bowl. "Interesting. So you knew each other before?" "Back when I still had those big, beautiful blue eyes. Yes," Eslin said, and laughed while everyone else remained uncomfortably silent. Ariadne had not stopped watching me. "You have never met a Sirazin." It wasn't a question, but I still shook my head. Eslin chuckled. "The staring made it obvious enough. I did not mean to be rude. Gods, it was impossible not to stare. You are very graceful. Expected us to be stumbling around like baby kittens, eh?" Eslin chirped. "Well, we can see well as you. Just differently," Ariadne added. My gaze darted between them. "How?" Eslin replied, simply, "The layers." "The layers?" "Magic is a series of layers far beneath the physical world," Ariadne said. "Different layers, or streams, for different types of magic. Voltaic magic, Solari magic." I nodded. "Common knowledge, the stuff of storybooks. It goes much deeper than those two threads alone. There are many, though those two are the only ones that human wielders have been known to access. The Fae, for example, are theorized to have many threads of their own, inaccessible to human wielders. Sirazin, Eslin said proudly, are the only human wielders able to tap into a deeper layer of magic. If only for seconds at a time," Ariadne added, "and with great concessions, in order to force a higher sensitivity." She gestured to her own eye sockets with a wry smirk. A shiver ran up my spine. "With your eyes gone, you feel it more strongly." "Exactly." Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Max shake his head, and an echo of my own discomfort panged in my chest. My next question was clumsy, impossible to word. "So why you?" "There are many very specific qualities one must fulfill to be capable of being one of the Sirazin," Ariadne said. "We all are Solari, because the more external, energetic magic of the Solari is needed to give us the sheer power to push between the layers. But at the same time, we require a sensitivity to the movements of magic that most Solari lack. There is a very intricate series of tests to determine each candidate. No one knows why, but overwhelmingly, only women tend to make the cut. There aren't many of us," Eslin said, "but we're good at what we do. We may only be able to dip half a layer deeper, but even that gives us many unique powers." Her eyeless gaze fell to me, and her smile twisted, widened, with a hungry curiosity. She leaned forward. "Though I hear that the thing that lives inside of you,
draws from much, much deeper than that. My mouth went dry. A whisper beckoned from far, far away. The voice was so distant that it was barely audible, weak and tired, gone as soon as it had arrived. But suddenly I found myself pushing back vomit. It turns out that when you become a Sirisan, you don't just lose the eyes, you also lose your ability to hold a conversation about anything other than your grand sacrifices, Max muttered. Tiresome, Eslin. But I could feel his gaze on me, even though I could not look at him. I stood up, politely excused myself, and turned away before I could hear their response. Everyone retreated below deck to their makeshift curtained rooms early. I lay there and listened to the sounds of the ship slowly quiet. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't stop running my fingers over the threads of my mind again and again and again, checking for whispers and movement until I was about to drive myself insane. And finally, when I couldn't take it anymore, I pushed back the curtain and padded barefoot up the stairs, exhaling in relief when I reached the deck and was greeted by an infinite blanket of stars. Like the whole world just opened up. I stopped and took a breath, trailing across the deck and stumbling as I almost stepped on a face, specifically Max's face. Max, who was lying on the wooden floor, hands folded over his stomach. He didn't flinch as I leapt aside and let out a Thoreni curse. He opened one eye. Careful. Max, what are you doing? Lamenting. He opened the other eye, both meeting mine in the darkness. And, if I'm being honest, trying desperately not to hack my guts up. I'm not made for having anything other than solid ground beneath my feet. I rasped out a chuckle. It was amazing how good that felt. Just to laugh a little bit, even though it wasn't really that funny. I clung to that fragment of our former intimacy like it was gold. I lowered myself next to him, laying down on the floor. I think it is more wobbly down here. It took me a moment to choose the word. As fluent as I was by now, my mind was muddy lately. Wobbly, huh? Yes. Right word? I watched the corner of his mouth curl into a smile. Excellent word. At least down here, my whole body swayed with the rise and fall of the boat, instead of just my feet, and the expanse of stars stretched all the way across my vision. Breathtaking. We lay there in silence for a moment, listening to the water lap against the sides of the boat and the masts creak with each gust of wind. The warmth of Max's body brushed my skin, though I was careful not to touch him. Uninvited, the memory of Richet's words flitted through my mind. Now I understand. It is a sex thing. I shuddered. The longer I could ignore that, the better. I wasn't sure how long it was before Max spoke. You ready? He murmured. Yes. No. I am not ready. You will be, he whispered, and I felt my cheeks tighten. I did not dignify uncertainty aloud, but in some ways it was nice to have someone who heard the things I didn't allow past my lips. Are you? I asked. Hell no. Yes, you are. You just do not know it. A breathy scoff. I turned my head to see him already staring at me, a steadiness and intensity to his gaze that made me want to look away and fall further all at once. Something I could not, or perhaps would not, ached in my chest. I looked away. So are we going to keep doing this? Max murmured. What? You know me well enough by now to know that I'm not stupid, Tisaanah. I almost laughed. Stupidity had nothing to do with it. We'd simply moved past the point where either of us was capable of hiding from the other. I don't know. Are we? If you open a door, it opens both ways. He scoffed.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. What is that supposed to mean? A lump had risen in my throat, and when I turned to look at him, I felt it swell. You should not have come back, I choked out, After everything that it did to you. Something tightened in his features, almost a wince. You should have listened to me. He was right, a part of me whispered. I should have. You should have told me. I couldn't, Tisaanah. Then tell me now, I said. Tell me everything. I need to know, because we are living it. My voice was still so quiet that it was barely more than a whisper, but the intensity of it hung in the words like smoke. Slowly, he turned his gaze back to mine and held it. There was a part of me that wanted to break it, look away from those peculiar eyes. I didn't. 6 months, he said, roughly. I had it for 6 months, maybe a little longer. I was in the military, a captain. It was becoming increasingly clear that the war would not end easily or without significant blood. We'd been attacked. Azray, the arch-commandant, wanted a successor chosen in case of the worst. Me, Zareth, and Nura were among the candidates, and I wanted it. I wanted that title more than I'd ever wanted anything. So, his voice trailed off, and when it resumed, it was rougher. You signed that contract because it gave you the means to protect all the people you left behind. But me? I signed mine because I wanted to. Because I wanted power. He spat the word, and I could feel his regret, his anger. For a while, he said, it seemed like I got that. Because Riche is wildly, insanely powerful. Nothing should be that powerful. My magic was my own, but so much more. It was terrific at first. But soon, he let out a breath, shook his head. It's unpredictable, possessive, vindictive, and it's willing to crush whatever defies it. Possess or destroy. I shuddered. Inhuman, he muttered. Inhuman? I shook my head. Very human. The ugliest parts of humanity. I believed that if I tried hard enough, I could force it into submission. It didn't work that way. In Sarlazai, it all came to a head. And then? He didn't need to continue. My hand slid into his before I realized what I was doing, and his fingers folded easily around mine. In the contact of our skin, I felt faint waves of his nervousness pulse from him to me, even from behind those carefully guarded mental walls. The thing was, only a very, very small handful of people knew about the existence of Riche, which meant that most people believed that I was personally responsible for what happened at Sarlazai. And it was war, but that was... His gaze darkened, and as it did, the memories skimmed the surface of my thoughts too. His memories of the fire and the flesh and the burned-up too little corpses. There were pre-trials, he said, to determine whether I would be charged with war crimes. I wasn't there. I was not in a position to testify on my own behalf. But Nura testified for me, for hours, from a fucking wheelchair. I'll never forgive her for what she did to those people, or, selfishly, what she did to me. But that sometimes I still don't know what to make of it. Nora, ever the enigma. Every piece of information only made her more difficult to understand. My fingers tightened. And they removed it then. Yes, it was bad. Like receiving it, but worse. Because it rips out half your mind with it when it goes. And Riche very much did not want to go. He lapsed into silence, then stared at me with a lowered brow, as if there was something else he might say. But then he glanced away, shook his head. Well, it almost killed me. A realization clicked into place. And, you didn't tell me any of this because you were bound to silence? I whispered. You made a blood pact. Yes, they said that it needed to remain secret. And at that point, I would have agreed to anything to get it out of me. Hell, it didn't seem like such a terrible thing to never speak of it again. And their final gift was the perfect cover story. My father was a Rivenine noble who was a close personal friend of the king. There were plenty of people on both sides who would have loved to see the Farlione family wiped out for that alone. And just like that, the murder of the Farlonians became just another unfortunate wartime tragedy. His voice lowered, guttered, bit into the words like claws against stone. When he looked at me again, his eyes were serious and sad. "I wish I could say," he said slowly, as if he were making a terrible confession, "that I wanted to tell you. But I didn't, even if I could. I didn't want you to know any of it. Not until I watched you walk into those towers and I realized what not knowing would cost you." His fingers tightened around mine until they trembled, folding me into a silent apology. And I echoed it with one of my own. I wish I had listened. I meant it, because it could just be us right now. And I knew it was unrealistic, but it was such an appealing fantasy. "I will lick his blood from your fingers." The memory of Richet's words slithered through the darkness. I felt its presence in the back of my mind and shuddered. "It hates you," I murmured. "It threatened you. It already hurt you. And Max, if—" My words tangled up. What ones could I possibly choose that would express everything that had been roiling in me for the last 2 days? How could I explain what it would do to me if I hurt him more than I already had? How could I tell him how much it meant to me that he came back, and yet how quickly I would trade that for the promise of his safety? Words were nothing compared to that. It would be like trying to move the sea with a spoon. I lapsed into silence and didn't resume. But a wrinkle formed between Max's brows, and I saw the understanding seep into his eyes. "When we were in Tarn, at the foot of that tower," he said quietly, "and you asked me to let you help, my first thought was, no fucking way. Too dangerous. But it turned out that our only shot at beating that thing was doing it together." Bittersweet warmth suffused my chest, punctuated with a pang of guilt. I didn't deserve him. Gods, I didn't. And yet, traitorously, the deepest recesses of my soul were so happy he was here. The faintest beginnings of tears stung my eyes. "It turned out that we were a decent team," I whispered. A little smile warmed his voice as he replied, "Yes, we were." Chapter 51. Max. With the help of the 3 Valtaine moving the wind over the seas, we were set to arrive at Threl in a matter of a week instead of weeks, plural. I still found the boat and all of the circumstances surrounding our place on it simultaneously oppressive and terrifying. Yet, since our moonlight meeting the first night at sea, there was something that felt a little lighter, a little easier about my interactions with Tisaanah. It had been the first time in 8 years that I had carved those stories out of myself. There were still shards of it that were buried within me, yes, and there were still things that I hadn't been able to force myself to acknowledge aloud. But still, she knew more than almost anyone else did, and I never thought that would feel good, but here we were. Richet, mercifully, was mostly quiet. I suspected that its display a few days ago in the sparring ring had sapped its energy. It was early to be taking control like that, to be using magic. There were times when I'd see Tisaanah's face harden, her eyes go far away, and I knew that it was whispering to her. But days passed, and it didn't go further than that. Tisaanah and I spent most of our time practicing her combat. Richet's trace memories from previous hosts had given her some fragments of innate knowledge that together we pieced into something more complete. And at night, once everyone went to sleep, we would creep up above deck and sit beneath the sky. It felt cleaner up there, more free. But on our 3rd night at sea,
She was so exhausted that she passed out the minute she hit the pillow.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. So I went up there by myself, drilling my movements over and over until my muscles reclaimed the memories. I was out of shape. These last few days of training had, embarrassingly, strained me to the point where the muscles of my arms and back groaned in protest every time I moved, unaccustomed to the way they had to work to control a weapon. Better now, I supposed, than a week from now. No apprentice tonight? I swore under my breath, whirling around. Nura stood there, looking smug. Ascended, Nura? Don't do that. Pay closer attention. I almost scoffed. That advice was almost poetic coming from her. If I had, perhaps none of us would be here. You're out of practice, she observed, and I bristled. I didn't think I'd have to do this again, so yes, marginally. Nura's face was a white, silent mask. Every time I looked at it, I had to fight the rage in my chest back until it was a faint pulse beneath my blood rage on Tisaanah's behalf. Yes, but also nearly a decade's worth of built-up betrayal. A strange, surreal thing to confront every day. Need a sparring partner? She reached beneath her jacket to pull out 2 daggers and gave me a little smile. I think we left it at a tie last time, but it's been so long. I knew I should say no, that I was too damn angry at her for a friendly fight to be a good thing. But I didn't hesitate as I said, fine. No magic, we agreed. 5 paces away from each other. Turn. Position. And I had forgotten how fast she moved, like she became shadow. I had to block her immediately. And again, spinning on my heel to match the liquid speed with which she bent around me. She slid away from the impact as if my staff had merely pierced a cloud of unfurling smoke. Block. Again. She paused only long enough to give me a smirk. Try harder, Max. I watched her silent footfalls, marked her speed, the length of each stride, marked where she'd land 2, 3, 4 seconds from now, and seared forward in one calculating strike. That's how you had to be with Nura, calculating. You couldn't wait for her to come to you or expect to beat her with scattershot strength. You had to attack decisively, one perfectly calibrated movement after another. I watched her feet and hands and blades all at once, turned, curled, angled the curved blade of my staff just the right way. I could be fast, too. One strike with everything I had, the same way a viper lunges with its entire body. One strike and one hit. She let out a ragged breath, grace disrupted, feet sliding across the floor. She threw her loss of balance into a turn, just like I knew she would, just like I knew she'd strike low, then high, then turn. I was ready. A swing, a half step, a counter-strike for each movement. We glided across the deck, answering each other's jabs and evasions with immediate responses, each growing shorter, sharper, angrier. I watched her face in between the blurring movement of our weapons and saw the blood-spattered soldier who raised her hand to my temple 7 years ago. I saw the sad, patronizing look she gave me when she told me about Tisaanah's blood pact. My anger burned so hot that it turned to ice. I slipped further into my strikes, like putting on an old, comfortable jacket. Nura's silver eyes glittered as she narrowly evaded one of my swings. There you are, Captain Farlione. There I fucking am. I spun on my heel, intentionally dragged my left side, only barely, let my left ankle twist. And when she saw that, when she lunged, because I knew she would, I was ready. With one final leap, I cut off her movement with the length of my staff, knocking one of her daggers from her hand, pushing her to the ground, only for her to roll, then spring forward. So fast I could hardly see her. So fast that she was behind me by the time I saw her forearms swing around my neck. She brushed the wound on my shoulder, and for one critical split second, a wave of pain so powerful that it blinded me seized my muscles. I fought it. No dagger. I could still... And then she flicked her wrist, another blade sliding from beneath her sleeve, poised at my throat before I could finish disarming her. "I think that's your yield," she said into my ear. "Ah, I see." I tried to pass off my breathless panting as an exasperated sigh, with only partial success. Magic was off limits, but hidden blades are fair game. So little has changed, Nura. That was always our problem, Max. She released me and stepped back. You always thought I was more honorable than I am. I let out a scoff through my teeth, resisting the urge to clutch my shoulder, which still throbbed viciously. That's a generous way of framing it. Her gaze fell on my wound, covered, but despite my effort, it must have been obvious where it was. You should have Samarin look at that. I'll take care of it. Put your pride aside. We need you in one piece. I picked up my staff, pointing at her with one end. We? Let's be clear. I am not here for you. So defensive, so protective. Thwip, as her knife retracted back up her sleeve. I know I earned your distrust, but right now we're on the same side, says the woman shoving daggers up her sleeves. That was Nura, all those hidden sharp edges ready to slide between your ribs. Insult me all you want, she said, too casually. I'm still glad that you came back after all. I love when Zareth has to admit I'm right. There was something about the way she said it that made my knuckles whiten with rage around my staff. I bit down so hard on the words jumping up my throat that my jaw trembled. We stood there in silence. Then Nura let out a little sigh. Well, thanks for the practice. Good night, Max. But as she turned away, I barked, Nura! She turned and peered over her shoulder, eyebrow raised. Why? I spat. You were there. Why? It was practically a jumble of words, none of them particularly specific or meaningful. But I saw her expression shift, and I knew she understood exactly what I was asking. She had been there beside me through the whole thing. There was a time when I trusted her more than I trusted anyone, more than I trusted myself. And as much as I hated her, as much as I held her to unforgiven accountability for what happened in Sarla's eye, I knew that she had loved my family almost as much as I did. She was ruthless, focused to the point of callousness and cruelty. But she was not stupid. Perhaps not even selfish, not quite. She wasn't Zareth, driven by ego to the point of recklessness. So why? A faint smile. What? She said. You still think better of me? I want to know where you're hiding the blade. If I tell you that, what's the point of hiding it? I gave her a hard stare, the same one I used to give her all those years ago, when I needed to puncture through all of that ice. And just as it had then, her expression flickered. I wouldn't do it if it didn't need doing. For what? A petulant 12-year-old's throne? I shook my head. No, that doesn't make sense. I wouldn't do it if it didn't need doing, she said again. Then, lower, trust me, Max. I scoffed. Trust her? Right. I suppose I don't get to argue with that look. The final remnants of her smile disappeared. And I saw it. Hesitation. There's something big coming, she murmured, and none of us get to frolic in gardens with pretty Threllian girls until it's over. A cold shiver ran up my spine, not even at her ominous words, but at the look in her eye. Ruthless determination. Something big, I repeated. Ah, yes, that puts all of my concerns to rest. My trust is secured. She didn't laugh, didn't smile, didn't strike back. She only shrugged. I've never been afraid to be the bad guy. And she turned away and threw up her hand in a lazy wave. Thanks for the spar, Max. Tell our girl I said good night. Tisaanah looked so normal when she slept. Well, maybe not normal exactly. Nothing about her was average, after all. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. But when I went back below deck and peered through the open gap in her curtain to see her face smushed against the pillow, I let out an involuntary breath. No one would ever guess what was going on in that head, the beautiful machinations or the monster that consumed them. I find myself curious. Do you think about her the way she thinks about you? The line popped into my head without warning, prompting a surge of uncomfortable disgust. No accent there, and no trace of Tisaanah either. It was so far from her that I could hide behind my revulsion enough to keep myself from thinking about all of the curious implications of that line. The answer, of course, was yes, frequently, in great detail. But I would pretend that wasn't the case as long as I possibly could. I was, after all, a well-practiced, world-renowned expert in denial. I was good at magic, good at fighting, good at gardening, but I was excellent at avoiding inconvenient truths. I slipped through the curtain and settled silently onto a crate near the wall, leaning back against the wood as I watched the top of Tisaanah's head, the steady beat of her breaths. I blinked. The world was blurrier when I opened my eyes again. Another blink. This time, they didn't open at all. Chapter 52. Max. Max. May Ox. I clawed my way through darkness, turned in my dream and peered up to the cloudy sky. So did Brian, his steel gaze turning and lifting as he lowered his sword. Max. I jolted awake. In the process, I moved my left shoulder without thinking and paid for it with a surge of blinding pain. You were talking in your sleep. Tisaanah's eyes were ringed with darkness and heavy with concern as they fell to my shoulder. Still? I couldn't even unclench my teeth. It's nothing. Stupid, she huffed, and drew back the curtain as she beckoned to Samarin. I shivered and eyed the two Sarazen across the room through the open curtain. They were on the opposite side of the boat, but I could feel them staring at me, a sensation that was no less uncomfortable due to their lack of eyes. Ascended, they were creepy. I resisted the urge to cross my arms over my bare chest. Can you close that, please? I don't like having an The rest of the sentence was lost in a clenched hiss between my teeth as Samarin touched the skin around my wound. He furrowed his eyebrows. Really? I wasn't even close. Tisaanah drew the curtain closed without looking away from me. It smells very bad, too, she observed. Despite myself, a smile twitched at my mouth. Tactful as always. Sometimes I wondered if I should be insulted that I never got any of that saccharine charm that she produced for everyone else, but I'd come to realize that this was really the greater compliment. No counting her dancing steps with me. Thanks, Tisaanah. I glanced at Samarin, who now stared at the dark patch of my skin with stony concentration. What is it, exactly? I still hadn't been able to figure it out. It definitely wasn't a burn, but it wasn't quite a cut either, and it hurt worse than nearly any other injury I'd ever received. That was saying something. And, embarrassing as it was, Tisaanah was right. It had really started to reek. I've never seen anything like this before, Samarin said. Tisaanah wandered back over to him, concern in her eyes. Concern and a shrouded touch of guilt. It's nothing, I started to say. And then the whole world went white and my body folded in on itself. Mother of bleeding fucking hells. It was a solid 10 seconds before I could even draw a breath, let alone open my eyes. Sorry, it's better without warning. When I did, Samarin was gazing at his hands, rubbing his fingers together. I needed to feel it. Creative cursing. Zareth had pushed aside the fabric and was leaning against a wooden pillar, watching me with lazy curiosity. You have a way with words, Maxantarius. Fuck you. I was in too much pain to even wish that I could come up with something more inventive. And delivered with such enthusiasm. Don't you have something better to... This is rot, Samarin spoke quietly, focused only on his fingers. Zareth and I both lapsed into silence. I glanced at Tisaanah, who stared back at me with wide eyes. Rot? I echoed. Rot. Decay. He shook his head, still staring at his hands, then my wound. Perplexed. I can't even speak to the flesh. It's dead. Like an infection? Tisaanah asked, hesitantly. An infected wound will start to decay if left unattended long enough, but this is far beyond that. Was it like this from the beginning? It's gotten worse, but was it black like this? Yes, Tisaanah answered for me. It looked the same. I've never seen anything like this, Samarin muttered. Neither had I. In me, Riche had simply ramped up the scale of my natural magic ability, feeding my own powers back to me at a staggering scale. But as a Valtane, this kind of physical ability would be difficult for Tisaanah. And I'd never heard of any wielder, Valtane or Solari, turning something living to decay through touch. Not even a wielder who controlled flesh like Samarin. He could tear it apart, deprive it of blood, strangle it and wither it slowly, but rotting it? Outright killing it? That was new to me. Tisaanah paled. It appears I'm missing some background information. You did this, Tisaanah? Zareth's eyes had a certain sparkle in them, a certain hunger, as they landed on her and lingered. Riche did, she corrected. I wished I could have reached into her lungs and stopped her. Well, that is interesting. Tisaanah's gaze flicked back to me and to that peculiar wound. But I was looking past her, at Zareth, whose eyes roamed over her with eager pleasure, like he had just been presented with a gift that he couldn't wait to unwrap. There had been many, many times over the years when I very vividly imagined how good it would feel to rip out Zareth's throat. But this may have been the first time that I actively had to stop myself from doing it. You think? I scoffed. Honestly, it's a little underwhelming. Annoying more than anything. Let's just heal this thing up, Samarin. I knew it was unconvincing, but it was my best shot. My blood roared as a little smarmy twitch at the corner of Zareth's mouth told me that he knew exactly what I was trying to do. It was so distracting that I almost didn't hear Samarin as he said, I can't. My attention snapped back to him. You can't? Not easily. I can't talk to this. And the shape is... His lips thinned in concentration. I need to dig it out before I can try to bridge the damage. Did he just say dig? I tried not to let myself blanch. Can you leave, please? I snapped at Zareth. This is invasive. It was amazing how fast Zareth's expression changed, like every muscle rearranged into a razor-sharp glare all at once. This is my ship. I can crawl into the washroom with you, and I'd be well within my rights. And that aside, I don't appreciate your tone. Remember who you're speaking to. Right. Zareth Aldris, Arch-Commandant. Zareth Aldris, the man who once went out on a reconnaissance mission with 5 of his most talented military peers, his most talented competition, and, conveniently, was the only one to return alive. The man who forced me back to my family home to get me out of his way. The man who advocated for my imprisonment, even though he knew perfectly well the truth of what had happened in Sarla's Eye that day. Zareth Aldris, the man who befriended a teenage Tisaanah in slavery and proceeded to leave her there, not once, not twice, but 4 damn times. And then had worn that lazy little smile as he tried to force her to her knees in front of everyone that she so desperately wanted to impress, just because he could. And who now, after all of that, looked at her like she was a slab of meat ready to be quartered for his own purposes. Oh, I knew exactly who I was speaking to. I smiled at him through gritted teeth and said, I could never forget. Frankly, I was proud of my restraint. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. But clearly my tone was still not up to Zareth's standards, because he straightened, shoulder squaring, head cocked. Come here, Maxantarius. "This is not needed," Tisaanah cut in, before shooting me a look that said, "Shut up and stop causing trouble. Stand up and come here." Long, sharp fingers grabbed a hold of my mind and squeezed. I managed 5 long seconds before my legs betrayed me, rising from the chair without my permission and taking one agonizing step after another. I stopped a few steps in front of him and arched my eyebrows, as if to say, "Happy now?" He raised a pale finger and beckoned. One more step. Bastard. I made the movement as tiny as I possibly could, inching forward only slightly, and he laughed. "You never make anything easy." His smile soured into something closer to a sneer. "You've always been so mouthy. But that willpower has never quite been strong enough, has it? Always failed you at the most important times." Low. So fucking low, even for him. Fury clawed at every muscle in my body. "This is your boat, but it is my mission," Tisaanah's voice cut from behind me. "And these distractions are not useful, Zareth. This is not why we're here." "Distractions?" His gaze lowered to my shoulder. "I only wanted to get a closer look at this. I like to fully understand the potential of the resources I have at my disposal." He examined the wounds, his nose wrinkling. "Disgusting." "And fascinating." Then he turned to Tisaanah, face drawn into overwrought concern. "It troubles me, Tisaanah, that you didn't feel comfortable telling me about this sooner." Her face remained neutral, but I watched her expression steel in that particular way that told me that she was calculating the perfect response. Then her features settled into a well-practiced, apologetic sweetness, and she replied, "There was just so much happening, so fast, I wasn't thinking properly." It was so saccharine that it bordered on sarcasm, or maybe I only thought so because I knew her too well. But Zareth, at least, appeared to buy it. One blink, and that dazzling, effusive smile was back. "We've all been a little distracted. It happens in times like these. But make no mistake, this is why we're here. None of us can afford to forget that." His breezy gaze flicked to me, gesturing to the wound. "Get that taken care of, then. Have fun with the digging." And just like that, he glided away, not so much as bothering to look back as he ascended the steps to the deck. Chapter 53. Tisaanah. "That went exactly how he wanted it to," Samarin said, shaking his head, and Max scowled in a way that said he knew his friend was right. I watched Max as he slumped back down onto that crate, my teeth gritted. Stupid, so stupid, in that uniquely male way, to sink to getting into a dick-waving contest instead of stopping to think about what that would mean. Gods, what a privilege that must be! I may have had the ability to decay flesh, a thought that made me shudder, but I still lacked the freedom that would let me behave so carelessly. Max caught my eye. "What?" "You made it too easy for him. Trust me, I've known Zareth long enough to know that he would have found an excuse for that display regardless. That was unavoidable, now or later." A scoff. "Bastard. It doesn't matter. You cannot give him so much to use against you." Max's face hardened. "That man treated you like an animal, and he was just looking at you like you were—" He let out a breath through his teeth. "And you're telling me that I didn't play nicely enough?" I wanted to laugh. How could someone be so cynical and yet so naive? "Do you understand how many men have looked at me that way, like a thing, not a person? I wouldn't have survived a week in Esmerissa's court if I had. But that's not right. Of course it's not right, but it is the way it is. The only weapon I have is to use that." Max looked down at his shoulder, at that glistening black rot. "I don't think that's even remotely true, Tisaanah." A whisper, far away, as my eyes fell to that patch of rot. That one echo of a whisper, and it was gone again. It was always, always so tired.
I am bound to the orders, I said to Max. That is true whether I like it or you like it. And that rot, I lifted my hand to his shoulder, biting back my disgust at the word. That does not belong to me. That belongs to them. Bound to Zareth, bound to Nora, bound to Queen Sesri, and, of course, perhaps most dangerously of all, bound to Rishaye. All those ropes cutting into my skin that could kill, my hands that would decay. It was easier, I acknowledged, deep in the back of my mind. It was easier to be angry at Max for doing what I couldn't than to think about all that implied, than to think about what those people made me and what my servitude, my slavery, would force me to do. Because that just made me feel sick, no matter how many times I told myself that it would all be worth it if it meant freeing those that I left behind. But you are more than all of those things, Samarin said, quietly. Don't forget that. I will be whatever I need to be. What about what you want to be? Max leaned forward, wincing at the movement. What about you? What about me? I was a means to an end. My mother had sent her only child away. Sepharel had been ready to sacrifice his life. What they gave up for me too had to worth something. It is not the time for me to be selfish, I said. Not yet. And because I couldn't bear to look at it anymore, at Max and the way he saw me, at the wound I had given him, at everything that it implied I would be used for, I turned around and went upstairs, finding some small relief in the salty breeze and unforgiving stark sky. Zareth lounged at one end of the boat, but I was drawn towards the back where Nora stalked in circles. Thwimp. The sound was sharp and clean. Every 3 paces, Nora threw a little knife at the masts, biting glints of silver in the wood. I wandered to her and couldn't help but be impressed that her knives were lined up in a straight, perfect line, nearly touching, accuracy impeccable. Her face lifted to greet me. That little movement startled me despite myself. Sometimes, when I first saw her, it was like the sharp edges of my mind caught a fraying piece of fabric, snagging at threads of memories that didn't belong to me. Sometimes they were tinged with a bittersweet affection. Other times, furious anger. Most commonly, I saw the sad, determined, unapologetic look in her eye as her hand raised to Max's temple in Sarlazai, paired with that devastating betrayal. I heard that mess downstairs. Her attention turned back to her throwing knives. Thwimp. I forgot how entertaining those standoffs could be, she added. I would not call it entertaining. She shrugged. Either way, it sounds like that wasn't the most intriguing part. Her eyes flicked to my hands. Rot. Interesting. Self-consciously, my fingers curled. Yes, aren't you lucky to have that kind of power? I did not feel lucky, but I said, to her and to myself, if it will accomplish my goals, then yes. My mind ran over the memory of Esmerissa's sneering face, and Rishaye's exhausted hiss slithered through my thoughts. I winced. Well, we'll see what we can do with that, Nora said. But that's impressive and unique. I'm sure it will strike fear into the hearts of your Threlian lords. Into anyone, really. Thwimp. Her fingers moved so fast that they became slender white smears. This one buried itself into the wood a little off-center. She grimaced at it, then gave me a long, thoughtful look. It would have been easy to shrivel under that gaze. What does Nora want? I asked myself. I was good at answering that question. But Nora was difficult. She was cruel and cold, but she had been so gentle with me when I was sick, and she had testified on Max's behalf when no one else would. She had damned him, but also saved him. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. And yet she hadn't batted an eye to destroy an entire city, to kill hundreds of innocent people, to betray the person that she claimed to love the most in the most terrible way.
She leaned slightly towards me when she spoke again. Zareth harasses Max because he sees him as a threat, and he needs to prove his dominance at every opportunity, she said, her voice low as she cast one brief glance to Zareth at the other end of the ship. He does the same thing to me, as is obvious. You are either Zareth's friend, meaning someone he can use, or a threat. Possess or destroy. It was always the same. What he just saw will make you a threat to him, she said. Be aware of that. I almost scoffed. I would never allow Zareth or Nora, for that matter, to see me as dangerous. Not really. I would show them parts of my strength, yes. I would show them what I could give them. But even during my time in slavery, I never allowed myself to be seen as a threat. There was power in being underestimated. That would be silly of him, I said. I am bound to the orders. You know this. Just because he thinks he can use you doesn't mean he isn't also afraid of you. Be careful. You have too much potential to be eaten up by his primal temper tantrums. What a waste that would be. She gave me a quick, knowing glance. Men want power because it makes them feel good. Women want power because it lets us do things. And imagine, Tisaanah, the things we could do with you. Her eyes snapped back to Zareth and didn't move, not even as she flicked 3 more blades from her fingers. Thwimp, thwimp, thwimp. This time they were in a perfect line. And she gave me one little smile that unfurled over her face like frozen winter's breath. A little pleased smile that told me those knives landed exactly where she wanted them. Chapter 54. Tisaanah. 4 days. That's all the time we would have in Threll. I was given 2 weeks total for my mission. 14 days. 5 would be used to travel there, and 5 to travel back, maybe less if we were lucky, but I couldn't plan for luck. As the days and hours and minutes ticked by, I found myself cursing the sun for rising too many times, and the sea for moving us too slowly. Even with the help of Zareth, Nora and I moving the wind as much as we could to get us there faster. We were, after all, moving more than twice as fast as I did when I first came to Ara. Still, it was not fast enough. The days ticked by. We gathered to solidify the plan when we were less than 24 hours from shore, the misty outline of the Threllian continent barely visible in the distance. Once we landed, we could get to the Mikov estate very quickly, thanks to the stratograms that Zareth had laid out over the course of his apparently extensive travels throughout Threll. We would not, I instructed, use force. Not immediately. Not until I saw Sorel and I had him in safety. I could not risk striking too early and having him suffer the consequences. And after that, Max had asked, arms crossed as he leaned back against the mast. The whole purpose of this trip was to see what Roche is capable of, Zareth added with a sharp smile. I resisted the urge to correct him, or to allow myself consider the fact that Roche still had hardly spoken to me since the sparring incident. Instead, I returned his grin with grim determination. They will not let the slaves go easily. I'm sure that we will have our chance to fight. And to make sure that the estate will never hold slaves again. Excellent, Zareth replied, sounding pleased with this answer. But it was Max's eyes that met mine across the room. Together, we dipped our fingers into a pool of nervousness and hunger and fire. That night, our shoulders brushing as we watched the sunlight paint the sea with splashes of blood red, I could only think about time and our lack of it. I was stupid. I should have asked for more. I did not voice that thought, but Max said quietly, with the right kind of relentless brute force, 4 days is more than enough time to topple a Threllian lord or two. As if, as always, he heard my buried doubts. And even though I didn't totally believe him, not completely, I still let out a slow exhale of relief, just to hear that hope solidified into words. It will have to be.
I couldn't sleep that night. I was so nervous that I could hardly breathe. Nervous just to exist in that space again. Nervous that I would fail. Nervous that I wouldn't. Nervous to see Sorel again after it had taken me so long to come back for him. And nervous that he wouldn't be there. Throughout this trip, I had been constantly aware of the web of my own thoughts, forever conscious of Richet's cold darkness. It felt it moving and shifting and whispering, but nothing more, not even when Max was near me. For a while, that had been a relief. But now, on the eve of our arrival, my own fragility loomed. I had one shot. Just one. And without Richet, I was nothing. And so, alone above deck, I stood beneath the milky moonlight darkness. In the distance, I watched the outline of Threll grow closer and closer. And I did what I never thought I would. I tried to wake Richet up. When I touched it, I was hit with a wall that sent me staggering, a wall of white and bright, unforgiving light, a flash of golden hair, the bite of fingernails into flesh, and above all, terror, like I had reached into the thick of someone else's nightmare. When I opened my eyes, I was on my knees, and Richet curled around my thoughts, scaling the web of my mind like a spider leaping from thread to thread. The remnants of its fear twined with mine in my veins. I forced my own back as I whispered quiet comforts to the quivering presence in my head. "Shh, you are all right. You are safe." A growl rippled up my spine. "You're safe." I wondered who they were. Zareth? Nora? Max even? Or were they dozens of people spread over decades or centuries? The collected aggressors of a million fragmented moments. Perhaps Richet didn't even know. I fed it my forced calm. Many people do terrible things, but we can either eat our anger and make it fuel us, or we can let it eat us alive. Richet inhaled the memory of my mother, her stern and beautiful face as she told me those words, then blew it back to me like smoke through its nostrils. I felt its unspoken question. That is my mother. She told me that many years ago. Yes, she died a terrible death, just like the rest of my family. I let it see the ropes, the chains, the wide-brimmed black hats. I let it see the broken bodies I saw come through slave marketplaces, people too old or weak to work in the mines to be sold off for scrap. I let it see the scars. I felt it pick up and inspect each image like a curious child examining a new toy, interested but unmoved. Fine. New approach. Tomorrow we go back to my homeland. And I want revenge. That was a concept I knew it grasped. It killed Max's family to punish him. It understood anger, even if it wouldn't understand my love. Is that what you want too? You know what it is to be angry. A skittering chuckle. My memories withered like Max's flesh beneath my fingers. I had to fight my revulsion. Then, help me. I'll need you when we get there. Only you. When I call for you, will you come for me? And Richet shivered, shuddered, writhed, sinking further and further into my terrible memories until it hit the sharpest one of all. Esmar Reese's face, his sneer, the blood flicking his cheeks. It watched the images again and again, unagonizingly slowly, as if dissecting them. I could not bring myself to voice my confirmation, even though I knew, in a terrible, twisted way, it was true. Instead, I asked again, "Will you help me when I call for you?" A long consideration. "Kafara," it whispered, and slithered back into darkness. Chapter 55. Tisaanah. The stratagrams that Zareth had laid out were staggered throughout Threll, intended to give him a network of touch points that he could leap between for quick and flexible travel.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Still, quick was relative. We jumped to so many that my head was spinning by the fifth leap. When you're unfamiliar with the land, Max explained, between stops, you can lay out stratograms to use as hooks to grab onto between jumps. But they can't be very far apart, a few miles at most. Even he, at this point, was starting to look a bit pale. The first jump took us through the port city, the second through the rocky ravines, the third into a lush, looming forest. But I didn't think it would hit me so hard, so deeply, when we made what must have been close to our 10th leap, and we were greeted by rolling grasslands. Land that once, long ago, would have been Nizarene. The sight of those grass-covered hills, golden with brushes of autumn's mortality, dusted with distant hints of wildflower color, stole the words from my head and the breath from my lungs. If I squinted enough, I could see my family in the distance, little silhouettes of a village brushing the horizon, a waving figure calling me home from miles away. My home, I thought, the words lonely and mournful. How could I have forgotten? The rest of the group shuffled away, moaning about their headaches or preparing for the next leap. But I just stood there, staring. I felt the familiar presence of Max halt beside me. "Welcome to Threll," I murmured. "Welcome to Nizarene. It's beautiful." Pride and sadness melded in my chest. I'm glad you got to see what I see when I remember my home, before we go witness all of the terrible things that it has become. "Me too," Max said, and we stood there for just a moment longer, letting the ghosts wrap around us, sinking into the beauty of my sad, lost world. Just for a moment, before we turned around and made another stomach-churning leap. 3 more leaps. By this time, my head spun every time we landed. To make things worse, Richer was growing more and more agitated. It asked, impatiently, with every landing. "Not yet," I would reply, with as soothing a tone as I could manage. But I was beginning to wonder if I had made a mistake by rousing it the night before. It did a tenuously good job of listening to me so far, but I dreaded what would happen if it got fed up with my rejection before I was ready. When we landed this time, it took me a moment to clear my spinning vision, to push Richer back, to put the rest of my head in order. When I did, I blinked and found that we were standing on a long dirt road. The path led up to a rising hill upon which sat a building, not enormous, but certainly imposing, constructed of golden brick that seemed to rise directly from the amber grass surrounding it, spires topped with rounded points that came to a curled tip like the dollop of frosting on a pastry. Perhaps it had once been beautiful, but now it crumbled and peeled with superficial neglect. Activity surrounded it, people and horses bustling around its base. At the other side of the hill, I could see lines of figures making their way to its entrance. My chest guttered as I realized what I was looking at. "This was abandoned last time I was here," Zareth said, frowning. "This building is Nizarene's," I murmured. The architecture was very similar to that of the Threllian lords, but the little differences were easy to spot if you knew where to look. The narrower windows, brighter shades of paint, square doors instead of rounded. One of our old governmental buildings, left to rot, now used to cage and torture the people it once served. I looked again to the lines of people traveling the paths and furrowed my brow. Walls and walls of terror hit me, shaking my knees. I had forgotten how powerful the emotions of large groups of unshielded minds were. And these slid between my ribs and clawed at my insides. "Hey!" 2 men on white horses trotted towards us, shouting in sharp Thereni. One raised a scimitar above his head, a clumsy threat. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" 2 men on white horses, 2 men wearing wide-brimmed black hats? My blood turned to ice. Slavers, of course. They did this
took up abandoned buildings to use as trading and transport hubs. I had been in many myself. As if fueled by the shock that ran through me, Richer banged at my thoughts, eager. Not yet. The men rode closer, approaching us down the dirt road. If we stratogram out, we do it now, Ariadne said. Zareth gave me a curious look, unfazed, one eyebrow tweaked. We don't have to go if Tisaanah would rather intervene. There are maybe 50 men up there, Nora said, plus the slaves. For us, easy, Zareth purred. What a wonderfully noble way to see what Richer can do. The string of furious Therini curses grew louder, coupled with hoofbeats. I looked up at the building, landing on a small figure in the approaching line, a child, with her wrists bound in front of her. Not yet, not yet. It's up to you, Tisaanah, Max said, quietly. One word, and the place goes up. We were so close to Cyril, so close. And the odds here were not in our favor. 50 men, compared to the 7 of us. But I looked at that child, her head craned up to squint at the building before her. I tasted her fear down to my bones. Her blood ran through my veins, and mine in hers. And then my eyes fell on one of the many black-clad figures, a tall, thin man who turned to look over his shoulder at us, and my breath caught. Even from this distance, I knew that figure. You ever buy unripened fruit at the market? He had said, looking at me like I was something to be devoured, in words that I would hear repeated in 8 years' worth of nightmares. One of the men who took me as a child is here. When I met Max's stare, fury rolled over his features like storm clouds, dark and cold and lethally still. He drew his staff from his back and readied it, warmth pulsing faintly where his fingers crossed its designs, coiling, waiting for my permission. This belongs to you. I only move when you tell me to. The hoofbeats were nearly upon us. I reached behind my back and wrapped my fingers around Il-Sahaj's hilt. I saw those hats, their assessing gazes, the bodies of my slaughtered kin, and I was angry. One word, Tisaanah. My blade was out, the edge as sharp as the terror of the girl I was and the rage of the woman I became. My eyes snapped to that one slaver. Yes, I breathed. Richer let out a triumphant laugh. Are you fucking deaf? The approaching Therini voice rose to annoyance, then sliced to sudden silence. Max's staff seared through flesh as if it were paper, a wicked, eager satisfaction settling into hell as we all flung ourselves into hell. Chapter 56. Tisaanah. The 2 approaching slavers fell as if they were made of sand. And just like that night, it was quieter than I expected it to be. Their words strangling into silence, their bodies falling with dull thumps onto the ground. For a few seconds, everything was suspended. Mine and my blade, Max and his, the Syrian and their unsheathed spears. Samarin, Nora, Zareth poising for action. All of us ready. And then, all at once, something snapped, and we plunged into dirt and blood. I buried myself into it with unexpected glee. I had not killed since Esmaris. Even at Tehran I had managed to avoid it. But as my eyes snapped to that one man and stayed tethered to him, I wanted nothing more than blood. I screamed out a rough, frantic command to protect the slaves, praying that it didn't get lost in the snap of chaos. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Eslin grab Samarin and disappear with him, reappearing fractions of a moment later near the glut of terrified slaves. Good, because I couldn't think about them. There was only one place I wanted to go. I relinquished just a few threads of my mind to Richer. just enough that I felt its power cackle through me, rising the hairs of my arms, twining with the intoxicating, overwhelming emotion that I sucked through every breath. I grabbed mines like handfuls of skinned grapes.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. And I relished the way that the slavers' terror ran down my arms, just like their blood did when I rammed Ilsahach through their chests. Every strike of the blade left rotten smears of decay, even shallow near misses blooming with putrid black flesh. Richer threw itself into every shred of control I gave it, first with glee, then with impatience. It demanded. Not yet. This was mine alone. And I needed the power over my muscles that I maintained with such desperate mental energy. With so many innocents here, I could not risk that. Still, maintaining that control grew more and more difficult as I drowned in the agonizing, bloodthirsty euphoria that was solely mine, and the confused terror that wasn't. Max was beside me, filling my nostrils with the scent of burning flesh, and he sank into this brutality with a precise grace that was darkly beautiful. There was nothing graceful about what I was doing. If he was a dancer, driven by years of training and lethal precision, I was an animal drunk on hunger and instinct. But he protected me, covering up the sloppy mistakes of my rage, responding to every silent request of my movements. I looked at no one but that one tall, thin slaver. He grabbed for his scimitar, but scampered along the walls of the building, ducking through the door like a terrified rabbit seeking its den. I fought my way to him. I hardly felt the blood spatter across my face as I struck down the guard in the doorway, or the wound that he slashed across my arm when I failed to hit my target. For one split second, the slaver's fat fingers curled at my arms. I ceded more control to Richer and let it wither his hands until he screamed, until Max tore him off of me and threw him against the wall, opening him from his navel to his throat in one slash, and letting his mushy, smoldering gore spill over the floor. My body shivered with Richer's laughter, with its pleasure, with its unsatiated desire. With every beat of my rapid heart and every inhale of rage, hands yanking at my mind with increasing desperation. I hardly paused at the dead guard, flying into the house with a lurch, only to stop short. It was so dark inside that my eyes struggled to adjust. And the fear hit me all at once, as thick in the air as the sweaty scent of bodies and urine. Through every open door, I saw the glimmering whites of eyes and fingers that trembled around ropes and rusty shackles. A ragged breath tore through me. Gods, it was too much. My memories of my time in places just like this burned my throat like acidic bile. I stumbled. Nora and Zareth flew past, sealing those rooms, clearing the hall. They killed so easily. Max's hand brushed the small of my back, a wordless note of concern when he couldn't stop moving or fighting long enough to speak. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. I stood in a large lobby, a sweeping staircase opening before me. The steps were already filling with the frantic bodies of the remaining slavers pouring downstairs, blades drawn. One lunged for me. One touch, one brush of my sword, and his flesh turned to ribbons of pus and rot. His body had not hit the ground when my eyes once again found who I was looking for. The tall, thin man had retreated to a corner beneath the stairs, his black hat discarded to reveal pitifully thin hair on the head that he bowed, as if keeping his eyes to the floor would keep him from being seen. Him. All of my exhaustion faded away into the background of a single memory.
That night, again and again. Too young to whore, by some standards. One surge through the mass of bodies, and I was upon him. I grabbed him, threw him to the stone ground. Felt my throat release a wordless, groaning cry. I wanted to watch him suffer the way I had suffered. Riche gulped my anger, still begging for more control. Holding it off grew further and further from my thoughts. The slaver's arms shielded his face, already marred with rotted handprint wounds from my touch. Mouth flapping in gummy pleas. Please, please, don't. Please, my people had begged too. I stood over him, feet on either side of his hips, ilsahaj in my hands. Do you remember me? Please, please. His face lolled, pressing against the floor, eyes squeezing shut. Look at me. I thrust ilsahaj's blade in his face and used it to turn his cheek. The flesh of his face withered into decay where the metal touched it. I relished his squeal of pain. His fear pulsed through me like a hideous, intoxicating drug. Don't kill me, he wept. Bastard! Bastard! There was no recognition in his eyes, nothing but that cowardly panic. He took everything from me, killed my family members in their beds, sold a child to a terrible fate, me and so many others. And he didn't remember. Riche hissed. Remember me, I snarled. A command, not a question, as I opened my palms to release streams and streams of butterflies, crimson, putrid wings spewing into the air as violently as the spurt of blood and the smoke of funeral pyres. They kept coming, surrounding me even as I closed my hand around my sword's hilt again, as if they were peeling from my skin. I heard my name, faintly, far away. I ignored it. Please, the man moaned. He did not remember. He did not care to remember. I was nothing to him. Invisible and unseen, just another body to use and sell and ruin. The same as so many who came before and after me. And maybe it was the same for me. I looked down at the old man cowering on the floor and noticed the pudge to his cheeks, the sharpness of his nose. Was this really the same man that I had met all of those years ago? Did it matter? The bloody red butterflies clouded the air, sticking to the floor, the ceiling, the walls, and to my soul. Not enough. Never enough. I let my rage consume me. An animal cry escaped my throat as I raised ilsahaj over my head. And when the blade came down, when it spread lightning fingers of decay over the slaver's body, my hands were no longer my own. Tears streaked my cheeks as Riche lifted my chin and let out a manic, howling laugh. Chapter 57. Max. I was no longer looking at a woman. I was looking at a fucking goddess. A goddess of death and vengeance and utter indiscriminate destruction. She could nothing else, standing there in her white jacket, so spattered with blood that it soaked crimson, sword raised, those scarlet butterflies forming a cape around her shoulders. Ascended, I rasped to Samarin. Did I look like that? Yes, he said, you did. The butterflies clogged the air, spreading down the halls. And when Tisaanah straightened, the wooden floorboards blackened beneath her every step. The slaver that I was fighting blanched and stumbled, eyes wide. I took the opportunity to run one searing slash across his throat, never looking away from her. Incredible, I heard Zareth gasp. The remaining slavers, at least the ones close enough to get the full effect of what they were up against, began retreating. Or at least trying to. They didn't get far. She dragged them back with yanks of invisible hands, withering their flesh with mere brushes of her sword. And her expression? It wasn't Tisaanah's rage, or her pain, or even her angry satisfaction that greeted me when those mismatched eyes flicked to me. No, it was empty, glazed over glee. That was Riche. That was all Riche. Those putrid butterflies grew dense that I could only see her in flickers through their wings. One hit Samarin's arm, and he hissed as he wiped it away to reveal a smear of rot. I grabbed Nora's arm. Get those people out of here. I jerked my chin down the hall to the rows of rooms that I knew held the slaves. Through a window if you have to. The tail end of my words were drowned out by a howling screech as Tisaanah Riche rotted out another slaver alive. There were only a few remaining now. I issued the same command to the 2 Syriazen, who went flickering off into the opposite direction. Tisaanah turned around.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I saw those empty, unfamiliar eyes settle on one of the ajar doors. I heard the whimpers of fear coming from inside. And I couldn't give myself one sorry second to think before I leapt in front of her, my staff crossing for path. Her beautiful mouth spread into a bloody, furious grin as her accentless voice hissed, "Move, Maxantarius." Chapter 58, Tisaanah. I was being ripped apart, and I loved every eviscerating second of it. I smelled nothing but blood, could feel nothing but the withering of my enemy's skin beneath my own. I sank into it and let myself drown, turned myself over to my pain and my vengeance. And it took me too long to realize exactly what I had relinquished, that I not only didn't want to stop, but that I couldn't stop. My attempts to control my own body were met with that same thick glass wall, just like they had that day in the sparring ring with Max, but more painful, more vivid, because I was drunk on Riche's euphoria, like every one of my nerves were firing at 100 times their typical strength. I fought the fog and pounded on the glass. Let me back in! I threw myself at it, dragging my fingernails down it like claws. Let me back in! A wave of suffocating pleasure clouded my senses as another body hit the ground, withering beneath my hands. But even its voice sounded slurred and drugged. It gulped, scrap of emotion, of terror, like shots of liquor. Body after body hit the floor. No, I couldn't let this happen. I forced myself to calm, to breathe. Not a wall, I reminded myself, a web, a breath, and the layout of my own mind once again spread out before me in threads of glittering silk. But this time, something was wrong. The threads weren't arranged in complicated but neat clusters. Instead, they tangled. And they weren't alight with delicate white light. They were on fire, blue, black fire that crawled down the threads as if drawing them into a closing fist. I tried to sever them, tried to push Riche back into its secluded corner. But I was greeted with a vicious strike, as if I were being slammed into a wall, then bound, ropes tightening around my throat. Except the ropes were my own memories, the blurry, half-remembered image of the capital of Nizreen burning, the burn of my mother's goodbye kiss on my forehead, and of Cyril's on my cheek. I don't need your money. Hands on my wrists, my body, my breasts, the whip that sliced my skin again and again and again. Panic rising and rising so high that I almost didn't even see Max's face. "Don't," I begged, before Riche let out a withering snarl and slammed a blanket of black over me, shutting me into darkness and drowning me in my own terrible past. Chapter 59, Max. I searched her face for some sign of my friend, but I saw no trace of Tisaanah in those features or that voice. My stomach sank.
Come on, Tisaanah, come back. You're done, I said. A pained sneer formed over the bridge of her nose. It is not enough. You're done, I repeated. The red butterfly still streamed from her skin, clustering around her like wings and rising to the ceiling. But they were deformed now, little more than flapping blobs. Come back, Tisaanah, you're still there. For one moment she stared at me, and hope leapt in my chest. And then the sneer deepened. We are not done, she snarled, and lifted Il Sahaj into a vicious slash. Fuck, I blocked her, then again and again. Every time her sword clashed against my staff, black crept up the liquid fire that pooled in its divots. Her magic was overtaking my own, hijacking the veins built into my weapon. My palms began to burn where my skin touched the metal. A butterfly collided with my forearm, and I winced at the ensuing pain. I thrust the metal back in one violent push, hurling her against the wall. She hit it, then stumbled, taking a moment too long to find her footing. The way her legs lurched told me that Riche still did not have complete control of her body. A perfect opening. The part of me that was a trained fighter knew the movement so well that it twitched in my arms. Any other opponent, and that would be the end. But this was not any other opponent. This was Tisaanah. And all I could bring myself to do was pray that the moment of stunned impact might give her the opening that she needed to seize her own control. Instead, her head lolled for only a moment before her eyes settled on me and she lunged. I blocked, wincing as the skin on my palms burned. Where was Samarin? I couldn't even see through these fucking butterflies. I could only take my eyes off her for split seconds at a time, but when I could, I searched over her shoulder into that morass of red. Another lunge, another block, another rush of decayed black. You stifle yourself, Maxantarius. Her nostrils twitched. Why are you so afraid? I pulled away. My feet danced over dead bodies, each step deliberate to avoid slipping on a floor covered in gore and oily rot. Only for us to clash together again, her mouth offering a small, thoughtful smile. I already know what you really are. I know everything about you. The smile soured. I gave you those gifts, and yet you never... The black crawled further up the veins of my staff. Ascended my fucking hands. She went for another slash, and again I evaded her. Would be an excellent time to come back now, Tisaanah, I barked. Please, Tisaanah, I know you can do this. The world went red, then white. Suddenly, my back was against the wall, and my side was on fire. When I opened my eyes, I saw fresh blood dripping from Il Sahaj's glittering blade. A blade that she raised, and then... I ignored the scream of my body as I rolled out of the way. She lurched again, her movement sloppy and too slow. And there it was again, an opening. I could slash the backs of her calves. It would force her down. Easily repaired, if I was clean about it. If I was clean enough. If I wasn't, she might never walk properly again. I raised my blade, setting up the movement. But then my eyes met hers for one moment, and my heart lurched, and my hand paused for a moment too long. And then another figure appeared out of nothing, flickering to life like a shadow emerging from those red butterflies and striking Tisaanah's back with lethal precision. I heard only my friend's voice as she let out a cry of pain. And I knew I should take the opportunity as I saw her fling Ariadne off of her, as I saw her stumble as blood ran down her back. But my hands were still, even as she straightened and turned to me with a frenzied glare. Even as she raised her blade again with a shriek. But then she froze. Her body twitched and then lurched.
I'd only lived this, never seen it from the outside, but I knew exactly what was happening. I didn't need to look to know that Samarin was beside me. One arm raised, his brow knotted in concentration. He drew his fingers into his palm. Tisaanah's body let out a sickening series of cracks as it lurched to the floor, her limbs askew. The butterflies were dripping down the walls like thickened blood. Her eyes clung to mine. Fury melted into terror. She let out a strangled sound that didn't sound human, probably because Samarin was tying her muscles into knots, forcing her lungs to shrivel until her brain relinquished consciousness. I dropped to my knees beside her. Rot was still pulsing across the floorboards, softening them beneath our feet. I didn't notice. I didn't notice anything but the way her terrified gaze found mine and looked nowhere else. "I'm sorry," I wanted to tell her. "I'm so sorry." Her breathing convulsed, fighting the whole way as her eyelashes fluttered. Crack. If I'd been able to look away, I would have seen that the wooden beams of the building were beginning to give beneath the tendrils of decay. "This is coming down." I heard Noura's footfalls land beside me. Time to go. Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I scooped Tisaanah up in my arms and stood, and I didn't look at anyone as I carried her out of the building, her limbs suddenly limp as Samarin released her body from his control. Chapter 60. Tisaanah. To call them nightmares would be like calling a typhoon a light drizzle. I spent hours tangled within the worst of my memories, all mashed together, all attacking me and strangling me at once. They were reality, but worse. My mother saying goodbye to me as her flesh withered and eyeballs fell from her sockets. As Maurice raising his whip as his skin turned to shadow and flames. And no matter how I clawed and fought, I couldn't get out. They dragged me back every time. By the time I awoke, it was past sunset. I was in a makeshift bed in a tent, Max at my side before I was even aware enough to recognize him. An encampment, apparently, had been set up relatively quickly. Zareth, Noura, and Max explained to me what happened. I listened, numb. "You were spectacular," Zareth said, smiling. I didn't feel spectacular. I had been shut out of my own mind. I looked at Zareth, but didn't reply to him. Instead, I turned to Max and stood, ignoring the way the ground shook and slid beneath my feet. "Show me." He obeyed. Together, we walked up to the top of the hill where the Nizranese building had stood. Had stood. Now it crumbled. Half of it remained upright, barely, while the other side toppled into chunks of stone and wood. One of the remaining columns stood precariously off-kilter. Patches of red crawled over some of the stones, stark and aggressive even beneath the moonlight. I looked down the other side of the hill, to plumes of black smoke in the distance. "Bodies," Max stated, following my gaze. "Slavers? Yes, every last one of the bastards. I thought I might feel more. And the slaves? We have more than 150 people in that camp." He pointed back towards the encampment tents and campfires dotting the hillside. Was that all of them? I hated his ensuing silence. A lump rose in my throat. "All of them?" I pressed. "One was hit by falling stone when the building came down. Samarin did his best, but he died. He died." I appreciated the straightforwardness of that statement. No, he didn't make it. No, we couldn't save him. He died. He died because of my lack of control. And the only reason why more didn't was because Max had stopped me, and Samarin had forced me down. My numbness cracked, but didn't shatter. "I want to see them," I said, gesturing to the camps, and Max nodded. He took me down to walk through the clusters of people. There weren't enough tents for every person.
But the night was clear and temperate, so many people set up around little fires. They weren't all Nisranese. The Threllians, after all, had conquered and enslaved nearly half a dozen countries, and I could tell from the various accents dotting the air that nearly all of them were represented here. But though they may have been born into different nations, they might as well share blood now. They all gathered together in exhausted peace, comfortable at least. They had managed to save a good number of supplies from the slaver hub, Max told me as we walked, which explained the tents, food, and sleeping arrangements. I heard wails punctuate the quiet conversation and stopped. My head turned to figures gathered near the edge of the camp. A warm hand pressed my shoulder. "That won't help anything," Max murmured. "Trust me, I know." But I pulled away anyway, and he didn't try to stop me. The body was bound in tatters of white fabric in a makeshift Nisranese shroud. It was small and slim, perhaps a teenager. A selfish part of me was grateful that I couldn't see his face. A middle-aged woman wept over his body, flinging herself over him, frizzy brown hair shaking around her face in time with her sobs. My numbness broke, and her grief assaulted me in a wave so strong that it drowned me. I opened my mouth, but said nothing. What would I say? That I was sorry? That I offered my condolences, my prayers, my respect? What value would that be to her? Prayers from the woman who had killed her son? Blessings from the gods that had allowed him to die? My throat shuddered. I turned away before their eyes could find me, but I was a little too slow. I heard the whisper start as I took my first steps away from the fire, and I felt their recognition rise from the camp like steam as eyes one by one flicked towards me. I kept my gaze straight ahead as Max and I walked back to my own tent, but I didn't have to look at them to feel it, and I didn't have to listen to them to hear their whispers. They were afraid of me. Witch, their shuddering thoughts said. Monster. The rippling grasslands were just as beautiful beneath the moonlight as they were under the amber glow of the sun. I let my back sag against smooth tree trunk bark and watched it flow. I had stared at the roof of my tent until the hum of activity outside lapsed to silence. Then I rose and tread with bare feet through the camp all the way out into the plains. There, I settled by a tree and several wildflower bushes to look out over the rolling lands and think. I was not surprised when, not long after, I heard quiet footsteps approach. I didn't have to look to see who it was. There was, after all, only one person who ever joined me for my midnight thoughts. "You too?" I asked, and Max let out a scuff of a laugh. "Me too." He settled beside me. I heard rustling and glanced at him to see him pinching dead blossoms from the wildflowers, then crumbling them to ash in little bursts of fire within his palms. Just as he had in his garden. Just as he had the first time we sat together at night in the aftermath of a too close brush with death. Sorry. He folded his hands in his lap when he noticed my gaze. Habit? No, I love it. It is probably good for them. He squinted down at the flowers, cerulean blue with white-tipped petals. I wonder if I could get these to grow at home. The weather is very different. Nothing the right spell couldn't fix. My eyes slid down the hill, falling on the distant tents and sleeping figures sprawled around smoldering fires. 150 people with no homes. Some had asked to return to their own townsteads, or what was left of them. But many had chosen to travel back to Ara under the official protection of the orders. Ara, a country where they could be free, but a country that was so wildly different from their homes, where they had no property, no friends, no money, and no language. If only it would be as easy to help them take root. Wherever they go will be better than where they would be right now, Max said, following my gaze. I thought of that shrouded body and his mother's wails. Not all of them. "The last thing I remember," I said softly, "is my hand on the door and your face. Nothing else. Only pictures here and there. Flashes of blood, rot, red butterflies, frames of my fight with Max. My eyes fell to Max's side and ran up, reliving a memory I barely grasped of my sword snaking along his ribs. I know you're hurt, even though you didn't tell me." He looked away. "I'm fine. But what if you weren't? What if they weren't? What if I shut my eyes, and in that moment of darkness, I relived Richet's frenzied, all-consuming hunger? It was like it was drunk. It felt every death, and it thrives on it," Max finished. "It would not have stopped." My throat tightened, and I had no control. I was so far from control that I don't even remember. What if that happens again? We won't let it. Was that enough? The things that I could have done, the thought of it strangled me with petrifying fear. My eyes burned, blurred. And then I said something that I had never, ever said aloud before. "I don't think I can do this. I don't think I'm strong enough." Silence. I traced the abstracted shapes of the grass and gravel, mostly because it seemed like a much more manageable alternative to looking at Max's face.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. "I want to tell you a story," he said, at last after the war ended. "After everything, I was a mess for a long time. Years full of cheap alcohol and Sevaseed dens and aimless wandering and not much else. And one night I started a typical miserable fight in a typical miserable pub and got my typical miserable ass kicked out on the cobblestones. It was a frigid winter that year, so I was wandering around the streets of the capital shivering like a drowned rat. He'd drawn my legs up to my chest, rested my cheek on my knees to look at him. His gaze slid to me, and I was a little startled by that fact that he looked almost shy, embarrassed. And, as we all know, I'm not made for that, I chuckled. So, he went on. I stumbled into the next open door I could find. It was this little bakery that had been set up for the night to show off these paintings. His gaze drifted farther away, sliding into the memory. I wondered if he knew how much his expression reflected his thoughts when he spoke, or how much I loved that about him. They were nothing special, to be honest. The artist mostly painted his wife lounging around in a garden, and let's just say it was easy to tell that he was an amateur painter. But there was just something so genuine about them. I could just picture him slaving over every little blobby line. He gave an awkward chuckle. I was very drunk. I let my eyes close, and I was there with him. But what really did me in was when I was looking at this one enormous painting, a real labor of love, and the date written on it. He cleared his throat, a little strangled noise. It was the same day as Sarlazai. While I was off in the mountains doing well, that, somewhere, miles away, this man was just sitting in his garden, painting his plain wife with the reverence fitting a fucking goddess. And that just hit me. It hit me so hard that I wept like a heartbroken 14-year-old girl. Because I had forgotten. "Forgotten?" I whispered. I had forgotten that people could be that way. I had forgotten that someone, somewhere, was painting terrible pictures of their wife in a garden. I was so far gone that I didn't even remember that that kind of mundane contentment actually existed, least of all in the same moments as such terrible things. My heart clenched. I nodded. I didn't exactly have a wife I could ask to flop around on benches for me, and I can't paint for shit. But after I cried myself to depletion and sobered up, I thought to myself. His shoulders rose in a tiny shrug as his gaze slipped back to me. I thought, well, I can make a garden. Planted every flower. It was obsessive, Samarin had told me once. An understanding clicked into place. I closed my eyes as my fingers found the necklace around my throat, my thumb pressing against the third stratogram at the back, the one that would take me back there. It was a very nice garden, the best damn garden in Ara. Gods, I hadn't known how much I would miss it. There was a long silence, and then Max's voice was more solemn, most hesitant, as he said, "You gave me that same feeling, Tisaanah." My breath stilled. "Not right away," he went on, "though I will admit, it says Snep-Snap was fairly charming from the beginning. But a couple of weeks later, when you told me why you had come to Ara and what you planned to do, I'd just forgotten that people could be that way, that there were people who just wanted to do something good for the world." My eyes burned. I had wanted that desperately. I wanted it, even though now that goal felt so far out of reach. My mother and Cyril had sacrificed for me because they believed in the greater things I could become. But with the echoes of that woman's sobs scarring my ears, I felt nothing but shame. I glanced at Max, at his solemn stare, and there was something about the way he looked at me that pierced through all of that, all those doubts, all those insecurities. "But you are so much more than that, too, Tisaanah," he said softly. "I think you forget that. You pushed as hard as I did and saw everything worth seeing and regaled me with your frankly terrible jokes, and you became my friend. Your goals made me respect you, yes, but it was everything else that made me—" He shut his mouth, cleared his throat, looked away, then back. "I told you that together we would find a way to do this, and I meant it. But I stand with you until the end. You, Tisaanah. If you wanted to run, I swear we'd find a way out. And if it all goes up in flames, I'll burn right beside you, and it will still be the best thing." I didn't realize I was crying until I tasted salt. Stop. Suddenly, it made sense. "What do you want?" I had asked Max so many months ago. And I had never quite managed to answer that question, not completely. But now I understood. I understood why he believed in me so much. Because more than anything, Max wanted to believe that one person was capable of making something change. Because if you can do it, I can do it, I choked out. You can do it even if I can't. A wrinkle formed between his eyebrows. "It's easy to die for someone," I said, "but it is so much more valuable to live. I do not give you permission to fail if I fail. Do you understand me?" When he didn't answer, I pressed, "Do you understand?" "Yes," he whispered. "I don't believe you." I placed my palms on either side of his cheeks, resting my forehead against his. He still smelled like ash and lilacs, like he had carried the remnants of his garden all the way across the sea. "You are the best of men, Maxantarius Farlione, no matter how much you try to convince the world otherwise. Promise me that you'll keep fighting your battles, even if I lose mine. You won't. Promise." His fingers found my face, tracing a warm trail down my cheek. And then, as if a thread had snapped, he pulled me into a sudden, fierce embrace. I sank against it so smoothly, my arms sliding over his shoulders, my knees adjusting so that I curled around him. "I promise," he murmured into my hair. I hoped he wouldn't expect me to let go, because I wouldn't. I wanted to drown here, in the way his chest and heartbeat and breath felt against mine. A desperately needed reminder. We are still alive, and we are still together. I turned my head, just slightly, so that my face was pressed to the smooth skin of his neck,
so that I could breathe him in and hold his smell in my lungs. I brushed my lips against his throat. His fingers tightened at my back, and that touch seared up my spine, heartbeat rising to the surface of my skin. And in that moment, a truth solidified in my heart, my soul, my blood, a piece of me that wanted nothing more to seize this chance. Because I wanted him. I wanted him in so many ways. As a friend, as a kindred soul, as a fierce teammate. As skin and lips and teeth. As a hitched, breathless moan in the darkness, or a lazy embrace in the sunrise. I wanted that. I grazed my mouth over his skin again, relishing the sensation of the silent groan that dragged through his breath. I followed it higher, to the corner of his jawbone, skimming my lips over the angle of it, over the raised texture of the little scar there. A silent question. He shuddered, and jerked away from me, just far enough so that his eerie, bright eyes bore into my own, as he blurted out, "This isn't what I want." Chapter 61. Max. This isn't what I want. It all depended on the definition of this, whether those words were unshakably true or the biggest fucking lie I had ever told anyone else or myself. Still, the sentence leapt out of me before I could stop it, and the hurt that careened across Tisaanah's face gutted me. Oh. Her mouth turned down. She had a perfect mouth, with a top lip slightly fuller than the bottom, and corners that always curled up just a little at the very edges, even now. It was an effort not to stare at it. It always had been. Right. It all depended on the definition of this.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. If this was the sensation of her lips against my neck, or that little sound that I suspected she didn't even know she'd made, or the way that she felt enveloped in my arms, if this was the sound of her voice, or the way she saw the world, or her stupid jokes, I never expected this from you, Tisaanah, I choked out. We were still so close, our noses almost touched. I could barely focus on the words I forced out of my mouth. Almost every single person in your life has used you. And this isn't, and I wouldn't be another one of those people, unwittingly or not. This isn't what I want. If this was her lips, her body, her kiss, her touch, I would be lying if I said I hadn't thought about those things. If I hadn't had to shove them into a dark corner of my mind, never to be disturbed, never to be addressed. But if this was her friendship, her companionship, her trust, her happiness, her safety, those things were worth more to me than anything else ever would be. Downright precious. And for that, I would throw everything else into a box and lock it away, never to be acknowledged, permanently if that's where they needed to be. I had already been prepared to do that. My thumb swept over her left cheek, where gold skin met white. We can erase the last minute and a half, Tisaanah. Never speak of it again, she whispered. Is that what you want? Is that what you want? We were so close that our breaths mingled. Hers was trembling, or was it mine? There was no hesitation as she whispered, "No." Something wrenched in my chest, something I couldn't or perhaps wouldn't identify. "Today was a hard day," she murmured. "I saw things that scared me. I did things that scared me. I want to claim you tonight because maybe we won't have tomorrow. So, no, it isn't." Claim? I was not even remotely prepared for the reaction that inspired in me, a dizzying, near-primal desire that scorched my every muscle. I never thought that word would sound so appealing. "Is that what you want?" she asked. "To forget it?" The moonlight glinted in her eyes as she stared at me, those stunning, mismatched eyes that now, as they always did, saw right through me. Her gaze was tired, her hair tangled and messy, her clothing oversized and simple. And yet I suddenly found myself unable to breathe, because to call her beautiful would be such an understatement that it was downright insulting. My chest tightened again, and I realized what it was that I'd been feeling. Terror. Sheer terror. This isn't what I want, because that look always pierced through every lie. And it went so far beyond a kiss or a touch or an embrace or sex. If I opened that door, I would be handing her something so much deeper than that, and I knew the opposite was true too, that I was being entrusted with something precious. Max? Her fingers were at the sides of my face. I shook my head. No, I murmured. No, that isn't what I want. And with those words, the tension snapped. We both moved at once. She fell forward against me, and I slid my arms around her, pulling her closer, my mouth lowering to meet hers. First as a caress, just testing the way her lips felt against mine. Then in something deeper, as we settled into the same silent language. A brush of her tongue sending a shudder up my spine, and the reply of my own teasing a tiny wordless groan from Tisaanah's throat. Ascended fucking above. That sound. I decided that I could spend my whole sorry life learning new ways to coax it out of her. I felt her lips warm into a smile. Tent, she whispered, though she could barely get the word out because we didn't stop kissing long enough. Now, hell, who was I to question? Chapter 62. Tisaanah. One glance from Max, and the lanterns all flickered to life at once, bathing the tent's spare interior with a delicate orange glow. The door had hardly closed behind us before we yanked each other back into an embrace. I had never kissed anyone like this before, and now I never planned to stop. It was like walking into a world of color when all I'd ever seen was black and white. I loved the way he tasted, loved the way his mouth offered me long kisses and short ones, teeth occasionally claiming my lips in little affectionate nibbles, tongue skimming mine. When his mouth moved to my cheek, I mourned it only for a moment before he trailed kisses down to my chin, to my jaw, lighting fire to my neck. My knees were going to give out. I, somewhat ungracefully, dropped to the ground, falling over my bedroll, Max's hand still in mine. He followed with a movement that was far smoother, lowering himself to his knees and crawling over me. Gods, I had never seen anything so beautiful. The grace of the movement, the intensity of his focus on me. It was so wrenching that I wished I could capture the image and save it forever. And then his weight was on top of me, and his mouth smashed against mine, and I once again lost all capacity for thought. No, I was nothing but nerves, impulses responding to his touch, back arching against his body. My hands raked over his back. I could feel his muscles, his movements, beneath the thin cotton fabric of his shirt, but I wanted skin. I only managed 3 buttons before Max yanked the shirt off over his head. "Wait," I whispered, stopping him as he began to lower himself to kiss me again. He straightened, and I took the opportunity to just look at him. "Well, this isn't fair," he said, raising a pointed eyebrow as his eyes fell to my shirt. "Be patient." I ran light fingertip touches over the line of his shoulder, down his chest, up the other side. I paused at the scar on his left shoulder, where I had wounded him in the sparring ring. Then I trailed my hands over the lean muscle of his abdomen, across the ridges of his ribs. He let out a hissing exhale that may have started in arousal, but ended somewhere closer to a hitched chuckle. I can't remain appropriately seductive if you're going to tickle me. It's going to ruin my image. The scar over his ribs was longer, fresher, still mottled with angry purple. I only vaguely remembered running Il-Sahaj's blade across his side. This wasn't even a clean cut, the scar thick and wavy. With the rot, I'm sure that Samaran probably had to remove all of the decayed flesh.
"I see you, Tisaanah." Max caught my hand in his, then lowered himself over me and pressed his lips right between my eyebrows, where the tension of my thought had pooled. "No thinking," he whispered against my skin. And just as I was about to wonder how exactly I was going to fulfill that request, he gave me a kiss that made it all too easy, impossibly easy to comply. The warmth of his body hit me through my clothing, but still. His hand slid up my side, pausing at the button at the apex of my neckline, waiting for silent permission. My hands met his, tearing it off me, and then there was nothing between us but our skin. I still could not pull him close enough. I wanted to touch him everywhere, wanted to drag my nails across every muscle. When his hand ran up my side and settled over my breast, his whole body shuddered. So did mine. Desire burned in my core. Suddenly, I was unbearably conscious of his weight between my thighs, of the touch of his fingertips as they ran up the insides of my legs. Not as high as I wanted them to be. Not enough. Never enough. I yanked at the button of my breeches. Max sat up, straightened, helped me pull them off, captured my leg, and planted a kiss on the inside of my knee. Then further up, on the inside of my thigh, this one punctuated with a gentle close of his teeth, a rough curse beneath his breath. Need, new and unfamiliar and utterly consuming, overtook me. Then he sat up, straightened. The world suspended for one long moment, silent save for the quiet cracking of the lantern wicks. I felt his gaze sweep over my body, slowly, as if drinking in each inch. Felt it, not saw it, because I turned my face, self-conscious for reasons I couldn't totally understand.
My body had always been one of my most valuable commodities, and I used it as such. It had never bothered me to be looked at. But then again, Max wasn't just looking at me. He never had. This was being seen, barer than I ever had been before. No counted dancing steps, no costumes, no false confidence. "I wish I was better with words," he murmured. And when I could finally bring myself to turn back to him, the sight of him caught in my chest and squeezed. That face, the gaze that met me with such bare, raw honesty. I was in love with him. The thought floated through my mind, simple and unshakable. Undeniably true, even though I couldn't bring myself to say it. Even if maybe, in the end, I wouldn't be able to keep him. "You do not need them," I whispered back, a truth we both understood for fact, especially when I looked at him and saw my silent confession reflected back at me. My fingers ran down Max's sides, settling at narrow, muscular hips and running along the waistband of his trousers, unbuttoning. He let out the most beautiful sound I had ever heard, a heavy exhale that dragged its claws over me with the hint of a groan. That one movement broke the thread of tension as we fell upon each other again. I tasted every inch of him, every expanse of skin, and relished the way he unraveled as I traveled down his chest, over the cords of his abdomen, and lower, until he grabbed my shoulders and dragged me back up to his face. "Not now," he murmured, the words muffled by an impatient kiss as he flipped me beneath him. I hardly had time to prepare myself before his fingertips slid between us, slid into me. My back arched. The world went white. Gods below. "Not now," I whispered, and his hands didn't stop as the breath of his chuckle unfurled against my mouth. "Maybe I want to take my time with you, just like you." I had to focus very, very hard on forming each word. "It always takes you so long to do things." My breath hitched. I heard the smile in his voice as he responded, "And you're always so demanding." "Demanding?" I dragged my fingernails down his arm, shifting my hips lower.
And then I finally hooked my legs around him, finally felt him settle at my entrance. I pulled away from him enough to meet his gaze. "I win," I whispered. "My ego will never recover." The smile faded, and he smoothed tangled hair back from my face. "You're sure?" I was sure of nothing anymore, except for this. My teeth skimmed his ear as I answered, "Yes." He gave me one long, passionate kiss and pushed into me, and my whole world unraveled, expanded, narrowed. My back arched. Awareness was limited only to this, to the places where we were connected. Where he was inside me, yes, but also every inch where my arms wrapped around him, my legs, our stomachs. For a moment, he just held himself like that, pressed within me, and I could feel him trembling. Our lips were against each other's, sharing ragged breath. Nothing could ever feel this good, this right. I let out a little moan, dragged my fingernails over his back, and something about that snapped some invisible thread of tension. He withdrew, then plunged back into me. I met each stroke, my hips rolling against his. Our bodies asked and answered, ceded to each other, moved with unhindered intuition. Together, we burned. I rolled over him, pressed myself against his chest, and he clutched at me like he still couldn't decide which part of me he wanted to touch most, taste more. He settled for all of it, my lips, my neck, my breasts, his hands running up and down my back, my legs, the growing heat where we were connected. My thighs clenched around his hips as if I could pull him deeper. I felt myself building, rushing to a wild edge, and for the first time in my life, I relished that utter lack of control, threw myself into it. And I knew he was too, because his movements were faster, thrusts wilder. He sat up so that he could pull me to him, and I lost all capacity for words, for thoughts, for anything but instinct. Maybe I said his name, whispered it, or moaned it, or shouted it. I wouldn't know, because the end obliterated me, a pleasure so intense that I shattered. And he followed me over the edge of that cliff, his fingers in my hair, his lips uttering a groan against my neck. His hand grabbed mine and squeezed, fingers intertwining just as our bodies did. He clutched me like he would never let me go, and he didn't, not even as the wave crashed over us, as the pleasure subsided into a numb, beautiful tranquility. We fell back amongst blankets and lay against each other, our panting slowing to something deeper and smoother. Max lifted a lazy hand to lower the flickering of the lantern flames. I nestled my head against his chest and watched his knuckles around mine dim beneath the lowered light, our skin falling into the cool silence of shadow. Still, he did not let me go, not as his breath deepened, not as my vision blurred. I never looked away from those hands. My last thought, as sleep took me, was that I wouldn't mind at all if I was tethered to his harbor forever. Chapter 63. Max. I was caught in quite a predicament. On one hand, I had a beautiful, nude woman draped over me, her face nestled against my neck, and slow breaths tickling my skin, and I felt truly content for weeks, hell, years. It would be so easy to curl up with her and fall into an enticing rest, clinging to the wonderful notion that she would be there when I opened my eyes again. On the other hand, I had a beautiful, nude woman draped over me, her fingers drifting sleepy circles over my chest, and neither of us had any idea what would happen to us come sunrise. Maybe one or both of us would not make it out alive. Or maybe we'd immediately be whisked back to the orders to go fight the next war, once this one was over. Maybe Rashai would tighten its hold on Tisaanah and steal any promise of future moments alone together. which was a prospect that terrified me so deeply that I pushed it from my mind. Either way, who knew how long it would be before we could be this way again? And maybe I need sleep, but did I really need it any more than I needed her? Than I needed to spend every possible second inside of her, or touching her, or watching her? I wanted to memorize every sound she made, every expression, every freckle or mole, like I was a cartographer tattooing a map of her onto my soul. Still so many paths to chart. Sure, I was tired, but there was work to do. Tisaanah circles drifted, turning to lazy S-shapes over my stomach. I bit back a twitching laugh. Not well enough. What a beautiful giggle, she teased. Letting you find out that I'm ticklish will be the biggest mistake I've ever made. Her fingers drifted lower. Ticklishness was no longer my problem. I craned my neck to look down at her. She blinked back at me with one green, half-open eye, her hair a flurry around her face, kiss-swollen lips twisted into a mischievous little smile. Ascended, that smile. Maybe I knew from the beginning that it would be my undoing. I raised my eyebrows, as if to say, "Really? Again? Too tired?" She lifted her head, letting tendrils of black and silver hair dangle over my face. "You would rather sleep." My hand ran down her side, following the warmth of her skin and the curve where her waist met her hip. What a predicament indeed. I pulled her face to mine, resigned to my noble sacrifice. If you can do it, I can do it. I did eventually have to pry myself away. The sun had not quite risen when I defied my every instinct and removed myself from Tisaanah's arms, throwing my clothes back on and giving her a fine 2, fine 3 goodbye kisses. We were in mutual agreement that it was better to avoid the awkward questions that would come with my leaving after sunrise.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. The dusky darkness met me with a wall of cool air that was one part refreshing, one part depressing, like a physical manifestation of how different the inside of that tent was to the rest of the world. In there, I could remove myself from reality and think about nothing but Tisaanah for 5 blissful hours. Out here, we were surrounded by displaced people whose homes had been destroyed, and we were on our way to fight the most powerful house in Threll. Well, that was more effective than any bucket of cold water. Oh, yes, now I remember. Everything is terrible. I kept my steps silent as I moved across the path to my own tent, glancing to the other darkened tents and sleeping bodies to my left. Tisaanah's tent sat on the outskirts of the camp, beside mine, so it wasn't far. Still, I was careful not to wake anyone as I opened the flap. "You smell like debauchery." I jumped so high that I had to bite back a curse, whipping around to see Samarin seated cross-legged beside the path in front of his shelter. With his dark clothing and his typical quiet demeanor, he practically melted into the dusk. "Shit, Samarin, don't do that to me." I stepped towards him, examining his face while trying not to let him know I was doing it. "Don't you have more productive things to do? Like sleep, for example. Perhaps that would be a better use of your time." Even in the darkness, it was easy to see that shadows pooled beneath his eyes, his quiet amusement weighed down by exhaustion. Yesterday had been a long, hard day for him. Lots of people to heal, and, of course, putting down Riche took a massive amount of energy. When I last saw him, he was so spent that he practically had to drag himself back to his tent. Samarin just looked at me, that knowing look sparkling in his eye, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Have fun?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Max, what's this?" He pointed to his tent. I knew this was not going anywhere in my favor. I'd love to play this game, but I have all kinds of important things to do. This is a tent, a shelter constructed of fabric. Fabric is a material not known for its sound-dampening qualities. He said all of this in that perpetually smooth, calm voice, but his tired eyes glittered with laughter. "You're lucky that I'm the only one close enough to hear." The thought of Zareth or Nura, I cringed and tried not to show it. Firstly, I am a gentleman, and therefore, again, I have no idea what you're talking about. But secondly, if I did, theoretically, I'd find it highly, highly suspect that you listened to that. Be assured that I tried very hard not to. But at least we got the inevitable out of the way. Then something shifted in his expression. The amusement faded. "I hope you're both ready for today." A knot formed in my stomach. Right. In hours, Tisaanah would be walking back into the home of the man who had... Well, I didn't even want to think about all of the things that those people had done to her. We were about to take on the most powerful house in Threll. And I'd have to watch her put herself in that kind of danger. And, of course, Rashay? "I'll be more ready after another hour of sleep," I grumbled, shoving my anxiety down my throat. Samarin stared at me with that searching concern for a couple of seconds longer, then shrugged. "At least, if you die, you'll die happy." "Fuck you. I don't need anyone's leftovers." I stifled a chuckle as I went into my tent. Chapter 64. Tisaanah. He had been gone for minutes, and I already felt his absence like an aching emptiness in the center of my chest. The tent was colder without him. Goosebumps were forming on my naked skin. And I could already feel the looming shadow of anxiety encroaching at the edge of my thoughts. Anxiety, reality. But I tried to take just one more moment to lie there in the afterglow. I flattened my palm against the bedroll beside me, warm. His scent, our scent, still hung in the air, sweet and familiar and unfamiliar all at once. I'd heard about it, of course, all that sex could be, but sex didn't even feel like the right word for what this had been. Sex was the tool I had wielded for survival, practiced and impersonal. This was more. It wasn't just about the bodies or even the physical pleasure of it. It was vulnerable. It was trusting. And I never thought that it could feel so good to open myself up that way. But gods, it had. I was still laying there like that, my hand pressed to those sheets as I begged them not to cool, when I felt it. A voice. The voice. Rashay was weak and tired, its words gritty with exhaustion that echoed in my own bones. That brought me back to reality fast. It hit me so suddenly that I didn't have time to steel myself before my body stiffened, the memories of yesterday and the nightmares I had endured careening into me like a physical force. My stomach turned, and I prayed that it wasn't talking about... It whispered. My relief was only momentary. The image of those nightmares, of my hand on the door, of Max's face, of the mother's wails, my heart stopped. No. It turned colder and colder, coiling around my thoughts like a snake. I am not angry with you. Its confused hurt seeped into my blood, tainting it in unfurling tendrils. I hated the way that it turned over all of my thoughts, encroaching dangerously close on the ones that I wanted only for myself. "Please," I began. But then everything stopped, and I felt a sudden jolt of sharp, furious betrayal. It brushed a memory of last night, the faint image of Max's hand running over my stomach. I yanked the memories away from it before it could see more, stuffing them into the back of my mind. But it clung to the image, that one little fragment. Max's fingers on my skin again, backwards, again, backwards, again. A daydream. "It embarrasses me for you to see my fantasies." The words shook me, a roar that tore from inside my body. "No, never." But its next words hissed through me with the acid green of jealousy. Gods, I was tired. I was so tired and so afraid, and my mind couldn't form the right words, and all this when it had locked me up?
You were going to kill innocent people, and you were going to... Fingers on skin. 2 seconds of memory, over and over again, cycled obsessively. No, I couldn't. I wouldn't. That was the only thing that was real, the only thing that was mine. I forced myself to calm down. This was dangerous. I needed to be careful. I needed to count my dancing steps. You gave me gifts beyond my imagination. I would never... Pain crackled at the edge of my vision, stealing the breath from my lungs. My fingers tightened around fistfuls of linen. It slammed itself against my thoughts, raking fury down the back of my skull, flooding over my tongue with the sharp pain of heartbreak. All I could think about were Max's memories, his memories of Richer, the day it had taken everything from him. All I could think about was everything I had to lose, here on sheets still warm from everything precious to me. And in my panic, I threw at it the only thing I could think to offer, the thing it wanted most of all, the thing that I had always sold in exchange for the safety of myself or the people I cared for. I love you. I love you, Richer. One terrible moment. Fingers on skin. Again, again, again. It hissed as it fell back into silence like a wave retreating from the shore, leaving behind nothing but the scarred remnants of its fury. I need you, I cried, raw, honest, the ugliest truth of all. But by then, it was gone. Chapter 65. Tisaanah. My encounter with Richer echoed in my head long after sunrise. It lapsed into total silence, so still that I could only assume that it was still recovering from the day before, but that didn't mean that it didn't still loom over my every thought. I felt ill, especially when I left my tent beneath the harsh light of sunrise and saw Max for the first time since everything had changed between us.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. He had stopped in his tracks and just stared at me, somehow managing to look serious despite a tiny reluctant smile quirking at the left side of his mouth, and my chest had tightened, and all I could think about was the way his skin tasted. But only for a split second. And then my thoughts had turned to Richer and its jealousy. I hated that its fury and its absence both frightened me equally. And above all, I hated the way that fury had latched on to Max. Selfish. I had been so selfish. Because if Richer hurt him because of me, if it hurt him with my hands, I had managed only to give Max a distant, weak smile before launching myself into logistical preparations for the day. We gathered the camp in early morning, and even though they were terrified of me, I had to direct the people we had recovered. Zareth and I were, after all, the only ones who spoke Thereni, and Zareth's accent was far worse than I'd remembered. Halfway through this process, Max snatched me away in a brief, quiet moment, pulling me behind one of the remaining tents. His hand remained on my arm, thumb swiping in the hint of a caress. He regarded me with a wrinkle of concern between his eyebrows. What's wrong? Nothing is wrong. Don't patronize me. The wrinkle deepened, and he hesitated before asking, are you having doubts about? No, I said quickly. No, never. He looked visibly relieved, though only for a moment. Then what? I didn't say anything. The thought of tainting what had happened between us in his mind, too, made me feel even sicker than I already did. And worse was the thought that Richer might witness my confession somehow. Do I need to start guessing? I've always been bad at that, but I swept my fingers over my mind once, twice, 3 times, checking for any activity before I lowered my voice and whispered, Richer knows. Every muscle in Max's face hardened at once. What did it do? Nothing. Nothing. Checked again. Nothing but darkness. I will not let it do anything. I wish I believed that. None of us will, Max said.
I wish he believed that. He slid his hands around my waist. I wanted nothing more than to sink into that warmth, retreat back to last night and never return to reality. Instead, I could only barely make myself meet his eyes. Listen to me, Tisaanah. I mean that. We controlled it yesterday. We'll control it again. You'll control it again. I didn't control it yesterday. I was silent, leaving my uncertainty undignified. His arms tightened around me, breath skimming my ear. We walk in together, and we walk out together. He was trying to convince himself, I knew, his desperation merely masquerading as certainty. My chest ached. My hand slid up to his shoulder, and I could feel the raised texture of the scar I had given him through his shirt. Merely a scratch compared to what I could do. If Richer came after him using my hands, my body, would he let it happen? You made a promise to me last night, I choked out. I need you to keep it, whatever that demands. And before he could say anything else, I yanked him towards me and gave him one long, hard kiss. Then I pried myself away and returned to the preparations without another word. The preparations were well underway, and hours had passed, hours of torturous doubts, when Zareth beckoned to me from across the camp. When we were out of earshot of the others, he informed me, far too casually, that he would be returning to Ara with the refugees. My heart sank. Why? I asked, sharper than I had intended. Someone needs to escort them. I speak Thureni. He slipped his hands into his pockets, breezy and casual. And I have order business to attend to at home. He spent almost 6 months traipsing around Threll, and now he needed to rush back to his office? Anxiety had gnawed at whatever was left of my patience. It took palpable effort to control my tone as I said, "You are very respected. It would be helpful to have your skills and reputation with us today." He just smiled, that forceful, dazzling grin. "You don't need me. At least, if what I saw yesterday was any indication, you're more than capable of doing what needs to be done. That was with Richer, who might not even help me anymore, who might be too dangerous to unleash so close to my friends. But in our pact mentions nothing about me. It offers you support, which clearly you have in spades." The pointed glance that Zareth shot across the field to Max was not lost upon me. I made my eyes wide, dipped my chin, cocked my head. "But you are important." Desperation was making me lose my grip on subtlety. I was certain Zareth would see my behavior for what it was. If we did, he didn't show it. He just gave me a dismissive pat on the shoulder. "You do what you need to do here. I do what I need to do there. And then I'll see you back at the towers." The hunger that glinted in his eye almost made me shudder. "I'm sure you'll have plenty of fun at the estate. In fact, maybe even more than you anticipated." I raised my eyebrows in a silent question, and Zareth's smile glittered. "I took the liberty of writing to Azin Makovov to tell him of your arrival today. He is always so eager to have important guests, after all." Of course. Azin cared about nothing more than status, and hosting high-ranking members of the orders was certainly an honor, especially if it came at the personal behest of the Arch-Commandant. In fact, Zareth went on, he was so glad to be receiving such honored visitors that he wrote back with invitations to an event he's hosting tonight. A celebration of victory, apparently, over one of his enemy lords. Receiving the general's home, flaunting his great wealth and vast power, all of that. I was very familiar. I had danced at so many of those parties, flirting for silvers at a time. But my mind snagged on one particular phrase. Receiving the general's home. Cyril was a guard. Cyril was fighting Azin's wars. And Cyril, perhaps, would be among those returning. This is your mission. It's your choice how you want to approach it. Zareth shrugged. "But if you wanted to." He reached into the inside of his coat and pulled out 2 folded pieces of paper. One was a stratogram, presumably the mate to the one Zareth laid out at the Mikov estate, and the other was a foiled invitation with words inscribed in flowery Thereni script. If I recall correctly, you're very fond of dramatic statements at fancy parties. He offered me nothing more than a shrug and a smirk as he turned and sauntered off, leaving me standing there, looking down at that platinum paper and running my thumb over the raised lily sigil. Every powerful lord and thrall would be there, all in one room, ready to bear witness to what one former slave could become. And how poetic it would be to devour Esmerisa's legacy where it had once devoured me, little by little, night after night. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't appealing. But Zareth underestimated me by implying that the spectacle of it all would be my main draw. The party offered that, yes, but it also offered something much more valuable: the opportunity for the most beautiful of distractions. The corners of my mouth began to curl as an idea unfolded. I could do this. I could free the slaves of the Mikov estate, and I wouldn't even have to use Riche to do it. Somewhere deep inside of me, beneath the unease and anxiety that had plagued me all day, a wicked flower took root. Chapter 66. Max. I looked down at the guard's outstretched hands, only barely hiding the twist of distaste that tugged at my lip. "Don't make such a sour face." Tisaanah crossed her arms, arching an eyebrow at me. "You know we have no choice in this." Fine. Unsuccessfully hiding. Reluctantly, I unstrapped my staff from my back, casting one more glance out over the city as I turned. Everything about this place put me on edge. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't quite this.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. When we first arrived at Mikov's court, I realized why people spoke of the lands of the Threlial Ords with such awe. This wasn't an estate, it was a city that rose up from the grasslands like a gleaming ivory mountain, tiers of white marble cascading up until they culminated in Azin Mikov's palace. It was beautiful, yes, but in the ugliest of ways. I looked at all of that finery, and I wondered how many tattered backs it took to build it, and how many sparks it would take it bring it back to the earth. And I lingered particularly long on that last part, especially when I saw the way that Tisaanah's demeanor had shifted, ever slightly, the moment we stratagrammed into this city. Back at the camp, I was relieved to see her light up again with that particular relentlessness once she figured out her plan. That woman did, after all, love a plan. But that force dulled a little as soon as we stepped foot here, even though she tried not to show it. She still held herself like a queen, but she was afraid, and I hated that this place could do that to her. Especially as we met slave after slave in the shadows, friends of Tisaanah that had agreed to help us with our little project, a risk to them that was not lost in any of us for a second. And I was reminded over and over again the past that she was confronting. Now, we stood in the shade of the gate surrounding Azin Mikov's home, nestled into a tiny nook of privacy between buildings as activity buzzed just feet away. The party had already begun. 2 guards stood with us. One shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot, looking anxious. The other, the one trying to take my weapon from me, regarded us with fascinated interest that made me feel a bit like a caged curiosity. "We can't exactly walk into a party armed to the teeth," Noura said, unstrapping the daggers from her hips. Easy for her to say. She probably had 7 hidden blades shoved into her underwear alone. "I don't see why not," I grumbled. I did, in fact, see why not. I was just being difficult. I sighed and handed my staff to the guard's waiting hand, eyeing it as he placed it against the wall. To be fair, the Sirezan looked even more uncomfortable with the prospect than I did. Ariadna and Eslin clung to their spears until the last possible moment, relinquishing them with a reluctance of a parent turning over their firstborn child. "We will get them back when we need them," Tisaanah reassured us. My gaze flicked to her, and I managed to be startled yet again by the way that she looked. She wore a red silk dress that wrapped and tied around her waist, shimmering fabric closing billowed sleeves around her wrists, and the skirt falling into a loose pool around her ankles. Simple, but distractingly striking, especially since the fabric was so light and delicate that it settled into every peak and valley of her body. And the whole damn thing was held to her only by that one knot at her waist. Despite the circumstances, I still couldn't help but imagine tugging on one end of that bow and watching all of that fabric slide over her skin and settle onto the floor. Apparently, it had been hers when she lived here. A maid friend of hers had left it for us, among other supplies, in a hidden package beyond the gates. It was actually a nightgown, she told me, sounding somewhat embarrassed when she first put it on and twirled. Can you tell? Yes, but in the best of ways. But later I caught her rubbing the silk between her fingers, brows furrowed, lost in thought. And I realized all at once who gave her that nightgown and under what circumstances she had probably worn it, and I wanted to tear it off her for a very different reason. Tisaanah thanked the guards in Thereni, exchanging some words that I didn't understand but sounded encouraging. The nervous one kept glancing to the throngs of people in the street in a way that unsettled me. She turned back to us, letting the guards depart first. "We are ready," she declared. I watched our weapons disappear with the guards as they rounded a corner. "You're sure we can trust them?" "Yes." She followed my gaze, a little smirk tugging at her lips. "Don't worry. Pieces of metal are not our most dangerous weapons." True. The one that lurked in Tisaanah's mind scared me more than any of the people we were about to face. When an appropriate amount of time had passed, we went to the street and approached the estate gates. As planned, we were quite late for the event, so the entrance had begun to empty, only a few straggling guests lingering outside. The gates parted like giant golden jaws. I stayed beside Tisaanah. I didn't need to look at her to feel the way she stiffened as we passed beneath the shadow of the marble archway. I caught her hand briefly in mine and squeezed before letting our palms slide apart. We would walk in together, and we would walk out together, I swore. And in between, we would do what we came here to do. It just had to be that simple. I rubbed my fingers together, reassuring myself with the warmth of flames that licked my skin. Right, the metal was not my only weapon. And if it came down to it, maybe it would be nice to rip these bastards apart with my bare hands. All the better to go a little slower. Chapter 67. Tisaanah. The walls of the Mikhoff estate closed around me like teeth, threatening to crush me back into the girl that I had been 6 months ago. I hadn't been prepared for the sheer physicality of it, the way that simply seeing those white columns, those white-clad bodies, those golden lily sigils would strike me the way Esmerus's whip had, opening wounds in my soul that I thought had long ago healed. Every muscle in my body was tensed as we were led through that familiar archway, into the den of luxury and excess that had once been my home. And the party was the same as they always had been, the present superimposed over the past. I found myself instinctively looking for Esmerus, ready to defer to him, to play to his moods and expectations. Yet I had stepped into a surreal, inverted mirror image of my memories. When I attended all those identical affairs, I had been a slave. But in this one, guests watched us pass with gazes of wary respect. Servants bowed their heads, maids stepped aside and averted their eyes. And the horns lifted, and the pages' voices raised to announce us as we walked in. Not as servants, but as guests of honor, announcing the most honored and esteemed guests of Azin Mikhoff, the representatives of the orders of midnight and daybreak. Hundreds of pairs of eyes turned towards us, perched atop swaths of billowing white fabric. But I didn't look at them. No,
I looked only at a single familiar figure across the room, lounging at a table that sat several feet higher than all the others, Azin Mikhoff. The sight of him hardened my fear into fury. His gaze settled on us, and he smiled. "Ah, yes, representatives, let me express what a deep honor it is that you were able to attend. We are all very excited to have you here." Gods, I had forgotten how much he looked just like his father. Yes, he was younger, thinner. Yes, there was that eye patch, gold and glittering beneath the moody candlelight. But when he looked at me, I still felt as if I were withering beneath Esmeralda's identical gaze. "I don't need your money." 26. Crack! Riche writhed through my thoughts, as if the burst of adrenaline had shaken it awake. Azin stood at the head table, arm raised, a glass of red wine perched in his fingers. Everyone, in fact, was holding red wine, a room of billowing white marked with splashes of crimson. "Your timing is excellent," Azin said, beckoning us further into the room. I smiled. "It is our honor, Lord Azin." I braced for the impact of his recognition. Surely someone would know who I was. But his expression didn't change. I waited for something that did not come.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Azin simply regarded us with the sharp interest befitting a group of very important guests, not the shock befitting a former slave. We were led to a table near the center of the room, wine glasses handed to each of us. I had to hold mine steady, even though my hands desperately wanted to shake, first with nervousness and then with mounting indignation. I really was nothing to him, to any of these people. I had always known that slaves were given little thought or consideration in this world, but it was only now that I fully realized exactly how nothing we were. I had, after all, met Azin twice. He had once thrown me against the wall, reeking of wine, too drunk to even effectively paw at my dancing costume. Esmeralda had yanked him off me before it could go any further. At the time, I thought he was protecting me. Now, I realized that he was merely defending his property from a lazy and undeserving son. That was the night that had ended with Azin being thrown out of the gates, eye gouged out. A night I remembered so vividly that I still knew exactly how the damp warmth of his breath felt against my cheek. And he had no idea who I was. "Please, join us." He lifted his eyebrows, raising the glass once more. A ripple of red whispered through the room as the guests did the same. I did too. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my companions follow my lead, even though I knew they couldn't understand what was being said. I could practically feel Max's revulsion. And even though I was glad that he hid it for the time being, something about it still comforted me. My eyes swept across the room, and my heart stopped. There, near the second entrance, nearly lost behind the bodies of white-clad guests, I caught a glimpse of golden hair. Golden hair and a pair of wide, watery blue eyes. Cyril! To our honored guests who grace us with their presence today from the faraway towers of Ara, Azin began. To my honored generals who led us to victory yesterday against the house of Rivakov. Cyril, scarred up, tired-looking, thinner than I had left him, but alive and here. Even through all of these people, even from across the room, I felt his emotion hit me and meld with my own. Shock drowned out by relief, drowned out by profound, unwavering love. He was alive. My eyes burned as I watched his face twitch, the corners of his mouth wavering between a smile and the grimace of tears. I could only chance little glances at him. Too many eyes were on me. And I didn't trust myself to look at him for more than a fraction of a moment without letting my composure crack.
Still, I gave him one glance, one little glance, that reached across the crowd to whisper, "I told you I would." And he returned it with one that said, "I knew you would." He stood shoulder to shoulder with Azin's other guards. I recognized many of them, and their recognition reflected back at me. They saw what the lords did not. To the memory of my great father, Asmaris Mikoff, Rashai stirred, inhaling the strength of my emotion, my relief, my love, my fury. They were the reason why I was here. And, above all, my eyes found Azin again, and for a moment, through the flickering candlelight, I saw his father. I saw the man who had raped me, who had whipped me, who had nearly killed me. I saw the man who had sent my friends to their deaths, the man who had sanctioned the torture and rape of dozens of slaves. I saw him, and I smiled. Rashai purred. He smiled back, and I drank up his satisfaction from across the room as he thrust his glass higher into the air. Above all, to victory. I threw my head back and drank the wine, wiping the crimson that stained my red lips with the back of my hand. And I let the glass shatter onto the marble floor as I strode into the center of the room. The dancers, my replacements, awkwardly stepped aside, casting uncomfortable glances to each other. Azin Mikoff. I cocked my head and gave him my most enrapturing smile. Have we met before? The musicians had gone silent. I felt the attention of the crowd like a physical force wrapping around me. I grabbed it and drew it closer. Azin's eyebrows furrowed, an uncomfortable smile at his mouth. His bemused confusion tasted sour and sweet at once, pungent in the space between us. "I do not believe so, my lady." The room began to darken. I smiled and pulled on the sash at my waist. The silk of the nightgown rippled like water as it slid over my body and pooled around my feet, revealing one of my old dancing costumes. One swath of fabric over my bust, a floating skirt low around my hips. I stepped forward and planted my palms on the head table, leaning over Azin. I was so close that I could smell the saccharine scent of his cologne and the oils that had been worked into his hair, which hung in a neat black ponytail over one shoulder. What about now? Do you remember me now? The wrinkle of confusion deepened. I 1, 2, 3. I sucked the light from the air, coating the room in a hazy mist as I stepped backwards with light, lilting leaps. I opened my palms to release a cacophony of sparks. Silver butterflies danced from my fingertips. 4, 5, 6. And what about now? I purred. Look at me, I commanded, just as I had when I had stood in this very room hundreds of times before. Look at me like I'm the last thing you'll ever see. And just as they had then, they all obeyed. Chapter 68. Max. No one was looking at anything but her. Even I struggled to tear my eyes away. I had never seen her like this before. It was incredible, the way she summoned their attention and refused to let it stray. Tisaanah unleashed spectacle, body writhing, feet bare against the smooth stone floor, a smear of color in a world of white. "Now?" I whispered to Nura, who nodded. Slowly, we fell to the outskirts of the ballroom. Easy. No one so much glanced at us. They were all too enraptured by her. I pressed myself against the doorframe and kept one eye on Tisaanah as I watched Eslin and Ariadne inch along the back of the room and out the door. In the back hallway of the servants' entrance, slaves were lined up against the opposite wall. As planned, the two Syrian began to take hold of slaves one by one and flicker away into nothingness. There were wards surrounding the Mikoff city that prevented the use of stratogram travel, Basic security, after all. But the Syrian moved through layers of magic much deeper than stratagrammes, making Eslin and Ariadne two of very, very few people in the entire world who were capable of slipping those locks. Now they were silently taking slaves and depositing them at a rendezvous point outside the city gates, all while the most powerful people in Threl stood mere feet away, utterly entranced by Tisaanah's performance. The perfect distraction. Unease still stirred in my stomach, leaving me slightly dizzy. But I'd be honest, I didn't think we could get this far. I watched Tisaanah unleash wave upon wave of translucent butterflies, climbing onto Azin's table as the room grew darker and darker, eliciting gasps from the audience. If I hadn't been so nervous that she would get killed at any moment, I would have laughed at her exaggerated dramatics. But then they were no surprise. Tisaanah never did anything halfway. And if she was going to create a distraction, she was going to create the most distracting distraction ever to distract. In the servants' hallway, slave after slave disappeared. Ascended above, I thought. This might actually work. I found the guard boy across the room, made eye contact, preparing for the signal. Any minute now. Chapter 69. Tisaanah. I was drunk. Drunk on the glass of wine that I had gulped down, yes, but also drunk on the attention of the crowd. A buzzing headache throbbed behind my temples, but I didn't have to fake my grin as I rolled off of Azin's table and twirled to the center of the room.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. "And what of these?" I said, gesturing to my scars. "Do you know how I got them?" I didn't dare chance even a glance at the servant's door, or what happened beyond it. But I did catch Max's eye, just once. I loved the way he looked at me. Richet's delight had begun to sour, hissing and spitting like a cat at the back of my skull. Still, it ignored me, refusing to speak. That was fine. I was doing quite well without it. I smiled at Azin, even though my headache spiked. "Your father gave them to me, the night that I killed him." Azin's one visible eye widened. A shocked wave of whispers rippled through the crowd. I didn't stop dancing, basking in the scale of what I had just said. Azin leapt to his feet, his furious recognition rolling over me all at once. Oddly enough, it didn't hit me quite as hard as I would have expected it to, considering the fierceness of his reaction. "A mere slave whore could not have killed Esmerice Mikov," he snarled. "A slave whore did indeed." I scanned the room, watching the other lords and ladies whisper furiously to each other. Odd that I didn't taste their reaction in the air, but I could see it, the scale of their surprise and their judgment. Azin Mikov, I knew, did not want to remember me, even if he could. Vas had already told me that Azin had all of the information he needed to at least suspect that I was responsible. But it did not help Azin politically to punish some faceless, nameless slave. No, Azin needed power. He needed respect. And in the world of the Threlian lords, respect was earned through honor and dominance. "Liar," Azin hissed. "Which one of us is the liar?" I stopped at his table, blinking sweetly up at him. "How many wars did you use your father's death to justify? How many lords did you kill in his name?" If I had not been so transfixed on the delicious rage on Azin's face, I might have noticed that the room was beginning to brighten again. I might have noticed that beneath the pounding of my headache, Richet had gone silent. I might have noticed that I couldn't hear or feel the rippling emotions of the party guests. Instead, I watched Azin's lips curl into a sneer. "Fragmented cunt," he spat, sending flecks of spittle across my face as he bore down on me. I knew the orders were threatened by me, but I thought more highly of them than to send some wench to topple the most powerful family in Threl. And then, as that sneer split into a terrible cold smile,
I noticed. I saw his hand raise, and in the split second before he brought it down, I tried to shoot a gust of air at him to push him back. I tried, and nothing happened. His hand collided with my face with such force that I went careening to the ground. But I didn't think about the pain. I only thought about one terrible realization as my blurred vision settled on the broken remains of my empty wine glass. The world had gone dull, like half of my senses had been cut off. I had no magic. Chapter 70. Tisaanah. When I heard that a group of order wielders would be coming here, well, of course I had to take my precautions, considering that the orders had been quite uncooperative in offering their assistance. I let out one steady, long breath as I pushed myself up from the ground. Azin paced circles around me. His voice was too loud, too confident. He was showboating. But this is more than I expected. A spy and a seductress come to turn my allies against me? Or my stolen property returned to me? Get up! His fingernails bit into my skin as he yanked me to my feet. I was so dizzy I could hardly steady myself, but I straightened my back through sheer force of will. For the second time in my life, I saw my plans topple before me. What was I going to do? My eyes found the slaves gathered at the edge of the room, looking on in veiled horror. The expression on Searle's face cut a dagger through my guts. I couldn't bring myself to meet their gazes. Instead, I looked only to Azin, meeting that one dark, hateful eye with equal intensity. He smiled at me, an ugly, joyless movement. I do remember you now, you and your beautiful dances. War. Whore. I hated him, hated that word, hated the anonymity of it all. My name is Tisaanah. Your name is whatever I want it to be. Commotion drew my gaze at the other end of the ballroom, and my chest seized as I saw the fight break out. Guards trying to capture my companions. Glimpses of blood. No, I would not let this happen. It would not end like this. Think, Tisaanah. A vicious impact struck my face, and my body once again collided with the stone ground. And another one, a kick to my stomach that sent me curling in on myself. Something stirred weakly at the back of my mind. Get up! I did, even though my body screamed. I didn't let it show. As soon as I hit my feet, he struck me again. Pain bloomed through my skull, but I straightened as if it were nothing, locking empty eyes back on Azin. Uneasy whispers ran through the crowd. How unseemly, they were muttering. How uncouth. My vision swam, and it was a struggle not to laugh. Two-faced hypocrites. Azin had always lacked restraint, and that was his greatest crime. Not beating me, but that he did it out here, in front of them. They were too civilized for such things. They beat their slaves in private. They raped behind closed doors. Perform, Azin commanded. No, another stirring in the back of my mind, gone before I could understand what it was. He grabbed my arm, fingernails digging into my skin, eye bearing into mine. Do you think the orders can protect you? Do you think they make you any less of a slave? Do you think their power is greater than mine? Clearly that is not true. He gestured to the door. I have taken your companions, including the second of the orders, captive quite easily. There it was again, the performance. We were all just pieces to illustrate his dominance to all these people he so desperately wanted to impress. I bit the inside of my lip so hard that blood flooded over my tongue. I didn't look, even though he clearly wanted me to. I looked only at him, and I hated him. I hated all of them. You try so hard to fill your father's name, I spat. But everyone in this room knows that you never will. Another strike to my face before the words were even out of my mouth. I hit him right on that nerve, just as I had intended. "You forgot your place," he snarled, "but I will remind you. You forgot what you are," as Maurice had said to me. I smiled a serene, bloody grin. "If you want to kill me, then kill me." Azin's one exposed eye glinted with an anger that rivaled my own. His fingers tightened around my arm. "Fine," he spat. "I'll finish what my father started," and dragged me through the parting crowd to the entrance of the ballroom, down a white hallway that was all too familiar. Chapter 71. Max. I realized too late. I had been dosed with Quixalis before. The headache, the numb, tingling sensation at my fingertips. I'd barely touched that wine. The dose had been powerful, perhaps even coated on the outside of the glass. Not that the details mattered now. I snapped my fingers and yanked forth only the tiniest of sparks. No. I spun around just in time to see Eslin flicker away, slowly, too slowly, before I could stop her. Ariadne grabbed for her a split second too late, making the same horrifying realization that I did. She could have been caught between dimensions if her magic failed her before she and the boy she carried could emerge. I saw Azin strike Tisaanah, heard her hit the floor, and my vision went red. Weapon! I whirled to the guard boy we had met earlier, my hand outstretched. Now! He wouldn't understand my words, but he clearly understood my tone. I only glimpsed him dive for the corner of the room before my attention was yanked away by the telltale whoosh of a raised blade. I evaded just in time. But half a dozen guards were upon us like flies to carrion. Where I dodged one, I nearly ran into another.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. And the effects of the chrysalis seeped far beyond the surface, stripping my wits and my reflexes from me just as it stripped my flames. I caught a wrist swinging toward Samarin's head, twisted until I felt a crack, prying the sword from the guard's limp fingers. In that moment, I had never loved my brother more. For every miserable night he spent running me through drills on far too little sleep all those years ago, no magic allowed. But even that could only get me so far. Bodies closed in on me, more and more. I slashed, I jabbed, I evaded, until blood spattered across my face. But it wasn't enough. There were always more. Through them, I caught a glimpse of Tisaanah pushing herself up from the ground, Azin standing over her. A weak, pitiful cry rang out as the slave boy who had helped us fell to his knees, his throat slashed before he could reach our weapons. A blunt impact struck the back of my head, but I surged forward, fighting arms and weapons and hands that tried to drag me back. The forms closed in, blocking Tisaanah from view as she was struck again. Beside me, I heard Samarin let out a muffled grunt, the one sound that yanked me from my focus. I spun around to see him double over, clutching his side as one of Azin's soldiers held a bloody blade. Fuck, that left me. I should have been watching. In that moment of distraction, another pair of hands grabbed me and another blow struck my head. I tasted blood. The last thing I saw, through blurring vision, was Tisaanah being dragged from the room. And the last thing I thought was that I was going to kill every last one of them. Chapter 72. Tisaanah. Emerus' office looked exactly as it did the day that he almost killed me. When Azin threw the door open and yanked me inside, for one split second I could have sworn I saw Esmerus' unmistakable form in front of the window, shoulders square, hands clasped behind his back. I hesitate to say that you and I have anything in common, but it seems that we do both love putting on a performance. He sent me hurling against the desk. I stopped myself from falling with my palms. Gods, I was so dizzy. I thought it would stop, but it was like my consciousness just kept draining and draining. I turned and straightened, even though it took all of my strength. At least we were alone. I had killed one Mikakov in this room. I could kill another. "What is it that you want?" I asked. "Time. I just needed time." "The orders can give you funding, if you wish." "I don't need your money. I don't need your money." Crack. There it was again, a faint lurch at the back of my thoughts. This time it was pronounced enough that I understood what it was, and my heart leapt. "Richer," I whispered, but received no response. But if it was still there, I could draw it out. I could force it out. "Influence," I said to Azine. "You said you had requested the assistance of the orders. They will give it to you, in exchange for our release." "Your release? I have the second to the arch-commandant locked up. I already have influence. Besides, slaves do not get to drive bargains." He grabbed my chin, fingers pinching my face as he turned it, examining me. "I do remember you. You were his favorite. I didn't understand why, even then. You look like a piebald cow. And yet he protected you over me." He released my face, only to grab my shoulder and spin me around. My skin crawled as his hands raked down my back, lingering over my scars. "But he rendered you useless with these ugly things." A plan unfurled in my mind. But in the end, he couldn't kill me. Azine was so easy to bait. He struck me again, sending my face slamming against the desk. As I pushed myself up, I imagined what his life would feel withering beneath my hands, just like his father's had. My eyes bore into the desk, that white desk, and I threw myself into my fear, into my anger, until it consumed me. "Richer," I whispered, again. I felt it move, prodded by my anger and pain. "You aren't the only one with a penchant for the poetic," he spat. For one moment, my eyes lifted out to the window, looking out over the stepped marble of the Mikakov's beautiful city, blocks of silver and shadow bathed in moonlight. I listened to Azine's footfalls cross the room, open a closet that I knew very well. I wondered if my old clothes still hung there. "Do it," I dared him, as his steps returned to me. As the whip sliced through the air with a lethal whistle and lit agony across my back. Crack! I forced my eyes open. I forced them to stare at that gleaming desk, filling my vision with white. Nothing but white and white. For so many days, Richer had wept. I forced my face into everything that terrified it. Crack! Nothing but white and pain. I thought of Esmerus, of his cold hatred, at the way it had struck betrayal into my chest. I flooded my thoughts with the agony of it. Richer, its pain twined with my own, distant, faint. The magic inherent in my blood was rendered useless, perhaps. But Richer was magic. Maybe it pulled from something deeper. And I wouldn't allow Azine Mikakov to destroy me or the people I cared for. Crack. Warmth spilled down my back. If you want it to stop, then make it stop. Heat flooded my veins. I began to taste Azine's rapid fury, putrid and metallic. A frenzied smile spread across my lips. Crack. I felt Richer roar to the front of my thoughts, lighting up the threads of my mind with power that stole the air from my lungs. The world snapped back into focus. I felt Azine's aura solidify. The moment I did, I grabbed onto it with razored claws. I spun around just in time to see him with his arm frozen. The anger that pinched his face shifted to confusion, then fear.
The last time I stood here in this room with a man's life in the palm of my hand, I had been terrified of what I had done. Not this time. I drew the fingers of my magic around his mind and squeezed. He dropped to his knees. A wave crested inside of me. Blood rushed through my ears as I bent over and grasped his face with one hand. His flesh withered around my fingers, spiders of black decay crawling over his cheeks. I brought my face so close to his that the smells of his wine-sweetened breath and putrid rot mingled in my nostrils. "Tell Esmerus I sent you," I whispered, and drew the fingers of my magic and of my hand together until both his mind and his rotting jaw were crushed to jelly in my hands. The wave broke, and Richer screamed a terrible, wordless screech as it drowned me. Chapter 73, Max. The impact of my body falling against the wall and a loud bang snapped me back into consciousness. It all came back to me in pieces: the party, Azin Mikakov, the Cryxalis, and, most vividly of all, Tisaanah's body hitting the ground. I jerked myself upright, trying to leap to my feet, and stumbling as I found that my hands were tied behind my back. I was in a small, expensively furnished room, maybe some kind of library or sitting room. No guards. "I need you to get your bearings fast." Nora's voice, low and calm, snapped my eyes to my right, where she stood against the wall. My eyes fell past her to Samarin, and my heart stopped. He offered me a faint smile, as if anticipating my reaction, but he leaned heavily against the wall. Blood soaked through his jacket. Beside him, Ariadne didn't look much better. Her back was straight, shoulders square in the stance of a highly trained soldier. But she touched the side of her arm to the wall and to the edge of the end table beside her, betraying uncertainty that was hard to miss. Because, after all, a Syriazan without magic was simply blind. Ascended above. We were in trouble. And all I could see, over and over again, was Tisaanah's form falling. Where I assumed they were taking us to the dungeons. But something happened. A lot of commotion back towards the ballroom. My blood went cold.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. They shoved us in here and just ran off to go investigate, but I doubt we have much time before they return, Tisaanah. It had to be. I only barely choked back a wall of furious terror. Step back. My mind recited a series of commands from many years ago, reverent like a prayer. Evaluate, judge, act. Leave no room for anything else. My gaze snapped back to Nura, settling on her forearms, tucked behind her back. It had to be her, and I only barely choked back a wall of furious terror. Step back. My mind recited a series of commands from many years ago, reverent like a prayer. Evaluate, judge, act. Leave no room for anything else. My gaze snapped back to Nura, settling on her forearms, tucked behind her back. It had to be her, and Samarin. Samarin and Ariadne were too compromised. Remember Albright? A smile glittered in Nura's eyes. You read my mind. And right on cue, the door opened and two of Azin's soldiers rushed back in. They were sloppy, frenzied, practically stumbling back into the room. Whatever they had seen had spooked them. I didn't give myself time to dissect that. Instead, I threw myself against the larger man and shoved him towards the wall, where Nura had turned, back to us, a dagger flicking from the inside of her sleeve. At my shove, the guard careened into her and let out a yelp as the blade buried itself into his gut. The other one dove for me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Nura kick the first guard off of her blade. I narrowly evaded the swing of a sword. The frenzied momentum of his strike sent him stumbling, tripping over a coffee table. Sloppy, sloppy. I leapt over him before he could get up.
one foot on his chest, the other coming down hard on his throat. He wheezed. "Nura, hands!" Impact and pain lit up my wrists. I winced. Well, she didn't have to fucking skin me. My annoyance was cut short by a crash to my left. I whirled to see Ariadne and Samarin pushing the wounded soldier against a wall, cornering him. I tried unsuccessfully to pull my hands apart. I could feel the fraying rope beginning to give. The other guard, the one I had tripped, struggled to climb to his feet. Nura pressed herself against the wall, bracing against it as she sawed at her restraints. Another yank, and my hands finally broke free. I dove for Nura and grabbed the dagger from between her wrists, ignoring the pain that lit my palms as I pulled it by the blade. The soldier stood upright, swaying as his arm raised. To my left, I heard Ariadne let out a muffled grunt as the other guard threw her aside. 4 seconds. I had 4 seconds, maybe. With vicious force, I drew the dagger over Nura's bound wrists. It had to be enough. I had time for only one stroke before I leapt for the man cornering Samarin, yanking him back and drawing the dagger across his throat. And I looked away from the man's gargling wound just in time to see Nura let the other man drop, a second bloody dagger protruding from beneath her sleeve. It was smoother and albrate, she panted, as I freed Ariadne and Samarin's hands. I hardly heard her. Samarin visibly struggled to remain upright. Blood now dripped from his jacket and formed a slick pool on the floor. Ascended? He shouldn't have been involved in that fight. Sam, listen. Ariadne cocked her head, raising a finger. We went silent. And a beat later, the sounds of distant screams unfurled through the air. Quiet, but unmistakable. My heart turned to lead and dropped all the way through my stomach. I leapt to the door. When I threw it open and stepped through, a curse flew from my lips, because this building was on fucking fire. And it was no fire I'd ever seen before, either. One end of the hallway, the one that would eventually lead back to the ballroom, was crawling with glowing blue licks of flame. They moved slightly too slow, skipping like light reflecting through swaying glass. The image I'd nursed in the back of my head, the image of Azine beating Tisaanah to death in the middle of that revolting party, was replaced with something even more terrifying. The distant shouts morphed into unmistakable echoes of the ones from Sarla's Eye, the ones that scarred the insides of my ears. I nearly didn't hear Nura's gasp beside me. Even with the cryasis, that's remarkable. Remarkable? Remarkable? It was horrifying. Dread rolled over me as I thought of the look on Tisaanah's face when she was in Richet's clutches, cold and brutal and distant. And I thought of how different it was from the face that looked up at me in that tent, demanding promises of me in the moonlight. "What is it?" Ariadne asked, frustrated, twisting her eyeless face in one direction and another. "What do you see?" "It's not fire," Samarin rasped. He sagged against the doorframe, clutching his torso. I looked at my friend, and silent fear passed between us. Only for a second, before he began to keel over. I caught one arm, and Ariadne caught the other. He was losing so much blood. And Tisaanah was losing herself. And I could be losing both of them. Everything was going to hell, and I had never been so afraid in my entire sorry life. For one moment, I breathed that terror in as deep as I could. And then I exhaled it into savage resolve. Find a way out. Take everyone who will come with you and get out of here. Nura's eyebrows lurched. And what about you? I'll catch up. She looked at the flames, then me, then the flames. Don't be an idiot, she spat. I told you the next time you tried to kill yourself, I wouldn't stop you. I almost laughed. If only it were that simple. It is easy to die for someone, Tisaanah's words whispered, but so much more valuable to live. Then don't, I said, and I turned towards those flames. Samarin's hand caught my arm, his fingers digging into my skin. He didn't speak, but then he didn't have to. His serious stare told me that he knew what I was going to do and why, and that he couldn't stop me. It took palpable effort not to let my voice tighten as I said, "I know you want to have a moment, you romantic bastard, but no time for that now. When this is all over, sunset and all." His eyes only barely crinkled. Weakly, he removed his hand from my arm just enough to form a particularly vulgar gesture. I let out a laugh that was really a sigh of relief. That's the spirit. Now get the hell out before you bleed to death. I didn't give anyone else time to respond before I turned away, starting down the hallways in a brisk walk that quickly turned to a run. It was easier to look at those strange blue flames than it was to look at their faces. By now, the end of the hallway was consumed by it. I was running into a wall of flickering blue light. I was running towards Tisaanah. I do not give you permission to fail if I fail. All I could think was that I loved her. I hadn't told her that, but as that unsettling blue light grew closer and closer, I'd never felt any greater certainty. I loved her for her strength, for her beautiful brute force, for seeing what no one else does. I loved her for everything the world constantly used against her. I loved her for continuing anyway. Promise me that you will keep fighting your battles, even if I lose mine. I stood with her, only her, until the end of our stories. But I refused to allow hers to be a retelling of mine. She deserved better than a lifetime of blood-stained hands and a tale with a bitter ending crafted from Richet's terrible acts. She deserved epics. And I loved her so damned much that I would fulfill the promise I made to her, even if it became the hardest thing I ever did. Even if it meant embracing a part of myself that I would rather pretend didn't exist. The blue flames engulfed me. They were lightly cool, and they burned a strange pain over my skin that rattled through me like lightning. I waited until I couldn't take it anymore before I did something that I had sworn to myself I would never ever do. If Richet was drawing from a deeper power, then so could I. For once, I wasn't holding back. My second eyelid slid open, and my body unraveled into fire. Chapter 74. Tisaanah. I was falling so fast that the world smeared around me. I reached for control and groped at nothing but darkness and shadow. I had no control over my body as I strode down the hall to the ballroom.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. The ballroom where hundreds of people, including many of my dearest friends, awaited. I was so afraid. "It's all right," I whispered to Richet, as soothing as I could manage through my rising panic. "It's all right." Even its voice sounded different, warped with strange, flickering power. Cold light that resembled flames surrounded me, clawing across the floor and up the walls with every step I took. It snarled. The image of Max's fingers over my stomach flashed through my head again, 2 seconds repeated at a dizzying frequency. Dread closed my throat. Max who had believed in me so strongly. Where was he? Was he dead? Were they all dead? I had failed them. Gods, they had followed me, and I had so deeply, utterly failed them. "Please," I begged. I turned a corner, and I was in the ballroom. The music overwhelmed my ears, throbbing into my head. The room was still packed full of finely dressed guests, though many of them had turned to filter from the room, whispering to each other in hushed voices and no doubt gossiping about what they had witnessed. At least they were, until I entered. The corners of the room dimmed. Flames and rot spread spidering fingers across the floor. The guests froze and turned to look at me, eyes wide with shock or narrowed in confused disgust. Richer turned my head and skimmed our vision by the slaves. 2 guards lined up against the wall, and maids who sank into the corners, terrified. Monster, like I was a monster. For a moment, I stood there, staring at them. "We need to find the others," I chanced to whisper. Then, pain lit up my back, searing through still seeping wounds, and my throat released a ragged screech. Cold embers erupted around me. I spun around to see one of Azin's generals upon me, bloodied sword clutched in his hands. My hands grabbed his face and watched it rot before he even had the chance to move. But then there was another one, and another. A lord eager to boast of his combat skills, a hired mercenary looking to do the same. Their strikes landed across my back and my shoulder. Richer wailed in a cry that rattled both my thoughts and my throat. I swung around and clawed at them. They died beneath my hands. One of Azin's generals let out a shout across the room, mobilizing the hesitant waves of slave warriors. My lips curled into a snarl as my hand shot into the air, calling for Il-Sahaj. My fingers soon wrapped around its hilt. Gods, no, I would not fight these people. I couldn't. I grabbed for control, grabbed for it, and failed to find hold. Richer yanked my own muscles from my grasp, shoving me further into darkness. My vision blurred. I tried again and again and again, to no avail. And I screamed. A wordless, voiceless plea as those soldiers rushed towards me. As Richer raised Il-Sahaj in a lethal battle cry. No! But then, before I could bring the sword down, I was blinded. Blinded by fire. Real fire. The kind that seared the hairs from the tips of my nose. The kind that embraced me with such vivid heat that it sent my body staggering back against the wall. At first, I didn't know what I was looking at. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust and to realize that the fire was moving, and fast. Not moving like flames, but like a creature. Richer's delighted smile spread slowly across my lips, and my heart stopped. It was a serpent. A massive serpent that wove through the air and the crowd, its body made of flames that ran together like water, sparks glinting as scales on its skin. It had no wings and no legs, but it moved uninhibited all the same. It lurched through the air in movements that were at once exquisitely graceful and wildly untamed, as if it too struggled to fully control its body. And yet it was still so beautiful. Warmth and light and power surrounded by cold magic and deepening shadow. Its head turned towards me, and the realization hit me so hard that it took my breath away. Those eyes. I would recognize them anywhere. The shape of them was seared into my soul. Even though now they were dark, veering on black, instead of their usual cloudy blue. Richer's smile spread into a grin. "Oh, Maxantarius," I breathed, "you are even more beautiful than I thought you would be." The serpent paused for a moment. Then, in one wild surge, charged towards me. If I had control of my body, I would have cringed for an inevitable impact. But before it reached me, the snake compressed, flames reforming into the ghost-like shape of a man. Claws of heat prickled my skin as I stared into a face that was so familiar, even as it was so terrifyingly strange. Mac's face, rendered in flame and rippling heat. Dark eyes cutting through light so bright that it hurt to look at him. Then membranes slid from the corners of each of his eyes, transforming them back into the peculiar cool gaze that I knew so well. The flames withered, leaving behind sweat-slicked skin.
And it was this image of Max in his normal, unremarkable human body that nearly pushed me over the edge. "It's time to stop," he said. "Look at what we made together. Finally, it's time to stop. We need to get these people out of here and leave." He placed his palms on either side of the wall above my shoulders, leaning over me with a wrinkle between his eyebrows. The desperation in his eyes gutted me. He was talking to me, not it. And Richer made that realization at the same time that I did. My blood turned cold with Richer's anger and my dread. "No," I begged. "I have had enough." My palms pressed to either side of Max's face. "No!" Max winced as veins of blight slithered across his cheeks. His fingers clutched my shoulders. "I need you to come back, Tisaanah." I made a mad rush for control. And I felt it. For one moment, I felt the warmth of his skin beneath my hands. But then Richer grabbed me and threw me back. I fell further and further into the web of my own mind, where the shadows and the memories grew darker. Threads bound me, strangled me. My vision began to go dark. The last thing I saw was a grim determination on Max's face as those eyelids slid back and he dissolved into flames. Chapter 75. Max. The world was blinding and bright and too damn fast. Every movement was a deliberate attempt to temper the sheer power that burst from my every muscle. Every breath felt like I was inhaling lightning. I was everywhere and nowhere. I was free for the first time and more trapped than I had ever been. I spun away from Tisaanah, coiling through the air over the heads of petrified partygoers. Pain still radiated through me, even though my body was a very different form. Her magic seeped into my blood. The room grew darker and darker. Tisaanah drew herself up, death trailing her feet across the floor. The blue flames burst forth in gushing waves, but they weren't hot, and they didn't give off light. Still, they devoured the curtains, the walls, and the flesh of the guests. "You abandoned me," her voice leached and echoed with unnerving bite. "I gave you everything, and you threw me away." She paced forward. Decay and blue flames slithered closer to the guards and the guests, who were by now climbing over each other for escape. I threw myself in front of her, separating her from them with the wall of fire that was my body. A smattering of ill-advised soldiers, idiots, made a dive for us, though many of their companions instead turned to flee. I dove in front of her, coiling to surround her with a shield of my body. But I was not accustomed to controlling this form. I couldn't evade the way I normally would. A shock of pain ran up my spine, a slash far down my body. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I wanted to snap. "I'm trying to help." A hiss graveled from my throat as I shoved the soldiers against the wall with as much force as I could muster. But I was in an impossible position here, protecting her from them and them from her, like there were two sets of teeth clamping down around my throat.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. Another screech cut through me as I was hit with another strike. This one so much worse than the first. The kind of pain that took my breath away, sending this unfamiliar body spiraling and lurching. I glimpsed my tail to see blackened blood glistening through the flickers of fire. Tisaanah stood there with Il Sahaj in her grasp. Rashai's agonized fury etched deep into her painfully familiar features. I had hoped that seeing at the world this way through a screen of red and blaring light would distance me enough to make this easier. It didn't. I rushed her, pulling up at the last second so that she went stumbling back against the wall. Every time I came close to her, no matter how fast I was, she swung for me. Each time she hit. It was now completely dark, save for the glow of my flames and the garish blue shadows cast over her face by hers. Deep, vicious cracks split the marble floor, the softened flesh of the stone finally giving out. There were still dozens of people in this room, trapped by cracks in the floor or simply too terrified to make themselves run. But even beyond that, this estate was massive. Surely there were many hundreds of people in this building, many of whom were probably Tisaanah's friends. I coiled around her again. Another slash, another cut, another wave of rotting pain. Come back, Tisaanah. Show me that brute force. Show me you can do this. Show me that I won't have to walk out of here without you, you stubborn shit. I couldn't lose her too. I couldn't. I pulled myself into a human shape. I stood directly in front of Tisaanah, who stared up at me with wild eyes and tear-streaked cheeks. "You traitor!" she wailed in an accentless voice. She looked utterly inhuman, bathed in blue ribbons of light, covered in blood. I noticed for the first time that her face was badly beaten and that her clothes were in tatters. Anger made the flames around me flare. Tisaanah, my Tisaanah, picked apart by so many monsters. I grabbed her shoulders and pushed her against the wall, ignoring Rishai's growl of protest and the pain of the rot that sizzled my palms. I held her there, trapping her, and then I wrapped my arms around her. This couldn't be it. I couldn't let her go like this. I couldn't. I pulled myself into a human shape. I stood directly in front of Tisaanah, who stared up at me with wild eyes and tear-streaked cheeks. "You traitor!" she wailed in an accentless voice. She looked utterly inhuman, bathed in blue ribbons of light, covered in blood. I noticed for the first time that her face was badly beaten and that her clothes were in tatters. Anger made the flames around me flare. Tisaanah, my Tisaanah, picked apart by so many monsters. I grabbed her shoulders and pushed her against the wall, ignoring Rishai's growl of protest and the pain of the rot that sizzled my palms. I held her there, trapping her, and then I wrapped my arms around her. This couldn't be it. I couldn't let her go like this. Decay rippled over my body, and flames rippled over hers, a battle of blue and black dancing across our skin. I buried my face against her neck, even though the skin of my forehead screamed at the contact. "Come back," I whispered. "You still have so much to do." Rishai growled, its fingers clawing at my back. My eyes began to water as ribbons of rot opened across my skin. Her body shuddered. "Why do they always do this to me?" her voice wept. "Why do they always use me and discard me?" It wavered so much that it could have been the trace of an accent that I heard. My heart leapt and broke at once. I heard the deafening sound of cracking marble, felt the floor begin to melt beneath my feet. Distantly, the sound of terrified people shuddered through my ears, the same as they sounded in Sarla's eye. The edges of my vision were beginning to blur. The pain was becoming unbearable. I felt her begin to sag in my arms. She was killing me. We were killing each other. And if this is how it had to go, then I wanted so fucking badly to burn up with her here. Let our bones lie together. But, promise me, she had demanded. You are not fucking done, Tisaanah, so get back here. And then I turned her face and pressed my mouth against hers, because I was desperate, because it was the only thing I could think to do. And I prayed to any god that was listening that it was not a kiss goodbye. Chapter 76. Tisaanah. My mother's face became a desecrated corpse. Settle screamed into Voss's disfigured features. Esmerus rose and melted into a demon in the shadows. The scars on my back multiplied and opened and seeped and healed and split over and over and over again.
I watched my family being whipped to death in the mines. I watched Seto crumble beneath falling marble, just as that boy had at the slaving hub. I watched Max's perfect face dissolve into ugly decay under my touch. The silver threads of my mind wrapped tighter and tighter around me, binding me in my ugly past and my ugly future like a fly caught in a spider's web. You could never do this. You brought death to everyone that you've ever loved. You let them sacrifice for you, and you repay them this way? I didn't know if it was Rashai's voice or my own. I saw only flashes of what was happening out there. Flashes of blue and orange and flames and rot. With each glimmer of sight, I desperately tried to free myself, only to be pulled back even deeper than before. The web of my mind was going dim, consumed by that blue fire. It was all going to hell. It was going to end this way, with Rashai, using my body to kill, to destroy. And all I could think, between the terror and the nightmares, was that I hoped Max would kill me before it happened. Then I saw another flash, an image, a memory, though not one that belonged to me, skittered through my head. A little girl with long black hair holding out a butterfly in a jar. Did you know that when caterpillars make a cocoon, their bodies totally dissolve? Kira, Max's sister. They become nothing before they become something else. And all at once, the idea hit me. I was fighting and fighting to get out of my own head, but Rashai lived within me. It pulled from a deeper level of magic, and some part of that was inside of me, even if it was buried far beneath my consciousness. Even if I had to claw through the pits of darkness to get to it. The threads pulled tighter, calling me, strangling me. "It will kill you," a part of me screamed. But I didn't give myself time to listen. When the next wave of terror came for me, I hurled myself into the darkness. I opened my eyes to a vat of dust-scattered ink and pain so intense that my vision throbbed. The world solidified, split, a sky and a ground and a horizon line. Plains, I realized. I stood in the center of silent plains, miles and miles of nothing but faintly waving grass. Moonlight cast silver shadows across their wheat-frayed tips and wildflower petals. Their movements were odd, choppy, like the breeze was skipping and lurching. The flowers bloomed and wilted and died in strange succession, backwards, forwards, again and again. I looked down at my hands to see that they too were changing. Like the boundaries between my form and the world were strange, ill-defined. I was naked, but my skin bled out into the sky like the translucent flesh of a jellyfish. All around me, bleeding threads of light reached from the ground into the sky. Only one, far in the distance, was searing violet, plunging all the way through the ground, through a vicious weeping tear. One pure streak of magic. Max. I knew it immediately. The only other person who would be drawing from magic so deep. And beyond that, I felt him, an echo of a presence that by now I knew as well as my own. And then, looming over me, I felt another presence that I knew too well. I lifted my chin, up to the sky, realized that there was a stream of light pouring from me too, but mine clotted above me into a cloud of bloody crimson. And it had eyes. The eyes opened, and I recognized the thing that stared back at me, though I couldn't quite say how. Rashai. The word was a roll of thunder. The ground shook, and suddenly, before I could speak or move, Rashai dove for me. Its form shifted, morphed, into something almost resembling some grotesque variation of a human. Long, spindling limbs that moved in fits and starts. A cloudy face, a pair of white, savage eyes, and long, bladed fingers that were suddenly at my throat. "E," it wailed. The pain hit me all at once, pain so intense I could
convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. One strike with those inhuman, powerful fists, and I was on the ground. Its claws dug into my shoulders. I felt the burning warmth of blood running down my back. And when Richer pulled back, it now wore Esmerist's face. A flare of fury rose in me. No, I was done. No, I snarled, no more. No more of any of it. No more dividing myself up as an offering to more powerful monsters. No more sacrificing those I loved in the name of their own safety. And no more would I fail to unleash the full potential of the power at my disposal. Richer's fingers tightened around my throat. I looked into those empty eyes, those eyes that were somehow nothing and everything all at once. It is a form of raw magic, Nora had told me once. That's all it was, magic to be wielded. And wield it I would. I plunged my hands into the misty form of Richer's smoky form. It let out a bone-piercing screech, but I barely heard it, because the pain was so intense that I momentarily lost my grip on my senses. I thought I knew pain. I had been wrong. Nothing would ever compare to this. Through the agony, I pulled Richer to me. I wielded its murky form the way I once wielded water in a pond so many months ago. It fought me every step of the way, sinking its teeth into my soul. My own life flashed before my eyes in bloody fragments. A little faceless girl playing with flowers and paper butterflies in her village. A scared, almost woman sitting in the back of a rolling cart. Esmerist's home, my solitary dancing practice, my nights in his bed. A teenage girl weeping as her friend tended to her wounds in her heartbreak. And then, of course, some years later, the crack of a whip, the sails of a ship, the stark gleam of two towers on a rocky shore. Richer wailed, thrashed, it wept, voice dissolving, unraveling. I grabbed on to Richer the way I had grabbed on to Esmerist's mind the day I first killed. And that was when I felt it, the agony of it. Not only my own pain, but Richer's too. The agony of being so many different pieces stitched together, shattered remnants of half-lost memories, grief over faceless deaths and nameless betrayals. White walls, golden hair, bright eyes and champagne feathers. A forgotten name, screamed over and over and over again until it was swallowed by stone. Weeping, Richer whispered, and it was the voice of a child. I pushed deeper, and I reached the center, and the world went suddenly quiet, save for a rhythmic beat, the beating of a heart. There, at the core of Richer's magic, was a formless, pulsing mass. I closed my fingers around it. It wasn't just one core, one heart, I realized. It was pieces of many. They were warm, throbbing in time with my own heartbeat. We carry many stories. I glanced up, through all of this rushing magic, and saw the faintest outline of a figure standing with me. Blurry, faint, the shadow of a shadow of a shadow. So many stories, you and I. The thunder roared, the sky flashed, Richer's wordless screech filled my ears. The pain grew so intense that I could barely think. I was being torn away, but that shadowy slip of a figure reached out and grabbed me. "It was never meant to be this way," it whispered. "Take it, please, take all of it, take it away." It shoved that heart into my hands, that mass of magic and power and broken memories. And in that same moment, I looked up through a vicious thunderclap to see two silhouettes engulfed in blue and red, burning in silent flames, locked in a kiss. "Someone calls for you, Max." The name lurched through my soul.
I felt that kiss burn on my lips. It was joined by my mother's on my forehead and Cyril's on my cheek. Scars left by everyone I had left behind, everyone I had sacrificed, everyone I had lost. No, not again. I would not accept another kiss goodbye. I looked down at that core of power, magic to be wielded. The figure lurched towards me, shredding and desperate. Now! And at that exact moment, just as I felt its claws rip into the back of my skull, just as I felt myself lose my grip on reality, I took that heart and swallowed it, inhaled its power, felt it flood my veins. God's power like this, how could it be anything but right? How could it be anything but good? Light flooded from my fingertips, my eyes, my mouth, as I opened it to let out a roar or a laugh or something in between. I reached for the sky, and the world dissolved in white and white and white. You are not fucking done, Tisaanah, so get back here. I heard him. I felt him, felt his kiss, felt his breath reach for mine. I threw everything I had, all of this new power wrapped around my fingertips, into one vicious slice. The nightmare images dissolved with wild screeches. My mind snapped back into place. I was thrust back into a world of light and color and overwhelming sound. My body was in shambles, blood rolling down my skin, burns crawling over my flesh. But I just clutched Max and pulled my lips away from him long enough to look into those dark eyes, into that face crafted from curling flames. You look beautiful, I whispered. Shock careened across his features. Shock, then a shattered relief. Translucent eyelids slid from the inner corners of his eyes. And then the fire was gone and the rot was gone. And we were two humans of broken flesh and blood, collapsing against each other and onto the floor. Everything hurt. Max's forehead was pressed to mine, hands clutching my face as if he couldn't believe I was here. You scared the shit out of me, he breathed at last. Sorry. In a daze, I removed his left hand from my cheek and flipped it palm up, dragged a circle through the blood. I could still feel my connection to that one deep, deep pool of magic, though the thread that tethered me to it was quickly growing thinner and thinner. I had one more thing I needed to use it for. One line, then another. Tisaanah, Max was beginning to sway. What? I drew the final line of my stratogram. I love you. We crashed upon the cobblestones outside of the Mikov estate. I collapsed to the ground, as did Max. And around us, dozens and dozens of slaves joined us. Every slave in the Mikov city, drawn to us like flower petals in the best damn garden in Ara, far across the sea. But I didn't look at them. I looked only at Max, our cheeks pressed against the stone ground, my hand still cupped around his. The thread, tethering me to the deep well of magic, finally snapped, leaving me in my fragile mortal body, magicless. The world dimmed. I love you, I whispered, and I curled my hand around his, squeezing as tightly as I could as unconsciousness took us both. Chapter 77, Tisaanah. I woke up with a start from a dreamless sleep, air sputtering in my throat. Everything assaulted me at the same time, my body, my senses, the memories of everything that had happened at the estate. Take deep breaths. It took me a moment to become aware of a presence at my side, a low, calming voice murmuring soothing instructions. Careful, careful. Don't take all in too fast. In, out. A hand moved over my back in time with the commands. Soon, my breath and heartbeat slowed. I was in a small but well-furnished bedroom. One look at the furniture told me that I was still in Threll, probably somewhere expensive. But that was the last thing I was thinking about. I whipped my head around to look at Samarin, who sat at the edge of my bed. Samarin! Looking at Samarin made me think of Max, and thinking of Max made me think of the way he had looked the last time I saw him, the depth of his wounds. "Max," I blurted out. "Is he?" "He was in worse shape than you were, but he's fine. He's still unconscious, but that's to be expected, and probably the best way for him to heal, considering how he abuses his body when he's awake." His voice sounded like the earth, comforting and stable even through that quip. "I want to see him." "You will. How are you feeling?" My head throbbed. The room spun. But when I looked down at my palms, there was no trace of the burns that had almost covered me.
Awful, but alive. To be expected. He stood, crossing his arms as he gave me a searching stare. "From what I hear, you went through quite a lot." Images flashed through my mind. The flames, both blue and red, the rot, Max going up in fire. Gods, that was something that warranted more discussion. And, of course, Riche. With a start, I paused and searched my mind for it. I found nothing. No movement, no whispers, no sign of it within the web of my thoughts. This was not totally surprising, considering how Riche disappeared shortly after a large display of magic. It was probably just as exhausted as I was. And I wanted the break. Needed it. Who knew what I would face when it returned? My head swam with questions. Where are we? The Mikoff estate, one of the guest houses. I must have looked visibly alarmed, because Samarin quickly added, "The orders have taken power here now that the Mikoff line has ended." The orders took power? I rubbed my temple. That was odd. Why would the orders have any claim to the city? And why would they want it? I don't entirely understand it either. From what I've heard, it sounds like they made some wise investments in the land and wealthy businessmen here. So when Azin was killed, they bought the city? We stared at each other in silence for a moment. My jaw worked. "I find it suspicious, too," Samarin said at last, quietly. "And the slaves?" "As long as the slaves were freed, I didn't care what happened to the Mikoff's wretched city. We have them." He gave me a small, quiet smile. "I would call this a successful journey. And there is someone here who is extremely anxious to see you." Samarin went to the door, then paused, fingers on the handle, and turned back to me. "You did well, Tisaanah." My eyes dropped to the bedspread. "Everything went wrong." "Almost," Samarin said, "but not quite. I'm sorry that you had to experience this." He lifted one shoulder in a shrug. "I'm not. Perhaps I was a bit concerned in the middle part, but some things are worth it." He motioned to the door, raising his eyebrows as if silently asking, "May I?" I nodded, my heart crawling to my throat. Samarin left the room. I let my eyes drop down to my hands, until I heard footsteps. Tisaanah. Gods, it had been so long since I had heard my name said like that, with the sharp lilt of my mother tongue. I watched my fingers clasp around each other, the image blurring. 2 more footsteps, approaching the bed. Tisaanah. I couldn't bring myself to look at him for so many reasons. Because I knew my heart would just combust when I saw him. Because I took so long to come back for him. Because he saw me at my worst in that ballroom, saw my failure, saw the monster that Riche made of me. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Warm fingers tilted my chin, just as they had on that terrible day 7 months ago. And just as they had on that day, clear blue eyes greeted me like a gulp of water in the middle of a desert. Cyril smiled at me, and something inside of me split open. I threw myself against him and buried my face into his tanned neck, into skin that smelled like my home, into an embrace that felt like dreams solidified. And with all my body and soul, I wept. Chapter 78. Max. I stood in a familiar little shed that smelled like animals and rustled with the sounds of tiny feet. Kira held a little blue lizard in her palms. It skittered between her fingers and over the backs of her hands as she excitedly told me about everything that made it revolting and beautiful. And after that is when it vomits up the carcasses to feed to its babies. I leaned against the wall and made a snort of disgust. "That's pleasant," I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm, as if I wasn't exactly where I wanted to be. I had been listening to her go on for hours. Normally by now, I would be looking for excuses to leave. Today, for some reason, felt different. Something about this chilly afternoon seemed fleeting, like a ghost was about to slip through my fingers. I couldn't pinpoint the sensation until Kira stopped talking and turned around to look at me, dark eyes that were a reflection of my own peering through sheets of black hair. Her image flickered, as if for one brief moment it was made of smoke, then solidified so quickly that I thought I was going insane. A lump rose in my throat. A distant reality began to encroach on the edge of my thoughts, but I willfully ignored it. "Show me the next one," I said. "You don't like this one? Show me anyway. Don't stop talking." She knelt down and pulled out one final glass enclosure from the bottom shelf, opening it and reaching inside with the gentle touch of a mother picking up their precious child. When she turned around, she gave me a mischievous grin. "Are you sure? I wouldn't want to scare you." She held out her hands. The green snake regarded me with a wary stare as it wound around her arms. There it was again, a flicker of smoke. "No, stay. If you're feeling brave, you can even hold it," she teased. The sight of the creature did coax forth some unease in my stomach, but I wasn't afraid of it, not like I once was. I extended my hands and let the serpent slide from hers into mine, coiling easily around my forearms. "Huh, it likes you." Her voice sounded far away. But I lifted my eyes and she stood directly in front of me, looking at me with a twisted nose and a strange sort of pride. An expression that, like so many of hers, I recognized it. My chest hurt. Reality banged on the door. But I wanted to be here for one more minute. Even though she was starting to float away, layers of her dissolving into mist. "Tell me what revolting things this one does," I said, desperate to call her back. "I don't think this one is revolting at all." A wind blew. Somehow, even though we were inside, it pulled her hair into puffs of dust. I reached out with my free hand to grab her, only to pass straight through her. The shed dissolved around us like shredded parchment, revealing a stormy sky. "Stop," I begged. My fingers closed around one solid handful of fabric at the edge of her sleeve. She shrugged, a cheerful, ungraceful movement. "It's fine. I'm sure there's lots of interesting stuff out there." No, I wasn't ready. There were still so many things I wanted to tell her. All of them, Atraclius, my parents, the twins. I blurted out, "It wasn't me. I need you to know." She let out a scoff. "Ascended below. Shut up, Max. We always knew it wasn't you." She looked over her shoulder. "I've got to go, and so do you. Try not to be so scared of everything all the time, all right?" I wasn't ready, but I opened my fingers anyway and let her go. Max. My dream relinquished me in slow, agonizing bites. Mayox! Shit. I was dead. We were both dead. Tisaanah and I, burned up together. There were worse ways to go, I supposed. Maxantarius! First came the sound, my name in that melodic voice. Then came the pain, a faint buzz that sank into every inch of my skin, every muscle, every bone, and a faint tickling sensation across my cheeks. I opened leaden eyes. Tisaanah's face hovered over mine, her hair spilling against my face, backlighting forming a golden halo around her contours. She was so beautiful that she could not be human.
definitely dead. Apparently I said that aloud, because Tisaanah replied, "You are not dead." As I settled further into consciousness, the pain grew more intense. Well, that confirmed the truth of what she was saying. A dead man would probably feel less. I groaned. How did we manage that? I know only some of that answer. Some you will have to explain to me, mysterious snake man. I chuckled. The vibration of it ached. Mysterious snake man. You shall now always address me by this title. That part of it still felt like a dream, not a memory, or a page stolen from someone else's tale. I couldn't believe that I did that.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. I had spent the last decade avoiding what Rashai had created in me when it was pried from my soul, refusing to acknowledge that a piece of it had forever changed me. And I had not only acknowledged that power, but used it. I didn't know whether that was terrifying or freeing or both. Maybe freedom was always a little bit terrifying. Tisaanah let herself fall sideways, collapsing onto the bed next to me. I turned my head so that we stared directly into each other's faces, our noses almost touching. With great effort, I lifted my hand and ran knuckles over the side of her face, tracing the line of her jaw and the soft warmth of her cheek. Real. She was real. For a while there, I didn't think that this reality would exist again. "So?" she said, expectantly. "So what?" "So, mysterious snake man, ascended above? Give me a minute, demanding rot goddess. A minute for what? A minute to be glad that we have one." The joking smile faded at the corners of her mouth, sinking into something gentler and more pensive. My own mind reassembled the blurry, scattered pieces of what had happened at the estate. The plan, the dinner, the kidnapping. Nura and the Syriazan, and I bolted upright. "Samarin!" "He is fine." Tisaanah stopped me, gently pushing me back to the pillow. Oh, a breath of relief. "And the others? The slaves? Cyril?" She nodded. "So we did it." She nodded again. I let out a long breath. That was mind-boggling. That 6 people in 5 days managed to free hundreds of slaves and take down one of the most powerful houses in Threl. Sure, even if it took a brief detour through hell. But then, if anyone could do it, I thought of Tisaanah's contract with the Orders, of the war back in Ara, and a knot choked my throat. I could see 1,000 machinations beginning to turn inside of her head. The wrinkle between her eyebrows told me that she was thinking about the same thing. I smoothed it with my thumb, pushing away my own anxieties with the movement. "Just 1 minute," I murmured. "Only one." And our faces moved towards each other at the same time, my fingers curling around her cheeks, hers sliding over my shoulders. Our mouths met in a kiss that said everything we couldn't quite put into words, one that started as a gentle whisper and quickly rose to a more passionate song. I reminded myself of the way her lips moved, the way her tongue tasted, the mild scuff of her teeth over my skin. The last time I kissed her, I thought I never would again, and I was so damn happy to be wrong. She pulled away, nose tickling mine, eyes smiling. And in that low, erotic voice, she whispered, "Your breath smells very, very bad." I scowled and blew a puff of air directly into her face, prompting her to let out a giggle that was possibly the most welcome sound I had ever heard. And apparently my breath couldn't have been all that bad, because she stifled that laugh with another kiss and another and another. And all I could think through it all was one thing: ascended fucking above. I was alive. I would have been content to go on for at least a few more hours like that, but Tisaanah was unfortunately not as easily distracted. I had no choice but to give her the whole story. The one final thing that I had not told her, told anyone. I knew I would have to eventually,
But this was a secret that I had buried even deeper within myself than the truth of Sarlazai or the deaths of my family. Perhaps because it was one that still stared back at me every time I looked in the mirror. Now, though, I had opened a door that I couldn't close again. It happened when Rashai was removed, I began. After my family, I needed to get it out of me. That was just non-negotiable. And the orders were in serious disarray at that point, so there was no one left to give me too much of a hard time about it. Zareth was all too eager, since the war was over anyway, and frankly, I think the bastard was mostly scared that I had all of that power. "He thought you would use it against him?" Tisaanah asked. "I couldn't, since I was bloodbound to the orders. As long as Zareth acted on behalf of the orders, I couldn't harm him, at least not intentionally. But the title of Archcommandant is fought and bled for, and he didn't like how my having Rashai affected him in that fight. So fucking trivial. Zareth Aldris forever concerned with his own position, even when real people were dying. And Nura, she wasn't about to argue. That I would never fully understand. I'd known Nura since we were both children, but even then, I never saw her cry. Not until my family's funeral, where I watched their pyres burn from a distance. She was the only one that saw me, the only other one hiding back in the shadows, her cheeks slick with tears. I had pretended I didn't see her and walked away before she could approach me. But the next day, when I had again showed up at the powers, borderline hysterical, demanding to have Rashai ripped out of me, she didn't so much say a word. But, like everything, it wasn't that easy, I went on. They had pulled Rashai from many bodies before, but bodies that it rejected. It had wanted to leave just as much as they wanted it gone. In my case, Rashai definitely did not want to leave. I spent hours bleeding on that slab while they worked on prying us apart, all while Rashai and I were fighting these ridiculous battles within my head. It didn't want to let me go, but I wasn't about to let it keep me. I still shuddered when I thought about it, the way Rashai had clung to me like a desperate lover. Tisaanah had edged closer, her body pressed against mine and her hands wrapped around my arm. And for a moment, I was struck by how much I deeply appreciated this alternative. Eventually, it got so bad that they told me that if they went any further, they would probably kill me. I told them that was just fine with me. I let out a breath, took a moment to ground myself in Tisaanah's attentive eyes. And I did die, just for a few minutes, short enough that it wasn't a done deal. And as Rashai was being pried away from me, it's like it dug all of its claws into me to pull me back. "Isa," it hissed. "Rashai saved you?" Tisaanah whispered. Well, saved made it sound so damned righteous. It cursed me with a life I didn't want out of spite. It dragged me back just as it was ripped from my veins. But it kept me alive by giving me a gift. The last thing I remembered in those murky memories was the agonizing pain of Rashai being finally cleaved from me. And its final, fading whisper, I was unconscious. For days. Samarin was the only one there when I opened my eyes for the first time. I almost burned the house down, and I didn't even have my wits about me enough to realize that I wasn't dreaming until he was screaming at me to snap out of it. A wrinkle had formed between Tisaanah's brows. One of her fingers brushed the corner of my eye, tracing the outline. "You have another eyelid." "Right." I blinked, suddenly conscious of the thin membrane that covered my eyeballs. Closed. Always closed. It took me way too long that day to realize that it was there, and that by closing it, I could close the well of magic that transformed me. I let out a small scoff. Did you know that snakes have eyelids like this? For a creature that fails to understand the nuance of human emotion, Rashai does have a penchant for dramatic justice, doesn't it? So when it is open, you saw. A hint of shame seeped into those two words. I had spent nearly a decade aggressively ignoring that part of myself. It was a reminder that Rashai had won, that it had changed me forever, and turned me something that was no longer even fully human. When it lived in my mind, I could tell myself that it was the monster, not me, but it had made one too, in its final slight. And there was a part of me that hated for her to see that. "You never told me," she murmured. "I never told anyone. Only Samarin knew, and I wouldn't have told him either if I'd had the choice." It was clear from the beginning that I couldn't control it.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. And anything from Rashai is just tainted. I wasn't going to use or even think about it ever again. I chanced a glance at Tisaanah, cringing in anticipation of what expression might greet me. But she just looked thoughtful, sad. "But you did it this time. You needed me." Her arms tightened around me, her face burying against my shoulder. "You controlled it." I had. That thought still boggled me. I wasn't ready to address the possibility that I could use this thing. "So did you," I said. She had done what I never could, brought Rashai back from the brink of a breakdown. And thank the Ascended that she did. Our fingers slid to each other and intertwined. "You were perfect," she murmured. And we lay there for another moment, allowing ourselves to ignore the looming shadows of vanquished monsters. Chapter 79. Tisaanah. Nora was waiting for me when I returned to my own room, her hand on the doorknob. "You're up. I was just on my way to see you." Her eyes ran from my toes to my face, cold and analytical, as if inspecting me for damage. "Recovered?" I shrugged. "Enough." "Good, because we can't afford to stay here any longer." She looked down, and I noticed that she was holding a crinkled envelope at her side. Her fingers tapped the edge of the parchment. "Has there been news from Ara?" I asked. "It's war," she snapped. "There will always be news." Well, that answered my question. She was in a worse mood than normal, which meant, yes, there had been news, and it was bad. "We leave first thing in the morning. We can't afford to waste time, and at this rate, well, surpass the time you were promised. So, get your bearings together." Her abruptness was jarring, especially considering that I hadn't even seen or spoken to her since before we entered the Mekoff estate. But I just nodded, even though the thought of returning to war made my palms sweat. "Fine, I will be ready." She began to walk away, but I called out, "Nora." She stopped, looked over her shoulder. "I have been thinking," I said, "about the party." "What about it?" Azine and Zarith had met before, and I think it is obvious now that they did not part on good terms. "Not a very nice person, it turns out," Zarith had said of Azine once, what felt like a lifetime ago. And something more than a desire to prove his power had prompted Azine to attack us the way he had. He was brash and arrogant, yes, but not mindlessly stupid. Nora let out a small scoff. Obvious indeed. Zarith sent us there knowing that Azine was hostile towards the orders, towards him. I think that he knew there was a high chance things would be violent. I leveled a steady, piercing gaze towards Nora. "Did you?" She didn't shy away from my stare, didn't look away, and didn't answer, but the sneer that barely twitched at the corner of her lip told me everything I needed to know. No, she was just as blind as we were. He had set her up, too, just like the rest of us. "Then why?" I asked. "Why would he do that?" "I warned you about how he is. Possess or destroy. You're either a tool or a threat, and in this case, we were all both. He knew that Rashai, would make it out alive, but he didn't want or need to care whether any of the others did." "But there must be more than that," I said. "He has his goals, and that's all that matters to him."
Nora's mouth tightened, and I did not miss the way her fingers clenched around the letter in her hands. She turned to face me fully. "When we get back there," she said, quietly, "I hope you're ready to fight like hell." I almost laughed. I thought of Max, of Cyril, of the Threlian refugees who would be traveling back to Ara with us. I thought of all those precious souls that I had to protect. I'd been fighting like hell since I was shackled to that cart all those years ago, utterly alone. And since long before that, when I fled a crumbling homeland that no longer exists. I was born fighting. Of course I wasn't going to stop now, not when I had so much to lose. I didn't so much as blink as I gave Nora a small, serene smile. "Oh yes," I said, "I know there are still many battles to win." Maybe I imagined the faintest echo of a smirk that brushed her eyes, but she turned away too quickly for me to tell. That night, Cyril and I spent the night lying on the floor of my bedroom, just as we had hundreds of times over the years. We laughed and cried together, then laughed again and cried again. I felt his pain with him when he told me of the wars that he had been sent to fight, how the estate had crumbled into chaos and paranoia after I had left. He held my hand as I told him of my training, of the battles, of the pact I'd made. His face lit up with shock and confusion as I told him about Rashai, in the loosest possible terms, asking questions that even I didn't totally know how to answer. I told him about Max, though I left out some details about the nature of our relationship. For some reason, I still wanted to pull those moments close to my chest, only for me. But the topics of our conversations drifted far beyond our sad stories, which is what I had always so loved about Cyril. He found the joy and the beauty in everything. He could tell me of the heavy loss of a bloody battle, and in the next moment light up when he told me of how wonderful it felt to return to his friends. Once, many years ago, he had told me that his grandfather used to say that every moment in life was a coin, with one dark side and one light. They fell on the ground with one side facing up, but the other always lay beneath it, there but hidden. Cyril always saw both sides of the coin, even when fate handed him nothing but darkness. Finally, when the night grew so late that it was on the cusp of morning, I asked him, "Will you be returning to Ara with us, or will you stay here?" He didn't hesitate. "Ara, definitely. I need a change of scenery." I let out a sigh of relief, then immediately felt selfish. Ara was at war. At least this city was now under the jurisdiction of the orders. As ridiculous as it sounded, perhaps this was now the safer place for him. When I voiced this thought, he let out a scoff. "Please, you won't get rid of me again so easily." He gave me a little smile and a wink that was so aggressively him that it knocked the air out of me. For a moment, words evaded me. How many times had I dreamed that I'd see him again? How many times had I been so certain that I wouldn't? "You have no idea," I murmured, fighting a lump in my throat. He smiled and said, "I do, actually." Saw. It was late when I heard it. A voice. The voice. I opened my eyes into darkness, into the old familiar image of the white expanse of Threlian ceilings. Beside me, I heard Cyril's low, slow breaths, my own pounding heartbeat. For a moment, it was all silent. I wondered if I had imagined it. And then, there it was. A voice, different than it had been before in ways I couldn't quite describe, closer and farther away all at once. I felt it more than I heard it. It matched my own breath, my own heartbeat. "Yes," I whispered. I felt it roil within me, a shudder that lay between a sigh or a laugh or a moan. It all felt so much closer than it once did, a power that moved in my blood, a caress writhed against my mind, and my lips twisted into a smile. Not long ago, I would have been afraid. Not anymore. Good, I whispered. I haven't decided how I want it to end. And I could have sworn it chuckled as it slithered off into darkness. Chapter 80. Max. 5 damned days on land, and I had already forgotten how much I wasn't made for this. We were barely 40 feet from shore, and I was ready to retch. Or maybe that was just the physical reaction of returning to Ara, which I desperately did not want to do. Mostly because I had no idea what would be waiting for us there. I pushed myself up from the rail and turned around, running my eyes across the crowded deck of the ship and up those spine-like sails.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. We'd had to charter a larger boat just to carry all of the people who were coming back to Ara. Most of the former slaves had chosen to remain in Threl, but many still would return with us. I watched them hustle and bustle across the deck, leaning excitedly over the edge of the boat, pointing, laughing. Tisaanah had mentioned that most of them would not have ever seen the ocean before, and I had to admit that it was charming to watch their excitement. Even if another part of me wanted to say, give it another 3 hours and see how you like it when you're vomiting your guts out. You are famous. Nora appeared beside me, so silently that she seemed to fold from the air. She smirked and raised her eyebrows, nodding to a group of people across the deck. I followed her gaze and sighed. The sea was not the only subject of the former slaves' wide-eyed amazement. Faces turned constantly to shoot curious, awed glances to me and Tisaanah. This particular group looked away hurriedly as soon as they noticed my stare. You two put on a show. I'm sure none of them have ever seen anything like it. Her gaze flicked to me. Neither have I. You didn't see it? I heard enough. She lifted her hands, fingers spread to mimic dazzlement. A great serpent of fire. Interesting. They exaggerate. Probably. But you did manage to use magic while dosed with chrysalis, and you went up against Rashai. So I know that no matter how stories grow, something remarkable happened in that ballroom. The only remarkable thing that happened is that everyone managed to make it out alive. A small, humorless laugh. That is remarkable. We're in agreement there. My eyes found Tisaanah, who stood at the head of the boat, body pressed to the edge of the rail, chin lifted, as if she were throwing herself into the ocean air. Remarkable indeed. Nora followed my gaze. You know, I do want you to be happy, Max. She said it quietly, almost under her breath. The statement was so jarring, so uncharacteristic, that I had no choice but to whip my head around to look at her. I scoffed. What, are you suddenly desperate for forgiveness? You don't have to believe me. Her gaze slid to me. Serious, but it's the truth, and no matter what happens when we get home, it still will be. There was something about the way she said it, no matter what happens when we get home, that made me suddenly uneasy. But before I could ask her what exactly that was supposed to mean, I turned around to see that she had already drifted away, melting into the crowd like another shadow. Still, I turned those words over in my head as I settled back against the rail. My eyes found Tisaanah again. She was still in the same spot, leaning over the edge of the deck, looking out at the shore. I started to approach her, and then stopped myself. And just watched her, framed against the image of the sky and the sea and the distant Threlian hills. Less than a year ago, a young woman in a ridiculous dress had been abandoned at my cottage and refused to leave. And now, absolutely everything was different. All of my certainties had been rearranged, some destroyed, some new ones built in their place. And for the first time in so long, something new altogether had begun to grow in the space between those certainties. Something harder to see, but more powerful, more dangerous, more beautiful. Possibility. I slid my hands into my pockets, lifted my chin to the cold caress of the ocean air, and stood there for a moment longer. Tisaanah. I clutched the side of the ship and swept one final glance out over the distant Threlian shorelines. Hours ago, I had watched the Mikov estate unravel before my eyes as we stratagrammed away. The home that had broken me and built me, and that I had broken in return, disappeared into nothing but smoke before my eyes. I thought I would feel something more poignant in that moment, but I hadn't. It wasn't until now that the wave crashed over me. Now, as I stood on a boat packed to capacity with former slaves going to a new life, I whispered goodbye to Threl for perhaps the final time. Maybe I had felt nothing when I said goodbye to Asmara City because it had never been a home, just a prison. But here I could see the hints of flowing plains, far, far in the distance. I could feel the faint, echoing call of my home, of my mother and the salty smell of her skin, cool and refreshing in her embrace. It hurt to say goodbye to that. I looked down at my hands, two-tone skin pressed over the damp wood of the rail. I felt different. I had not heard Rashai speak again, but I could feel it within me, as if it were coursing through my blood. Certainly its power, if not its voice. I had thought of my visions many times since I awoke, running through it step by step. I told Max about the whole thing, too. Neither of us understood exactly what I had done, if anything. Maybe it was just a waking dream, a vision like the nightmares Rashai thrust upon me. But it felt more real than that. I curled my fingers together and pressed my hand over my heart, grounding myself in the faint pulse beneath my skin. The cadence of familiar footsteps approached, and Max leaned against the railing beside me. "The last time I said goodbye to these shores," I murmured, "I thought it would be a miracle if I made it to the other side alive. At least we can be glad the circumstances are different this time." And I was alone. I had been so alone. I didn't pull my eyes from the shore, but I felt his gaze drag over my skin like a caress. I'm glad those circumstances are different, too. My hand slid over his, and his fingers easily rearranged to accommodate mine. 7 months ago, I stood on the deck of a much smaller and much dirtier boat, blood running down my back, 3 desperate sentences running through my head over and over again. The ghost of that girl still lived inside me somewhere. She had what it took to survive, and I had what took to live. I had wielding skills honed by months of relentless brute force and instruction by the best damn teacher in Ara. I had magic running through my veins that could destroy and create and rebuild. I had the ability not just to look at people, but to see them and to carry their stories with my own. And, most precious of all, I had people to protect, love that burned for all of them like an enduring flame deep in my chest. "We're not done," I whispered. I didn't even realize that I'd said it aloud until I felt Max's fingers squeeze mine. "Barely gotten started," he said, and a smile tugged at my mouth. The Threlian shore grew farther and farther away, and within my thoughts I whispered to myself just as I had 7 months ago. My name is Tisaanah. I am a free woman, and yet still a slave. I am fragments of many things, but a whole of only myself. I am a daughter of no worlds, and all worlds, and I am not done yet. Epilogue. This, Zareth thought, was quite unfortunate. He pulled his brow into a thoughtful furrow, doused his voice in well-meaning concern, and leaned forward in his chair. "My queen, I still do not understand this change of heart." Queen Cessary sat across from him, her hands folded delicately in her lap, swaths of velvet and cascading blonde waves falling over her shoulders. They were in one of the queen's private meeting chambers, a small room that was still opulently decorated, and her seat was raised so that she looked slightly down on Zareth, despite her small size. She did, Zareth had to admit, look the part of a princess. Perhaps one day she would look the part of a queen, too.
though she was probably close to a decade away from really seeming like she belonged anywhere near a throne. "I have told you my reasons," she said haughtily. "Is it so strange to think that I have reconsidered whether fighting blood with blood is the best approach?" She sounded confident, or at least her words were, even if her voice wavered slightly.
Convey excitement through warmth, not loudness. But the real giveaway to her uncertainty was the way she shot a little glance at Tar after every sentence. Her Voltaigne advisor sat beside her, unsettlingly quiet as always, sheets of straight silver hair framing his face. "Aw, how cute." "The House of Laurel is not loyal to you," Zareth said. "Lord Laurel is a known rebel conspirer." Cecily looked at Tar, who nodded. "He is." Her brow wrinkled. "Perhaps there is another way. Force, my queen, is the only way to deal with such things." Zareth gave her a comforting smile. "Though it is very admirable that you have such a benevolent heart, just like your father did." The mention of the late king, predictably, sent grief spiraling across Cecily's face. She looked down at her hands, frowning. Zareth took that opportunity to shoot Tar a pointed look, arching his eyebrows. Tar stared back blankly, offering, as always, no expression. But he turned to the queen. "There is no other choice, my queen," Tar said, gently. Cecily pondered for a moment. Then she shook her head. "There must be. I do not want to inflict suffering on my people this way. It has gone too far." Interesting. Cecily had expressed these kinds of sentiments before, but she had never gotten this far with it, never remained steadfast once her father was brought up or once Tar began pushing her. Zareth gave Tar another sharp glance. "Cecily." Tar's voice grew more pleading. "I urge you to consider what the Arch-Commandant is saying." "I have. I will not attack the Laurels. We will have to do something else." She shook her head again, more firmly this time. She wasn't going to change her mind. But that, Zareth decided, was just fine with him. The timing was acceptable, ideal even. In fact, he would be lying if he said that a part of him wasn't hoping that this would happen. "Very well, my queen." Zareth stood, then dropped to a low bow. "The orders, of course, support whichever course of action you wish to follow. I shall begin working on some alternative plans." He excused himself, and Tar followed to escort him from the palace. The two Voltaignes strode down the hallways in silence, Zareth's footsteps echoing with commanding force, and Tar's so light that they were nearly silent. As they walked, Zareth ran his eyes down the hallways, taking in the elaborate mosaics and gold filigree that lined the walls. So much gold! He preferred platinum himself, a little more elegant and understated. "I take it that we're at a clear understanding, correct, Tar?" "Give her time. We don't have time, and even if we did, there's no reason to waste it." Silence. "Would it be better to wait until Nora returned?" Zareth almost laughed. "Oh, Tar, so sweet, so naive." No, it certainly wouldn't. In fact, he considered the fact that Nora had not yet returned to be a very deliberate benefit to this situation. "She'll understand," he said, and gave Tar a confident, sparkling smile. Normally, Zareth would have chosen to use a stratogram to get back to the towers. On foot, the journey took close to a half-hour, and Zareth rarely found himself inclined to waste that kind of time. But today was a beautiful day, brisk, crisp, with a particularly salty breeze off the sea. He decided to walk. He could spare the extra time. Today, after all, was lining up perfectly. He had received a letter from Nora that morning detailing the rather exciting, by the sound of it, events that had occurred at the Mikov estate. Tisaanah had proven herself to be every bit as powerful as he hoped she would be. So powerful, in fact, that he was actually glad that she had proposed a blood pact.
Normally, Zareth tried to avoid getting himself wrapped up in such things. But after what he had seen in Threll, he now found himself awfully relieved that she was bound by blood not to act against him. But it was the bit about Maxantarius that Zareth found especially intriguing. He had not wanted to involve Maxantarius in this at all. He was too unpredictable, too unabashedly vitriolic towards the orders, and, most importantly of all, Zareth found the idea of spending extended time in his presence to be about as appealing as the idea of stabbing both of his eyes out and then eating them. For the life of him, Zareth had not been able to understand why Nora would bring Tisaanah to Max, of all people. And once Tisaanah had proven herself, he had been adamantly opposed to allowing Max to remain involved, at least not with many precautions. Zareth was not about to let himself get stabbed in the back by Maxantarius Farlione, of all rutting people. It would just be too great of an indignity to lose a decade-long feud on top of the already significant indignity of being dead. But then, the night of the ball, Nora had returned to the tower and calmly stated that they had their precaution, Tisaanah. If you have her, she had said, then you have him. It's just how he works. And we'll have a grip on her that's ironclad. It was so shamelessly cold that Zareth had to admire it. And as much as it pained him to admit it, she had been completely right about all of it. Maxantarius was turning out to be a good investment after all. All the pieces were lining up perfectly. He now had not one, but two outrageously powerful weapons at his disposal. And he finally had a real foothold in Threll, a coveted step that he had been working towards for years now. Ara was divided by a deeply unpopular ruler, all while the ruling lords were slowly, one by one, replaced by order allies. And, best of all, his surly and untrustworthy second was far across the ocean for at least 5 more days. Nora had always been an ally of necessity in this scheme. She was brilliant, and she hated him. A combination that made Zareth all too happy to set this all in motion while she and her hidden knives were far across the sea. Zareth reached the towers and hummed to himself as he went to his office. He took a moment to admire the thrashing sea, more vividly beautiful than ever in the shadow of a distant storm, before sitting down at his desk and composing a letter to his dear second-in-command. By the time you read this, he wrote, Cessary will be dead. End of Book 1. Tisaanah and Max's journey will continue in Book 2, coming in 2020. Author's note. Thank you for reading. Thank you so much for joining Tisaanah and Max on the first leg of their journey. I hope you enjoyed it. Please consider leaving a review on Amazon or Goodreads. I can't overstate how much they mean to us authors, and you would earn my eternal gratitude. Speaking of eternal gratitude, keep reading to find out how you can get a free prequel novella following Max's time fighting the Rivenai War. There's some juicy shit, trust me. Ashen Sun, a 4-part prequel. Get it free. Maxantarius is a skilled magic wielder and a military rising star. But in one terrible night, he has learned that glory is bloodier than he ever could have imagined. War has broken out, thrusting his family into the center of a savage conflict. In its wake, Max is chosen to compete for the title of Archcommandant. The title is all he has ever wanted. But the competition is merciless, and victory will mean fighting against his love, all while he must navigate a war that threatens to destroy those he treasures most. As allies and enemies alike draw blades at his back, Max learns that no victor walks away with clean hands. It's only a matter of how far he's willing to go. Sign up to my mailing list to get all 4 parts of Ashen Sun for free. Part 1 is now available. CarissaBroadbentBooks.com, Ashen Sun. Acknowledgements. First of all, Nathan. Thank you for being the love of my goddamned life, for listening to me whine and complain and work through plot knots, for keeping me caffeinated, for keeping me loved, for being the best brainstorming buddy, and for generally being the most incredible life partner. I am not at all exaggerating when I say that you're the best thing that ever happened to me.
Thank you to my writing group, Stephen, Michael, Noah, and Tom, for being such a huge, formative piece of creating this story. Like I said, this book is really yours. The best part of writing this book was reading it to you every week. And on that note, extra thanks to Noah for the Herculean effort of beta reading all 600 pages of this monster in 4 days. That was, genuinely, some impressive shit. Thank you to Kate for the wonderful editing. I'm so glad that our paths crossed, and I think this may be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Thank you to Nick for 3 previous books of editing work and for the many Skype calls. I'm sad to see you leave the fiction world, but I hope that your new adventures are everything you dreamed. Thank you to my family for always encouraging my writing and for the boundless support. Thank you to Calcifer for keeping my toes warm during long nights of editing. And finally, thank you to you, whoever you are, because it honestly just tickles me to think that anyone out there wants to read anything I slap on a page. You're the friggin' best. About the author. Carissa Broadbent has been concerning teachers and parents with mercilessly grim tales since she was roughly 9 years old. Since then, her stories have gotten slightly less depressing and, hopefully, a lot more readable. Today, she writes fantasy novels with a heaping dose of badass ladies and a big pinch of romance. Carissa works as a cybersecurity marketing professional during the harsh light of day and is also a visual artist. She lives with her partner, one very well-behaved rabbit, one very poorly behaved rabbit, and one perpetually skeptical cat in Rhode Island. Come hang out with her at www.carissabroadbentbooks.com. Table of Contents. Title page. Copyright. Dedication. Contents. Prologue. Part 1. Wings. Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Chapter 21. Chapter 22. Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Chapter 26, Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30, Chapter 31, Chapter 32, Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Chapter 35, Chapter 36, Chapter 37, Chapter 38, Part 2, Fangs, Chapter 39, Chapter 40, Chapter 41, Chapter 42, Chapter 43, Chapter 44, Chapter 45, Chapter 46, Chapter 47, Chapter 48, Chapter 49, Chapter 50, Chapter 51, Chapter 52, Chapter 53, Chapter 54, Chapter 55, Chapter 56, Chapter 57, Chapter 58, Chapter 59, Chapter 60, Chapter 61, Chapter 62, Chapter 63, Chapter 64, Chapter 65, Chapter 66, Chapter 67, Chapter 68, Chapter 69, Chapter 70, Chapter 71, Chapter 72, Chapter 73, Chapter 74, Chapter 75, Chapter 76, Chapter 77, Chapter 78, Chapter 79, Chapter 80. Epilogue. Author's Note. Ashen Sun, a 4-part prequel. Acknowledgements. About the author.